Have you ever found yourself asking, why me? Why were you born into a family that often felt more like a battlefield than a safe haven? Imagine this. Before you even entered this world, your soul, with divine foresight, chose this family, not by accident or randomness, but with the precision and intention of a master artist crafting their greatest work. Your challenges were not handed to you to punish you, but to transform you. What if the very environment that tested your limits was the foundation for your spiritual growth, a carefully chosen path designed to awaken your purpose? As we begin this transformative journey together, I want to take a moment to deeply thank everyone who has supported this channel, especially those of you who have contributed through Super Thanks. Your generosity fuels this mission to inspire and uplift others, and I am endlessly grateful for your kindness and belief in the power of this community. If this message speaks to you, drop a 999 in the comments below. It's more than a number, it's a declaration of alignment with this profound truth. You may feel that being born into a toxic family was a curse, or perhaps even the result of bad karma. But what if I told you it was none of those things? Instead, what if this family, this very dynamic that has often brought you pain, was a gift in disguise, a monumental, life-shifting gift that holds the potential to unlock your destiny? Right now, it may not feel like a gift, and that's okay. But stay with me, because as we uncover the truth behind your pain, you'll see how every challenge has been preparing you for something extraordinary. Get ready to dive deep into this revelation and uncover the hidden wisdom within your story. Trust me, the answer will not only surprise you, but could also change the way you view your entire life. Hit the subscribe button to ensure you don't miss more life-changing spiritual insights like this one, and let's step into this powerful truth together. The journey starts here. God's chosen ones, why you were born into toxic families. It's a huge gift. Toxic families, while painful and challenging, can be compared to the refining fire mentioned in the Bible. This fire burns fiercely, leaving scars and memories that might never fade. Yet it is within this fire that your soul is tempered and strengthened, much like steel forged in the heat of a blacksmith's workshop. These difficult relationships strip away any illusions you might have held about life being simple or inherently fair. They reveal the unfiltered reality of human struggles and brokenness, forcing you to see and understand truths that many shy away from. Why would God place you in such a setting if you are His chosen one? Could it be that He is preparing you for something extraordinary? The Bible tells us in Zechariah 13:9, "I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them." Toxic families become the crucible in which you are shaped into the person you are meant to be, refined and purified for your divine purpose. As a chosen one, you are not called to an ordinary path. You are meant to break generational cycles of pain, bitterness, and dysfunction. Toxic families may seem like a curse, but in truth, they are the ultimate training ground for your mission. Think of Joseph, who was sold into slavery by his own brothers, a betrayal that might have crushed anyone else. Yet, through his suffering, God elevated him to a position where he could save countless lives, including the very family that had wronged him. Could your trials be shaping you for a similar divine purpose? You were not born to live a comfortable or predictable life. Your purpose goes far beyond personal comfort. It is about transcendence, growth, and transformation. Are you beginning to see the divine strategy behind your circumstances? Perhaps the scars you carry are not just reminders of pain, but markers of your preparation for a greater destiny. Why would your soul choose to enter a family that seems so fractured and broken? This question can feel overwhelming, but the answer lies in the very fabric of your existence. The brokenness you were born into is not a coincidence. It is deeply rooted in your ancestry. The toxicity you face is the result of generations of unhealed wounds, unspoken truths, and ingrained patterns of pain passed down like an invisible inheritance. These burdens have persisted through time, waiting for someone strong enough to confront them. That someone is you. Have you ever considered why you feel so different from the others around you? Why you see the dysfunction for what it truly is, while others accept it as normal? This is no accident. You were born with the vision to see through the lies and the courage to break free from the chains of generational pain. The Bible reminds us in Exodus 25:6 that the consequences of sin can linger through generations, but God's mercy and blessings extend to those who love Him and keep His commandments. You, as one of God's chosen ones, are the vessel through which healing begins. Pause for a moment and let this truth settle in your heart. You were not born to blend in or conform to the brokenness around you. You were born to rise above it, to stand as a light in the darkness. Like Esther, who was placed in a royal family for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. You were specifically chosen to be born into your family so that you could challenge and change the patterns that have lingered for generations. Can you imagine the ripple effect your healing will create? Not just for yourself, but for the generations to come. Your role is profound. You are not merely here to survive the toxicity, you are here to transform it. You carry the divine responsibility of breaking cycles, healing wounds, and restoring what was lost. This is why you feel the weight so heavily. It is the burden of the chosen, but it is also your greatest gift, a divine calling that sets you apart. How might your family's story change because of your bravery? What legacy will you leave for those who come after you? When you embrace your role as God's chosen one, you begin to see that the pain you've endured is the very soil in which new life will grow. Here's the difficult truth. To break a generational cycle, you must first live through it. Transformation is impossible without understanding, and understanding only comes through experience. You cannot heal what you have not encountered, and you cannot rise above what you haven't confronted. This is why you were placed in the midst of the storm, not to drown in it, but to learn how to navigate its waters. You were not sent to suffer endlessly, but to awaken to a greater purpose. Now let me ask you something. When you look at your family, what do you see? Do you see anger simmering beneath the surface, the shadows of neglect, the sting of manipulation, or the grip of control? And here's the more challenging question. Where do you see traces of that same energy in yourself? Toxic families are not just a source of wounds. They act as mirrors, reflecting back the parts of ourselves we often try to hide or ignore. Could it be that the very traits you struggle with in your family are the ones God is asking you to confront within yourself? The Bible provides a powerful example in the story of Jacob and his family. Jacob's life was riddled with cycles of deceit and manipulation, from stealing Esau's blessing to being deceived by Laban. These generational patterns repeated themselves until Jacob wrestled with God, an event that marked his transformation and led to his new identity as Israel. Genesis 32:28. Are you too being called to wrestle with these patterns, to face the storm within and emerge transformed? Reflect for a moment on this idea. Toxic families are both a burden and a gift. They reveal the deepest wounds, but also provide the greatest opportunities for healing. By confronting the shadows mirrored back to you, you begin the process of breaking free. What if every moment of pain has been preparing you to rise above, not just for yourself, but for the generations before and after you? As a chosen one, your path is not easy, but it is meaningful. You are not simply enduring, you are being equipped. Each storm you weather is shaping you into a vessel of God's grace and transformation. Can you begin to see how even the pain serves a purpose? Perhaps the storm is not your enemy. It is your greatest teacher, calling you to face, heal, and rise above. This is why being born into a toxic family is, in its own profound way, a gift. In the fire of dysfunction, you are given the rare opportunity to see yourself clearly. The pain exposes the hidden wounds, the unresolved patterns, and the shadows you carry. It forces you to confront them, heal them, and ultimately transform yourself. And as you undergo this transformation, the ripple effect is undeniable. You begin to change not just your own life, but the trajectory of your entire lineage. But let's be honest, there is nothing romantic or glamorous about this journey. The pain is real, and the challenges are immense. Being born into a toxic family is one of the most difficult paths a soul can take. It demands extraordinary strength, unwavering resilience, and courage that many may not understand. You are called to face rejection, endure betrayal, and navigate the heartbreak of abandonment. These experiences can feel unbearable at times. Yet, every time you choose to respond differently, every time you meet hate with love, judgment with understanding, and anger with compassion, you break the chains of the cycle that have bound your family for generations. Think about the example of Jesus on the cross. Betrayed by his closest companions, abandoned in his darkest hour, and mocked by those he came to save, he could have responded with wrath. Instead, he chose forgiveness, saying, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." Luke 23:34. Could this be the ultimate blueprint for breaking toxic cycles in your own life? What would happen if you responded to your family's dysfunction, not with retaliation, but with grace? This path of breaking cycles is not for the faint of heart, and as a chosen one, you have been uniquely equipped for this role. Every time you rise above the pain and choose love, you are rewriting the story of your family. You are healing wounds that go back generations, and you are planting seeds of hope for those who come after you. Have you ever paused to wonder how much light your choices might bring into the world? Your journey is not just about survival, it is about transformation. It is about stepping into your divine calling and becoming the change your family has needed for so long. Yes, the fire burns and the path is steep, but the strength you gain and the legacy you leave behind will echo for eternity. Are you ready to embrace this gift and fulfill the purpose for which you were chosen? Ask yourself this: what would change if you stopped fighting against your family and started viewing them as your greatest teachers? Imagine for a moment that their toxic behaviors were not a reflection of your value, but a manifestation of their own unhealed pain. What if their inability to love you fully was not because you are unlovable, but because they have never truly learned how to love themselves? These questions hold the key to a powerful shift in perspective. When you begin to see your family not as the enemy, but as wounded individuals navigating their own struggles, everything changes. Instead of asking, "Why are they hurting me?" you start asking, "What are they teaching me?" What lessons about resilience, patience, or self-worth could their actions be pointing you toward? The Bible reminds us in Ephesians 6:12, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world." Could it be that the real battle is not with your family, but with the deeper forces of brokenness and dysfunction that have shaped them and you? Here's the liberating truth: your family's toxicity is not your weight to bear. It is an invitation to heal, to grow, and to reclaim your identity beyond their projections and expectations. It is a call to remember who you truly are as one of God's chosen ones. Think of Joseph, who faced betrayal from his brothers, yet refused to let their actions define him. He rose above the pain, and his transformation eventually brought redemption to his entire family. Could your healing journey hold the same potential for transformation? But here's the catch. You cannot heal your family. Their wounds are not yours to fix. Your responsibility is to heal yourself. And in doing so, you create a ripple effect that has the power to transform everything around you. Jesus said in Matthew 7:5, "First take the plank out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye." Your healing begins with self-reflection, not by trying to change others. This journey invites you to step into your divine power, to recognize that you were chosen not to carry the weight of your family's pain, but to transcend it. What would happen if you accepted this invitation? Could the ripple effect of your healing extend beyond what you can imagine, reaching both your ancestors and future generations? You are not defined by their toxicity. Instead, you are called to rise above it, to embody love, and to transform everything through your choice to heal. Let me share a personal truth with you. There was a time when I believed that if I could just be good enough, successful enough, or strong enough, I could fix my family. I thought I could save them from their pain, their patterns, and their struggles. But the harder I tried, the clearer it became. Saving them was never my responsibility. My true calling was to save myself. I had to step out of the cycles that were holding me captive, to break free from the patterns that had defined my life for so long. Have you ever felt this way? Like, if you could just try harder or do more, you could heal the brokenness around you. The Bible reminds us in Galatians 5:1, "It is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery." The freedom you seek begins with you. It is not about fixing others, but about releasing yourself from the chains of generational pain. And as I began to focus on my own healing, something incredible happened. The family dynamics that once seemed immovable began to shift, not because I forced them to, but because I changed. By stepping into my own light, I unknowingly inspired others to reflect on their own shadows. It was as if the act of breaking free created space for others to do the same. This is the power of being one of God's chosen ones. You were not sent to fight the darkness head-on. You were called to shine your light so brightly that the darkness can no longer hide. Jesus said in Matthew 5:14-16, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." What if your healing journey is the light your family needs to see their own path to freedom? So, what would happen if you let go of the weight of trying to save everyone else and instead focused on saving yourself? Could your transformation be the catalyst for change in ways you cannot yet imagine? This is the miracle of stepping into your role as a chosen one. You don't have to fight the darkness to defeat it. Simply by embracing your light, you create a ripple effect that has the power to transform everything around you. But let me ask you this: what does it truly mean to shine your light in the face of overwhelming darkness? What does it look like to love yourself wholeheartedly when no one around you seems capable of offering that same love? And how do you choose peace, not as a fleeting feeling, but as a steadfast choice, when chaos threatens to consume you? These are not easy questions, but they are the ones that matter most. They are the questions that will shape your journey as one of God's chosen ones. To shine your light means stepping into the identity God has given you, even when the world around you tries to dim it. In John 1:5, we are reminded, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." This is your truth. No matter how dark it gets, your light cannot be extinguished. Have you considered that your ability to shine might be the very thing that transforms the darkness, not by force, but by presence? Loving yourself when no one else does is perhaps one of the hardest but most profound acts of faith. It means seeing yourself as God sees you, fearfully and wonderfully made, Psalm 139:14, even when others fail to recognize your worth. Could it be that the love you show yourself is the foundation for the love you will one day pour into others? And what would happen if you began to treat yourself with the same grace and compassion that you long to receive? Choosing peace in chaos is not about denying the storm. It is about finding stillness in the midst of it. Jesus, when faced with a raging storm, simply said, "Peace, be still." Mark 4:39. What storms in your life are calling for you to speak peace into them, not through control but through trust in God's provision? And here is the most transformative truth. The moment you stop seeing your family as a curse and begin to view them as a gift, everything begins to shift. Their challenges and imperfections become tools for your growth. Their wounds, though painful, become the mirror through which you discover your strength. The moment you stop resisting the path God has set before you and start embracing it, you step into the fullness of your power. What would happen if you embraced the very things you've been resisting? Could the pain you've endured be the catalyst for your purpose? The journey of the chosen is not easy, but it is filled with profound meaning. Every step you take toward healing, every act of love and peace you choose, is a step toward the destiny God has called you to fulfill. Will you accept this invitation to rise? The truth is, you were never placed in a toxic family to be broken. You were placed there to rise, to heal, and to awaken. Your presence in the midst of dysfunction is not an accident, but a divine assignment. Let's take a moment to delve deeper into this truth. There is something extraordinary that occurs when a soul is set in the heart of chaos, pain, and dysfunction. The wounds inflicted by a toxic family do not merely leave scars. They create openings. These openings are not voids of despair. They are spaces where God's light can pour in, where awareness begins to awaken, and where transformation takes root. Have you ever wondered why you feel so different, so called to rise above, while others seem resigned to the cycles of pain? The Bible reminds us in Romans 8:28 that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. Even the chaos of your family has a purpose in shaping you into the person you were destined to become. What if the very cracks caused by the pain were designed to let God's healing light reach the deepest parts of your soul? These openings are where awakening begins. Like the story of Job, who endured unimaginable suffering yet emerged with a deeper understanding of God's grace and power, you are being called to see beyond the chaos. Job declared in Job 42:5, "My ears had heard of you, but now my eyes have seen you." Could the pain in your family be the instrument that opens your eyes to the divine purpose in your life? Transformation starts the moment you stop viewing your wounds as weaknesses and begin to see them as pathways to growth. Every scar is a reminder that you have endured, but it is also a marker of where healing has begun. What if these scars are not symbols of defeat, but of the resilience and light that now flow through you? You were not born to simply survive the dysfunction around you. You were born to transcend it, to turn wounds into wisdom and chaos into clarity. The question is, will you allow the light to pour into those openings and guide your journey? What transformation might be waiting on the other side of the pain? The process is not easy, but as a chosen one, your calling is to rise, not despite the chaos, but because of it. Here's the paradox. Before you can recognize the gift hidden in your pain, you must confront the wound that created it. This is where so many people falter. They resist the pain, fight against it, or try to escape it. But pain, especially the deep and lingering kind that comes from family, is not something you can outrun. It is a shadow that follows you until you turn around and face it. As one of God's chosen ones, this confrontation is not a punishment. It is your path to freedom. Take a moment to reflect on the wounds you carry from your family. Were you criticized so often that you began to doubt your own worth? Did the constant disapproval chip away at the belief that you were enough, just as you are? Or maybe you were ignored, left feeling invisible, until you started believing your voice didn't matter. Did their silence teach you to question your place in the world? Perhaps you were controlled so tightly that you lost touch with your own intuition, no longer trusting yourself to make decisions. Or maybe the love you longed for came with strings attached, conditional and transactional. Did you find yourself equating love with performance, approval, or sacrifice, always wondering if you had done enough to earn it? These wounds are not just sources of pain, they are the starting points of your transformation. The Bible offers profound insight into this. In Isaiah 61:3, we are told that God gives a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. But before the beauty, joy, and praise can come, the ashes and mourning must be acknowledged. What would happen if you allowed yourself to confront these wounds, to see them not as permanent scars, but as the first steps in a journey toward healing? Jesus himself faced rejection and betrayal from those closest to him. Yet he did not avoid the pain. He carried it to the cross, transforming it into redemption for all. Could your pain serve a similar purpose, not just for you but for the generations connected to you? What if these wounds are not just markers of suffering, but invitations to grow closer to God and step into the power he has placed within you? When you stop running from the pain and begin to face it, you unlock the potential to rewrite your story. Confronting these wounds allows you to reclaim the worth, trust, and love that were always yours in God's eyes. How might your life change if you stopped resisting the pain and started seeing it as a stepping stone to your divine purpose? You are not defined by your wounds. They are merely the starting point of your transformation. These wounds are undeniably real. They sting, they ache, and they leave marks on your heart. They shape your experiences, influencing how you see the world and how you see yourself. Yet, these wounds are also a catalyst for something far greater, your awakening. Every wound carries a lesson waiting to be discovered. Every scar tells a story of survival and resilience, and every pain holds the potential for profound growth, if only you are willing to explore it. Let me ask you this. When you reflect on the pain your family has caused, what emotions rise to the surface? Is it anger, simmering and unresolved? Resentment, clinging tightly to the past? Or maybe it's sadness, a quiet ache for the love you didn't receive? Now, consider the deeper question. What are these emotions teaching you about yourself? Could they be pointing to places within you that long for healing, understanding, or forgiveness? The Bible reminds us in Psalm 34:18, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Your pain, as overwhelming as it may feel, is not the end of your story. It is an invitation to draw closer to God, to discover the strength and love he has placed within you. Have you ever thought that your emotions, as painful as they are, could be guiding you toward this deeper connection? Think of the story of Joseph, whose brothers betrayed him out of jealousy. Joseph endured years of pain, but he didn't let it define him. Instead, he used the lessons learned in the depths of betrayal and suffering to rise into his divine purpose, ultimately forgiving his family and saving them from famine. Could your pain be preparing you for a similar transformation? What might happen if you chose to view your wounds not as the end of something, but as the beginning of your awakening? Your emotions are not the enemy, they are messengers. Anger can reveal where boundaries need to be set. Sadness can point to where healing is needed. Resentment can highlight the parts of you still seeking freedom. What would it look like to stop suppressing these feelings and instead use them as tools for self-discovery and growth? You were not chosen to carry the weight of your pain forever. You were chosen to rise from it, to learn its lessons, and to turn it into a testimony of healing and resilience. So, what are your emotions teaching you today? And how will you allow their lessons to shape the person God is calling you to become? Your wounds are not just reminders of what you've endured. They are the starting point for the incredible transformation that lies ahead. You see, as one of God's chosen ones, your mission is not merely to heal your family. Your first and most crucial responsibility is to heal yourself. This healing journey begins with a profound realization. The pain your family inflicted upon you is not truly about you. It is a reflection of their wounds, their fears, and their limitations. But somewhere along the way, you may have internalized it. You took their pain and made it your own, believing their actions defined your worth. This is where your work begins, not in fixing others, but in reclaiming the truth of who you are. Think about the narratives you've carried from your family. Were you told, whether through words or actions, that you were not enough? That you had to earn love through perfection, obedience, or sacrifice? These stories are not yours to bear. They are echoes of generations before you, passed down until they landed on you. And as painful as they are, you were chosen to break free from them. The Bible offers a clear reminder of this truth in 2 Corinthians 5:17. Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone, the new is here. You are not bound by the old stories written by your family. In Christ, you have the power to rewrite your narrative, to step into a new identity rooted in God's love and purpose for your life. Separating yourself from your family's story doesn't mean rejecting them. It means recognizing that their wounds are not your responsibility to carry. Think of Jesus, who faced rejection and misunderstanding from his own people. He did not let their disbelief define his mission. Instead, he stayed true to his divine calling, even when it meant walking a path that others could not understand. Could your calling require a similar courage to step into your identity, even if it means breaking away from the expectations your family placed on you? Reclaiming your identity is not an easy process, but it is a necessary one. It requires you to challenge the beliefs and patterns that have kept you stuck. It means saying no to the roles others have cast you in, and yes to the person God created you to be. How would your life change if you stopped seeing yourself through the lens of your family's pain and started seeing yourself as God's masterpiece? This is your invitation to reclaim your worth, your power, and your purpose. The pain you've carried is not the final word. It is the starting point of your transformation. So, what steps will you take today to begin separating yourself from the story others have written for you? You are not here to live under the shadow of their limitations. You are here to rise above them, to heal yourself, and in doing so, to inspire others to do the same. But how do you heal from wounds that feel so deeply embedded they seem like part of your very being? How do you break free from generational patterns that have wrapped themselves around your family for decades, maybe even centuries? It begins with awareness, an awakening to the truth that the way your family treated you does not define your worth. Awareness that their toxicity is not your destiny, and that you were chosen not to perpetuate the cycle, but to end it. Awareness, however, is just the starting point. True transformation begins when you take responsibility, not for their actions, but for your healing. It's recognizing that while you cannot control the past or change others, you hold the power to decide how you move forward. Think of the moment when Jesus on the cross declared, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." Luke 23:34. He didn't wait for an apology or acknowledgement of his suffering. He chose forgiveness not because it was deserved, but because it was freeing. Could your journey toward healing begin with a similar act of grace? Here's a profound truth. The moment you stop waiting for your family to change, when you release the hope that they will validate your worth, apologize for the pain they caused, or love you in the way you deserve, that's the moment you begin to set yourself free. Ask yourself, how much longer can you afford to wait for something that might never come? Some people may never change. Some wounds may never be acknowledged. Some apologies may remain unspoken. And that's okay, because your healing doesn't depend on them. It depends on you. Forgiveness doesn't mean excusing harmful behavior or forgetting what happened. It means choosing to let go of the anger, resentment, and bitterness that weigh down your soul. What would it look like to forgive your family? Not because their actions were justified, but because you deserve peace. What would it feel like to release the heavy burden of the past, not as a gift to them, but as a gift to yourself? In Colossians 3:13, we are reminded to bear with each other and forgive one another if any of you has a grievance against someone. Forgive as the Lord forgave you. Forgiveness is not about the other person. It is about reclaiming your own freedom. When you choose to forgive, you break the chains that bind you to the pain. You declare that their actions no longer hold power over you. Imagine what your life could look like without the weight of unresolved anger and bitterness. What new joys might you discover? What opportunities for love and growth might become possible? Healing doesn't erase the past, but it transforms your relationship with it. You begin to see that the pain you endured was not meant to define you, but to refine you. Will you take the first step today toward claiming the peace that has always been your birthright as one of God's chosen ones? Forgiveness is not about erasing the past or excusing the harm done to you. It is a bold declaration. I will no longer let your actions define who I am. I will no longer let your pain become my burden. I will no longer allow your toxicity to control the course of my life. In this act of release, the gift of forgiveness becomes clear. As you heal, you awaken to the truth of your identity. As you let go of the pain, you reclaim your power. And as you break free from the patterns of your family, you step fully into the person God created you to be. But let's be honest, this process is not simple or tidy. Healing is messy, full of twists and turns. It is not a straight path, but one filled with setbacks and breakthroughs. Awakening is equally challenging. There will be days when the weight of your family's dysfunction feels overwhelming, when the cycle you're trying to break feels unbreakable. You may find yourself questioning whether you have the strength to endure it. In those moments, I want you to hold on to this truth. You were chosen for this journey, not because it is easy, but because God has equipped you with the strength to face it. You were not chosen to suffer endlessly, but to transform suffering into strength, pain into purpose, and wounds into wisdom. Consider the words of Romans 8:18, which remind us, I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Could your current struggles be preparing you for something far greater? Look at the example of Jesus, who endured the unimaginable pain of betrayal, rejection, and crucifixion. He didn't shy away from the messiness of human suffering. Instead, he transformed it into the greatest act of redemption. Could your own pain serve as a foundation for transformation, not just for yourself, but for those who witness your journey? Healing requires perseverance and faith. There will be moments of doubt, but each step forward is a testament to your resilience. You are not defined by the dysfunction of your family. You are defined by the purpose God has placed within you. Every time you choose to rise above the pain, you are rewriting the story for yourself and for generations to come. Ask yourself, what might your life look like if you embrace the messiness of healing instead of fearing it? What wisdom could be born from your wounds? You are not here to be consumed by the weight of the past. You are here to transcend it, to transform it, and to inspire others to do the same. You're proof that God's chosen ones can rise from the deepest pain to fulfill the greatest purpose. What if the very things you've come to see as weaknesses, the scars etched into your soul by your family, are actually your greatest strengths? What if the rejection you endured taught you to love yourself deeply and unconditionally? What if the neglect forced you to cultivate independence and strength? What if the pain you experienced became the foundation for the profound compassion you now carry? This is the divine alchemy of God's chosen ones. You were not born to be consumed by darkness, but to transform it into light. You take the pain handed to you and shape it into purpose. You inherit cycles of dysfunction, and through your courage, you break them, liberating not just yourself, but paving the way for all who come after you. Because here is a profound truth. Your healing is not just about you. When you heal, you create ripples that extend far beyond your own life. You heal the generations before you, who never had the tools or strength to confront the pain. You heal the generations after you, showing them a path of freedom and possibility. Every step you take toward breaking free from toxic cycles becomes a beacon of hope for others. The Bible captures this beautifully in Isaiah 61:4. They will rebuild the ancient ruins and restore the places long devastated. They will renew the ruined cities that have been devastated for generations. As one of God's chosen ones, you are the restorer, the rebuilder of your family's broken legacy. Your pain is not justified, but it is purposeful, leading to the awakening of your true self and the liberation of those connected to you. If you knew that your family's toxicity was the very furnace that would refine you into the person God designed you to be, how would your perspective shift? If you saw every wound as an invitation to grow and every scar as evidence of your resilience, how would you respond? What if, instead of viewing yourself as a victim of your family's dysfunction, you saw yourself as the catalyst for their transformation? You were not born to repeat the patterns of pain and dysfunction. You were born to break them. You were not placed in this family to be defined by their wounds, but to rise above them. As Jesus said in John 8:36, "So if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed." That freedom starts with you. Your family's pain is not your identity. It is the soil from which your purpose grows. Every act of healing, every choice to rise, every moment you step into your God-given power is a testament to the strength within you. You are the living proof that light can emerge from the deepest darkness. That is the gift you carry, and it is one that will ripple through time, transforming not just your life, but the lives of countless others. So, how will you embrace this gift today? How will you step into the fullness of who you are, knowing that you are not here to be consumed by pain, but to transform it into purpose? Now that we've uncovered the purpose hidden within the pain, it's time to focus on the path forward. Understanding that you are one of God's chosen ones is only the beginning. Recognizing that your toxic family is part of your divine journey doesn't instantly make the process easier. The real transformation begins when you take full responsibility for your healing and your life. It starts when you choose to break free, not just physically, but emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. What does true freedom mean to you? Not the surface-level freedom that comes from walking away or cutting ties. Those steps may be necessary, but they are only the beginning. True freedom is deeper. It is the kind of freedom where your family's words no longer sting, their actions no longer dictate your emotions, and their judgments no longer hold power over you. True freedom means their dysfunction no longer defines you, and their toxicity no longer sets the limits of your life. This is the path of liberation. The Bible speaks to this kind of freedom in John 8:32. "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." Freedom isn't about escaping your circumstances, it's about transforming your relationship with them. It's about stepping out of the reactive cycle of hurt and blame and stepping into alignment with the truth of who God created you to be. Imagine a life where you are no longer reacting to dysfunction, but living fully in your purpose. How might that change everything for you? This path begins with a single, powerful decision. The decision to stop living in reaction to your family's behavior and to start living in alignment with your truth. Jesus faced rejection, scorn, and betrayal, yet never allowed the opinions or actions of others to derail his mission. Instead, he lived in alignment with God's plan, demonstrating the ultimate example of freedom and purpose. Walking this path may mean letting go of old patterns and emotional ties, but it also opens the door to a life of peace, strength, and divine purpose. Freedom is not easy, and it doesn't happen overnight. It requires patience, courage, and faith to break free from old cycles and embrace the truth of your identity. Each choice to rise above the chaos, release resentment, and live in alignment with your calling brings you closer to true liberation. What does freedom mean to you? What would it feel like to live a life where your family's dysfunction no longer dictates your identity? Breaking free is about more than just physical separation. It's about releasing the mental and spiritual chains that have held you back. This is the journey you were chosen for, not to be defined by pain, but to rise above it and live fully in your God-given truth. The path is not easy, but it leads to the life you were always meant to live. Breaking free is not about running away. You could move to the farthest corners of the earth and still find yourself shackled by the wounds of your family. The chains that bind you are not external, they are internal. They are the beliefs you've absorbed, the patterns you've inherited, and the stories you've told yourself about your worth and identity. True freedom comes not from distance, but from dismantling these chains within. The first step on this path is awareness. Awareness of the patterns, beliefs, and narratives that have kept you stuck in a cycle of pain. Take a moment to reflect. What patterns from your family are you unconsciously repeating in your own life? What beliefs about your value or purpose did you inherit from their words or actions? What stories have you internalized about who you are because of how they treated you? For instance, perhaps you grew up in a family where love was conditional, offered only when you met expectations or achieved something significant. Over time, you might have learned to tie your self-worth to external validation, constantly striving for perfection to feel deserving of love. Or maybe you were raised in an environment where your voice was silenced, your feelings dismissed, and your ideas ignored. Now, you might hesitate to speak up, doubt your intuition, or suppress your truth, fearing rejection or judgment. These patterns, beliefs, and stories form the internal chains that keep you tied to your family's toxicity. They shape your choices, relationships, and how you see yourself. Until you bring them into the light of awareness, they will continue to hold you captive. This is where the work begins, not in fixing your family, but in reclaiming yourself. Awareness is only the first step, though. The next step is healing. And healing is not about fixing what's broken in you because you are not broken. It is about remembering who you were before the wounds. It is about peeling back the layers of conditioning, stripping away the false stories, and reconnecting with the truth of who God created you to be. The Bible reminds us in Psalm 139:14, "I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful, I know that full well. You are not defined by the pain of your past or the patterns of your family. You were created with intention, designed for a divine purpose." Healing is the process of rediscovering that truth and living in alignment with it. What would your life look like if you released the need for external validation and embraced your inherent worth? How might your relationships change if you found the courage to speak your truth and trust your voice? Breaking free is not about erasing your past, but about transforming your relationship with it, allowing it to inform your growth rather than dictate your identity. The chains that bind you may feel heavy, but the power to break them lies within you. Awareness leads to healing, and healing leads to transformation. With each layer you strip away, you move closer to the fullness of who you are. A chosen one, destined not to carry the weight of generational pain, but to rise above it and live in freedom. Healing is not a straight line. It's messy, uncomfortable, and often feels like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's a process of unlearning the false narratives you've been taught about yourself and rebuilding from the ground up. This journey requires 3 essential pillars: self-love, self-compassion, and self-discipline. Self-love is the foundation of healing. It is the radical decision to choose yourself, even when no one else does. It is the practice of honoring your needs, respecting your boundaries, and recognizing your worth, regardless of how your family treated you. Self-love is the profound realization that you are enough, exactly as you are, without needing to prove or earn your value. It's an act of reclaiming the truth that God has already affirmed about you in Psalm 139:14. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. But self-love doesn't come easily when you've been conditioned to believe you're unworthy. This is where self-compassion becomes vital. Self-compassion is the gentle voice within that whispers, it's okay to feel hurt. It's okay to feel angry. It's okay to not have all the answers. It reminds you that healing is a journey, not a destination, and that you don't have to navigate it perfectly. Jesus himself demonstrated compassion toward human frailty, saying in Matthew 11:28, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." Could you extend the same grace to yourself as you move through this process? Then there's self-discipline, the often overlooked but essential element of healing. Healing is hard work. It requires you to show up for yourself consistently, even when it's uncomfortable, even when progress feels invisible. Self-discipline is choosing actions that align with your highest self, even when old patterns or habits tempt you to return to what feels familiar. It is the daily commitment to break the cycle, to prioritize your well-being, and to move closer to the person God has called you to be. What would your life look like if you lived every day as though you were worthy of love, respect, and happiness? What choices would you make differently? What boundaries would you set to protect your peace? What relationships would you release because they no longer serve your growth? Breaking free is not about trying to change your family or their behavior. It's about transforming yourself. It's about stepping out of the role they imposed on you and stepping fully into the truth of who you are. This journey is not easy, but it is life-changing. You are not defined by the roles others have cast you in. You are defined by God's truth and the identity He has given you. Healing is about embracing that truth, making choices that honor your worth, and living each day as a testament to the power of love, compassion, and discipline. It's not about perfection, it's about progress, and every step you take brings you closer to the freedom you are destined to live. Here's the deeper truth. Breaking free doesn't necessarily mean abandoning your family. It doesn't have to mean cutting them off or refusing to speak to them unless that's truly necessary for your well-being. Breaking free is about detaching from their energy, their expectations, and the narratives they've placed on you. It's about loving them from a place of wholeness, not out of guilt or obligation. It's about seeing them clearly, acknowledging their flaws, wounds, and imperfections, while choosing to rise above their pain rather than being consumed by it. This kind of detachment doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you stop carrying what was never yours to bear. It's a reflection of the wisdom found in 2 Corinthians 12:9, where God reminds us, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." By surrendering the need to fix or change your family, you create space for God's grace to work in ways you might not expect. And here's the most beautiful part. As you heal, you become a mirror for what's possible. Your growth reflects back to your family a vision of transformation, freedom, and love. Even if they never openly acknowledge it, your healing plants seeds of hope in their hearts. Your light, born from your journey, awakens something in them, something they might not yet understand or know how to express. Imagine for a moment, what if the greatest act of love you could offer your family isn't fixing them, but becoming the fullest, freest version of yourself? What if your healing is the catalyst that begins to shift their hearts, even if it takes years or generations for those seeds to bloom? Think of the parable of the mustard seed in Matthew 13:31-32. Though the seed is small, it grows into a tree large enough to provide shelter. Your healing journey, though it may feel personal and individual, has the potential to grow into a legacy of transformation that touches everyone connected to you. Your role is not to take responsibility for their wounds, but to break free from the cycles that keep you bound. This freedom isn't just for you, it's a light that shows others what is possible. How might your family's story begin to change simply by witnessing your courage? What might happen if, instead of trying to fix them, you focused on embodying the love, peace, and wholeness you were always meant to reflect? Your healing doesn't just liberate you, it creates ripples that extend far beyond your life. By stepping into the truth of who you are, you offer your family a gift more powerful than words, the example of transformation. It may take time, and the fruits of your journey may not always be visible, but rest assured, they are there. Breaking free is not about leaving your family behind. It's about rising into the light that you were born to shine, and in doing so, inviting them to rise too. This is the path of the chosen ones. It's not an easy path, nor is it one adorned with glamour or ease, but it is a path filled with purpose, transformation, and ultimate liberation. As we reach the end of this reflection together, let this truth settle in your heart. Your family's toxicity is not your destiny. It is your training ground. It is the fire that forges your strength and the soil in which your soul takes root and grows. Every time you rise above the dysfunction, every time you choose healing over bitterness, and every time you love yourself in the face of rejection or pain, you are fulfilling your divine purpose as a chosen one. You were not placed in a toxic family by accident. You were born into it because God knew you were strong enough to rise above it, wise enough to learn from it, and brave enough to begin the healing process. In Isaiah 43:2, we are reminded, "When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and when you pass through the rivers, they will not sweep over you. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned. The flames will not set you ablaze." You were chosen for this journey, not because it is easy, but because you are capable. As you walk this path, take comfort in knowing that you are not alone. All around the world, there are millions of chosen ones just like you, breaking generational cycles, healing ancient wounds, and rewriting the stories of their lives. Together, we are creating a new reality, one where love, compassion, and truth become the foundation for generations to come. Now, take a moment to envision your future. If you fully embraced your role as a chosen one, if you stepped boldly into the power and purpose that God has given you, what kind of life would you create? What legacy would you leave behind for those who follow? This is your invitation to rise, to heal, and to transcend. The journey is not without challenges, but each step brings you closer to the freedom and fulfillment you were destined for. You are not defined by your family's toxicity. You are defined by your courage to transform it. This is your purpose. This is your path. This is what it means to be one of God's chosen ones. Step into it fully and watch as the life you were created for begins to unfold. Being born into a toxic family is often seen as a curse, but in reality, it's one of the greatest gifts God can bestow upon you. While it may feel challenging and painful, this experience has shaped you, refined you, and built your resilience. God doesn't make mistakes. He placed you in this situation because He knows you have the strength to not only survive, but to thrive. Through this, you've gained wisdom, perseverance, and a deep understanding that will empower you to break generational cycles. This isn't a setback. It's an opportunity to rise above, to transform your life, and to become a beacon of light for others who are going through similar struggles. You were chosen for such a time as this. Your journey, though difficult, is a testament to the greatness that lies within you. Embrace it, because God is using every challenge you face to prepare you for the incredible purpose He has set for your life. If this message has resonated with you, I encourage you to support this channel by leaving a super thanks. Your contribution helps us continue to share these powerful messages and reach more people in need of encouragement. But whether or not you donate, I am deeply thankful for you and your support. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and leave a comment sharing your thoughts. Sharing this video can help someone else who might be going through a similar experience. Remember, no matter where you come from, you are chosen, and God's plans for your life are greater than any challenge you've faced. May God bless you abundantly, and may His strength continue to guide you every step of the way. Hello, beloved family of faith. Today's message speaks directly to the heart of your journey as one of God's chosen. Have you ever paused to reflect on how far you've come? You've stepped away from relationships that no longer served your divine purpose, be it with lovers, family, or friends. And while you may have hoped for understanding or even support, you found instead that your newfound freedom often sparks envy. Why is it that the very liberation God has granted you can make others so uncomfortable? Let me first take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to each of you. Your unwavering support through likes, shares, comments, and especially your generous super thanks is a reflection of your heart for this ministry. Every contribution helps us continue spreading messages of hope and truth. To those of you who've already sown into this mission, thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you feel moved, I invite you to comment 777 below as a symbol of the spiritual freedom you are claiming today. Now let's reflect on this question. Why does your freedom in Christ, which should inspire joy, instead provoke envy and discomfort in those around you? Could it be that your bold steps of faith have become a mirror, exposing their own fears and insecurities? Stick with me, because we're about to uncover powerful truths that will not only help you understand this, but also strengthen your walk with God. Are you ready? Let's dive in and see how your story fits into God's greater plan. God's chosen ones, you got away from lovers, family, and friends. Your freedom inspires their envy. Chosen ones, what you've done isn't just a simple departure, it's a powerful declaration of freedom and transformation. You're not merely the one who got away, you're the one who broke free from all the limitations that others sought to impose upon you. You leveled up in a way that none of them saw coming, and you didn't just rewrite your script, you wrote a whole new story. From lovers who doubted your worth, to family who overlooked your potential, and friends who tried to keep you in places that no longer served you. Your freedom is far more than just an escape. It's a revolution, a dramatic shift that rattles the very foundations they once built their control and comfort upon. Think about it for a moment. When you walked away, you shattered illusions that others had relied on for years. They thought they had you figured out. They believed you were a fixed point in their lives, someone they could manipulate or rely on, an endless source to keep them comfortable in their own limited understanding of life. How often did they try to keep you small, to hold you back, or to keep you tethered to their way of thinking? Did they ever really believe you would break free? It's the same illusion that Pharaoh had about the Israelites. He thought they were forever bound by the chains of Egypt, unable to escape. But in the same way Moses led them out, your liberation was a profound and unstoppable force, one that caused everything they thought they knew about you to crumble. As you move forward, they saw something in you they couldn't replicate. Your light, your strength, and your courage to walk away became something they couldn't ignore. It wasn't just your physical absence that rattled them. It was your newfound energy, the power that radiated from your decision to break free. Have you ever wondered why they feel threatened by your growth? Why your success becomes a challenge to them? Perhaps it's because, deep down, they know that the person you've become is a reflection of what they could have been if they had dared to live as authentically as you now do. Your freedom is not just about you anymore. It's about the legacy you're building. You didn't just leave a relationship, a home, or a friendship. You collapsed an entire structure they had been using to define themselves and their reality. It's as if they had constructed a house of cards, believing it would stand strong forever. But the moment you stepped away, the whole thing fell apart. The strength you gained through your journey and your willingness to let go has shown them that their hold over you was never as strong as they thought. Can you imagine how powerful that must feel? To know that your life, your choices, and your freedom have caused others to reconsider their control. In many ways, this story mirrors the journey of the Israelites who, when they were freed from Egypt, became a beacon of hope and strength. The world around them had been expecting them to remain in slavery, but once they stepped into their freedom, they became an inspiration to many. Your story, your rise from the ashes of doubt and limitation, is just as powerful. And while they may try to imitate your light, the truth is, they can never replicate the freedom you've claimed for yourself. So, chosen ones, why do you think it is that your freedom causes so much discomfort in others? Is it because they see what they could never accomplish? Or is it because deep down they realize your escape is a reminder of their own missed opportunities? The world may never truly understand the depths of your journey, but it's undeniable that your light shines brighter than ever, and your freedom will continue to inspire others to break free from the chains they've allowed to bind them. What if this is the moment that changes everything, not just for you, but for the world around you? Chosen ones, what you've done isn't just a simple departure. It's a declaration of freedom and transformation that reverberates beyond your life. You didn't merely get away, you broke free from every chain that tried to bind you. You leveled up, stepping into a higher realm of existence, and your escape wasn't just a moment, it was a revolution. Have you ever wondered what it truly means to be set free by God? Remember when Jesus said in John 8:36, "If the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed." Your freedom isn't just a release. It's a divine liberation that shatters the structures others tried to build around you. How does it feel to know that the freedom you've claimed is a divine gift, unshakable and eternal? From lovers who doubted your worth to family who tried to box you in, and friends who only saw you as their anchor, your departure sent shockwaves through their lives. They believed they could control you, manipulate you, and guilt-trip you into staying. tethering you with love, loyalty, and history. But did they ever truly see the power of your heart, the strength of your spirit? As Proverbs 4:7 says, "The beginning of wisdom is this: get wisdom. Though it cost all you have, get understanding." When you sought wisdom, when you saw through their games and felt the weight of their control, you chose yourself. And when you chose yourself, did you realize you were not only freeing yourself, but also dismantling the very structure they built around you? That choice wasn't just an escape, it was the collapse of everything they thought they knew about you. Remember the Israelites' journey as they escaped from Egypt? Pharaoh thought he could keep them enslaved forever, much like how those around you believed you would remain in their control. But when God led them out, He gave them the courage to walk away, and their freedom became a testimony of His divine power. Exodus 3:8 tells us, "I have come down to rescue them from the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of that land into a good and spacious land, a land flowing with milk and honey." Can you see the parallels between their journey and your own? You didn't just walk away from something, you walked towards something greater, something divinely appointed. Without you, their house of cards began to fall. They relied on your loyalty, your presence, and your strength to maintain the facade they had created. But when you stepped away, the foundation crumbled. Psalm 127:1 states, "Unless the Lord builds the house, the builders labor in vain." Why do you think their control was so easily shattered the moment you decided to choose yourself? Was it because their foundation was built on manipulation and dependence rather than truth and trust? Their reactions were chaotic as they alternated between disbelief, anger, and confusion. Have you ever seen someone struggle to accept the truth, even when it's staring them in the face? For some, your absence forced them to see their own weakness. The truth that they were manipulators, users, people who thrived on dependency. They didn't realize they were relying on you for their own survival. Have you ever stopped to consider how much power they gave you without even realizing it? Matthew 7:24-27 speaks of the wise and foolish builders. The wise builder builds on the rock, and when the storm comes, the house stands firm. The foolish builder builds on sand, and when the storm comes, it collapses. Your choice to leave was like the storm that exposed the fragility of their false security. For others, your absence sparked resentment and envy. They couldn't comprehend how you escaped the chains they had so carefully polished. How did you break free from the chains they believed were indestructible? Psalm 34:19 reminds us, "The righteous person may have many troubles, but the Lord delivers him from them all." Your escape wasn't just about leaving, it was about divine deliverance. Do you see now that your freedom was part of God's greater plan? That the chains that once held you were never as strong as the power of His deliverance? For some, your departure inspired a hollow imitation. They tried to replicate your strength, your courage, and your independence. But can they truly imitate what God has placed inside you? 1 John 4:4 declares, "You, dear children, are from God and have overcome them, because the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world." They can mimic your actions, but they lack the power, the authenticity, and the divine fire that burns within you. How does it feel to know that they will never be able to replicate the strength God has uniquely given you? Just as Pharaoh's heart was hardened in the face of the Israelites' freedom, those around you tried to harden their hearts against your transformation. But in the end, just as God parted the Red Sea for His people, He made a way for you where there seemed to be no way. Isaiah 43:19 declares, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it?" What if this new thing that God is doing in your life is the very key to helping others see that their chains can be broken too? Chosen ones, how does it feel to know that your freedom has become the very thing that exposes their false control? What would it look like if you used your newfound freedom to show others that they too can break free from their own chains? And how will you walk in this divine liberty, knowing that your journey is part of God's greater plan to reveal His power and glory? John 8:32 reminds us, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." The truth you've embraced has set you free, and now your light shines as a beacon for others to follow. Chosen ones, the shock they felt wasn't just about your departure. It was about your transformation. They thought you would return to them, broken and apologetic, once you experienced the difficulty of standing alone. But instead, you flourished. You reclaimed your energy, your time, and your worth. You became untouchable, and in doing so, you revealed a truth they could no longer ignore. You were never theirs to control, to mold, or to exploit. You were always destined for more. Jeremiah 29:11 reminds us, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope." Can you feel the truth of this verse in your life? You were always meant for more, and your freedom is proof of God's divine plan for you. In your absence, their envy grew like a hidden wound, festering in the silence. They envy the peace you found, the clarity you've gained, and the confidence you radiate. Can you imagine how unsettling it must be for them to witness you living a life they never thought you'd be capable of? Psalm 37:113 says, "Do not fret because of those who are evil, or be envious of those who do wrong. For like the grass they will soon wither, like green plants they will soon die away. Trust in the Lord and do good, dwell in the land and enjoy safe pasture." They replay their conversations with you over and over, dissecting every word, every decision, trying to understand what gave you the strength they lacked. Have you ever wondered why they can't just accept your growth and move on? For some, this envy becomes a mirror, forcing them to confront their own inadequacies. But for others, it morphs into something darker: bitterness, resentment, a desperate attempt to invalidate your progress, because acknowledging your success would mean they have to face their own failure. And yet, their opinions no longer matter. You've reclaimed the narrative. 2 Corinthians 5:17 reminds us, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone, the new is here." You are not their lifeline, their scapegoat, or their project. You have become their reckoning. Can you feel the power in that realization? While they remain trapped in the same cycles of manipulation and dependency, you have risen far beyond their reach. They thought you would never leave. They believed you were somehow bound to them, but now they can't stop obsessing over the fact that you did. Isaiah 54:17 says, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." How must it feel for them to realize that the person they thought was theirs to control has broken free and flourished without them? Drop a comment. I broke the chains. The chains that once held you are now shattered, and your freedom is a declaration to the world, a thunderclap that resonates across the boundaries of control and expectation. Romans 8:21 declares that the creation itself will be liberated from its bondage to decay and brought into the freedom and glory of the children of God. Can you feel the power of your freedom echoing in your soul? You are not only free, but you are now the embodiment of liberation, showing others that it's possible to break free from the bonds that once suffocated them. Breaking free wasn't just about walking away from toxic relationships. It was about reclaiming every part of yourself they tried to diminish, to twist, to reshape into something they could control. Isaiah 61:1 declares, "The Spirit of the Sovereign Lord is on me, because the Lord has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim freedom for the captives and release from darkness for the prisoners." You severed the threads of manipulation, untangling years of subtle conditioning and expectations that had long suffocated your spirit. Every step you took away from them was an act of rebellion, a refusal to let anyone define your worth, your direction, or your identity. Did you realize that with each step, you were rewriting your story? Romans 12:2 reminds us, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." You weren't just leaving a space. You were creating your own destiny, a destiny that no one could take from you. They never saw it coming because they underestimated the quiet storm within you. They banked on your compliance, your need for approval, and your desire to keep the peace. They thought they knew you better than you knew yourself. But the moment you chose yourself, the power dynamic shifted. Psalm 18:39 says, "You armed me with strength for battle. You humbled my adversaries before me. You stopped feeding the system they relied on to keep you small. And without your energy to fuel their agendas, their hold crumbled." Can you feel how their control weakened the moment you stopped giving it your power? Isaiah 10:27 reminds us, "In that day, his burden will be lifted from your shoulders, his yoke from your neck. The yoke will be broken because you have grown so fat." The moment you stopped feeding the system, the yoke that once held you captive was broken. Just as the Israelites, when they walked through the parted Red Sea, saw the chains of Egypt fall away, you too have experienced a similar kind of divine deliverance. Exodus 14:13-14 tells us, "Do not be afraid. Stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today. The Egyptians you see today, you will never see again." The moment you decided to break free, you severed the chains that once held you in a place of bondage. Those who thought they could keep you forever are now left in the wake of your power, watching as you rise in ways they never imagined. How does it feel to know that your strength is a reminder to them of what they could never achieve? Philippians 4:13 says, "I can do all this through him who gives me strength." And what will you do with the freedom you've reclaimed? Will you continue to stand firm in your truth and show others that they too can walk away from the chains that bind them? John 8:32 reminds us, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." Your strength, your courage, and your refusal to stay small have already made waves that can never be undone. Let them see your freedom, let them feel your peace, because in the end, you were always destined for more. You have broken free from the limitations that others have accepted as their reality. While they remain trapped within cycles they have grown comfortable with, bound by fear and complacency, you chose a different path. Have you ever wondered why it is that when you step out in faith, others feel threatened? In doing so, you force them to reconsider their beliefs about control, dependence, and the roles they once imposed upon you. Their envy manifests in subtle ways, through whispered words, attempts to minimize your achievements, and dismissals of your transformation. Isn't it curious how those who never believed in your potential are now watching with jealousy as you soar? They may try to mimic your journey, imitating your steps, but their efforts are shallow and ineffective because they lack the authenticity that powered your growth. The truth is, your freedom was not a mere consequence of chance. It was a conscious decision, a declaration to dismantle the identity they had once given you. What would have happened if they had seen your worth from the beginning? They cannot replicate what they do not understand, and that inability only deepens their frustration. Do they truly grasp the power behind your transformation? Or are they simply trying to preserve their own fragile sense of control? Some may regret losing you, not because they truly valued you, but because they failed to recognize your worth. They took for granted that you would always remain in their lives, a presence they could manipulate to fit their needs. But in your absence, they are forced to confront the void you left behind, the energy you once gave freely. How many times have you felt like you were giving all of yourself, yet no one saw the value of it? Now they are left grappling with their own limitations, unable to fill the emptiness they created. Too late, they have come to realize that they were never the ones defining you. Isn't it a painful realization for them now that they were never in control? You were the glue that held things together, and now, without you, their worlds are beginning to unravel. They wove a complex web around you, each thread carefully designed to bind you tighter. They used manipulation and division, playing people against each other to sow doubt and confusion in your mind. The goal was to keep you uncertain, hesitant, and under their influence. But the Bible says in 2 Corinthians 3:17, "Now the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom." Your decision to break free from their control wasn't just a physical escape. It was a spiritual liberation that they could never understand. Have you ever felt the Spirit urging you to step out, even when the world around you doubted your path? In Galatians 5:1, it is written, "It is for freedom that Christ has set us free." Stand firm then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery. The chains that once held you down no longer have power over you because Christ has already set you free. Through guilt and subtle emotional manipulation, they attempted to build chains that would seem too heavy to break. They whispered lies and half-truths, using subtle threats to keep you compliant, knowing that confusion would keep you tied to them. Why did they think their manipulation would work on you when you were already chosen to be set apart? And when these methods failed, they tried to create emotional dependency, feeding you the lie that without them you would be lost, unable to thrive on your own. But you, as God's chosen one, broke free from that lie, and their attempts to hold you back only served to fuel your growth and transformation. Jesus said in John 8:36, "So, if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed." Isn't it powerful to know that your freedom is not only yours, but it is divinely ordained? Does it make you reflect on all the times others tried to keep you in their grasp, yet God had already declared you free? Doesn't it make you wonder, what would have happened if they had truly seen your worth? If they had recognized the strength within you before it was too late? Your journey is proof that you are not defined by the limitations others place on you. Instead, you are the one shaping your own destiny. As you continue to move forward, how much more will they witness the true power of God working through you? As Philippians 4:13 reminds us, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." With God's guidance, you are unstoppable. Every tactic they employed was deliberate, meticulously designed to bind you to their control. Do you remember how, at first, their actions seemed so subtle, so skillfully crafted that it was hard to see through them? But you did see through it, didn't you? Slowly, steadily, the truth began to unfold before you like a hidden treasure, revealing their manipulation. You noticed how they thrived on your hesitation, how every time you compromised your values, they grew stronger in their hold over you. And as you began to recognize these patterns, didn't it feel like the fog finally lifted? You saw the triangulation that kept you isolated, the guilt that silenced your voice, the dependency that drained your energy. It was a cruel game they played, and the stakes were your freedom. Then, you did the unthinkable. You chose yourself. Choosing yourself wasn't just an act of defiance, it was an act of liberation. Have you ever thought about how that moment of choice altered the course of your life? It wasn't easy. Walking away from their web meant facing their anger, their tears, their desperate attempts to pull you back into their control. But it also meant reclaiming your life, your power, and your identity, the very things they tried to strip away from you. The Bible reminds us in Galatians 5:1, "It is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery. You chose freedom, even when it seemed impossible. You didn't just untangle the threads they had woven around you, you set fire to the entire web. You silenced the guilt they instilled in you, dismantled the manipulation they used to keep you bound, and refused to play the role they had scripted for you. Did you feel the weight lifting as you burned those bridges? They hated it. They hated that their tricks no longer worked, that the false narratives they had carefully constructed to control your life began to collapse in your absence. They called you selfish, cold, heartless, labels designed to pull you back into their game. But have you ever wondered why their words no longer affect you? The truth is, their anger wasn't really about you. It was about their loss of control. They couldn't fathom how you found the strength to leave when they had spent years convincing you that you were powerless. How did you manage to rise above their efforts to drown your spirit? The Bible speaks to this in Isaiah 41:10. So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. God had already been preparing you for this moment, a moment of ultimate strength, to choose yourself over the lies they told you. By choosing yourself, you did more than escape their manipulation. You exposed it. Did you ever think your freedom would shine such a light on their darkness? You forced them to confront the truth they worked so hard to hide, that their power was never real. It was borrowed, stolen, taken from you. And now that it's gone, they are left to face themselves, their games, and their own emptiness. Isn't it strange how, in your absence, they are forced to look inward, seeing the lies they told themselves and the damage they did? Meanwhile, you move forward, untangled, unstoppable, and free. Your freedom strikes them like lightning, illuminating every shadow they tried to hide behind. Doesn't it feel like a powerful victory every time you step further into your purpose? Your independence isn't just a statement, it's a mirror, unflinching and merciless, forcing them to confront truths they've long buried. They see in you the strength they lack, the courage they abandoned, and the authenticity they could never reach. Every move you make, every boundary you set, and every success you achieve only magnifies their own limitations. Have you noticed how your growth seems to rattle their foundation, shaking the false sense of control they once held over you? Your light doesn't just shine, it exposes. They worked so hard to convince you and themselves that you needed them. Their attempts to hold you back were never truly about your flaws. They were about their insecurities. Your growth disrupts their carefully curated sense of superiority. Isn't it unsettling to them now to see you thriving, untethered, and unapologetic? It unsettles them because it proves what they've denied for so long, that their control was never your anchor, it was your cage. And now, as you walk in your divine freedom, what can they say? Their web is destroyed, their influence shattered, and you are free to be everything God has created you to be. When you stepped away, they were forced to face their own reflection, a reflection distorted by their unfulfilled potential and unresolved fears. Do you remember the moment you realized that your departure would bring them face to face with their own truth? They noticed the gaps in their lives, the empty spaces where fear held them back, and in these moments they resent you. They resent you not for what you've done, but because you've made them confront the voids they've spent years avoiding. Isn't it strange how your strength can be seen as an accusation, as if your very existence points to everything they could have become but chose not to? Their discomfort isn't about you. It's about the parts of themselves they've neglected for far too long. For all their bitterness, they can't look away. Your freedom captivates them, challenges everything they thought they knew. Have you ever felt their eyes on you, watching as you rise while they remain trapped in their own self-made prisons? Your transformation is a living testament to the choices they never made. They feel the weight of their excuses in the face of your courage and growth. They try to dismiss you, to downplay your achievements, but their attempts fall flat because the truth is undeniable. You rose while they stayed stagnant. The Bible, in Philippians 3:13-14, says, "Brothers and sisters, I do not consider myself yet to have taken hold of it, but one thing I do, forgetting what is behind and straining toward what is ahead, I press on toward the goal, to win the prize for which God has called me heavenward in Christ Jesus." You are pressing on toward your divine calling, leaving behind the past, and they are left to wrestle with what they could have achieved if they had dared to take that step forward. They've spent so long crafting illusions of strength, wearing masks that hid their insecurities. Now your authenticity exposes these illusions, forcing them to confront their own deceit. How does it feel to see your own truth make their pretenses crumble? Some may attempt to mimic you, imitating the outward markers of your freedom, but they fail. Their imitation is hollow because they lack the internal foundation you've built. They don't understand that your strength wasn't born from rebellion alone, but from the clarity of self-awareness, the refusal to compromise your soul. Do they truly grasp that your freedom came at a price they are unwilling to pay? They try to replicate your path, but without doing the necessary inner work, their efforts crumble under the weight of their inauthenticity. For others, your freedom triggers deep shame, though they rarely admit it. Have you ever noticed how your independence makes them uncomfortable in ways they can't quite put into words? They see in you the person they could have been, if only they had chosen differently, if only they had faced their fears. Your independence forces them to reckon with every opportunity they ignored, every fear that dictated their choices, and every dream they left behind. But it's not your responsibility to heal their wounds or carry their regret. Isn't it freeing to know that your only task is to move forward, unshaken and unbothered? Your success is a mirror they can't escape, and the reflection it offers will either break them or push them to change. What will it take for them to stop running from the truth? Either way, your growth stands as proof that greatness was never a privilege. It was a choice. As the Bible says in Romans 8:28, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Your journey is not just a testimony of your strength. It's a demonstration of God's faithfulness and purpose in your life. If your rise forces them to reckon with themselves, let them deal with their discomfort. How much longer will they keep resisting the truth? It's not yours to carry. Keep rising. Keep reflecting. Your light shines as a beacon for others to find their way, but it's up to them whether they will embrace it or remain in the darkness. When you walked away, it wasn't just an act of defiance. It was the spark that ignited a profound transformation within you. Have you ever realized that sometimes walking away isn't about rejecting others, but embracing your own path? In severing the ties that drained your spirit and kept you bound, you created a space for your true self to emerge. Leaving wasn't a moment of weakness. It was the beginning of an awakening. The clarity you now possess didn't come from outside validation, but from the silence that filled the void once occupied by manipulation, guilt, and dependency. Isn't it amazing how silence can sometimes speak louder than words? In that silence, you heard your own voice for the first time, raw, unfiltered, and free from the noise that had previously drowned it out. How often have you tried to hear your inner voice, only to be drowned by the expectations and demands of others? But now, in this quiet space, you began to hear the true calling of your spirit, guiding you toward the life you were always meant to live. Your spiritual growth didn't come from seeking approval, but from rejecting the need for it. By choosing to break free, you dismantled every narrative that told you to stay small, to conform, or to carry the heavy burden of others' expectations. Doesn't it feel powerful to finally reject the narratives that once bound you? In breaking free, you took the most courageous step toward reclaiming your identity. The Bible says in Romans 12:2, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Your mind was renewed, and with that renewal, you cast aside the pressures that once held you back. You embraced the clarity that came with choosing yourself. And in doing so, you dismantled the lies that had kept you from seeing your true worth. What followed was a peace that felt almost foreign, a stillness that allowed you to see yourself without distortion. Can you remember the first moment you felt that deep peace, that knowing that you were exactly where you were meant to be? In that stillness, you uncovered your power, your worth, and the boundless potential they had tried to suppress. Isn't it remarkable how stepping away from chaos allows you to rediscover your true self? You began to see the truth about who you are, free from the lens of their expectations. And with that clarity came a sense of empowerment that is impossible to ignore. But your escape didn't just transform you, it sent ripples through the lives of those around you. Have you noticed how your freedom causes others to question their own chains, their own limitations? They see your liberation, and they feel its weight. Some begin to question their own patterns, their own cages, because your freedom proves that leaving is not only possible, but necessary for growth. Others, however, feel threatened, unsettled by the mirror your growth holds to their stagnation. What do you think it is about your transformation that causes such discomfort in them? Whether they resist or reflect, your decision has become a force they cannot ignore. In the Bible, Jesus tells us in Matthew 10:34-36, "Do not suppose that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to turn a man against his father, a daughter against her mother, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies will be the members of his own household." Your decision to choose yourself may have caused divisions, but it is the sword of truth that forces people to confront what they've been avoiding. Your transformation, though unsettling to others, is the very catalyst they need to face their own fears. Whether they resist or reflect, your growth has become a powerful force, one that will continue to challenge, inspire, and awaken others, even if they don't yet understand it. Your freedom is not just a personal triumph. It's a beacon of possibility for anyone willing to break free from their own chains. What is it that has made you unstoppable? And how can your journey continue to inspire others to find their own liberation? Envy isn't just a fleeting emotion. It's a force, a powerful reflection of someone's internal conflict. Have you ever realized that when others envy you, it's not just about your achievements, but everything about their own unaddressed pain? When they look at you, free and untouchable, they don't just see your success, they see everything they are not. How does it feel knowing that your very freedom shines a light on their deepest insecurities? Your liberation highlights their stagnation, your authenticity exposes their facades, and your courage mocks their fear. Isn't it striking how your very presence challenges their comfort zone, making them confront the very things they've avoided within themselves? Envy festers in their minds because your story is the reminder they cannot escape. What do you think it is about your story that unsettles them so deeply? They had the same opportunities to rise, but they chose comfort over growth, control over truth, and illusions over freedom. They stayed within the boundaries of their own self-imposed limitations, afraid to take the risk of stepping into the unknown. And now, your success serves as a constant reminder of the path they didn't take. How many times have you seen others try to imitate your life, only to find themselves falling short? They try to mimic your path, thinking that duplicating your external actions will yield the same results. But they fail to understand that true transformation isn't about imitating actions. It's about a deep inner change, a shedding of false identities. They adopt the language of independence, the postures of confidence, but it never lands. Isn't it frustrating to see them try so hard to appear as if they've evolved when the foundation beneath their efforts is so fragile? Their attempts fall flat because they are rooted in imitation, not transformation. They don't realize that your growth didn't come from playing a role. It came from tearing down every false identity that was imposed on you. Can you imagine how hard it must be for them to witness you thriving while they are stuck in their illusions? They want the rewards without the sacrifice, the freedom without the fire, and it burns them to see you thriving in ways they cannot replicate. Their envy drives them to undermine you, to claw at the foundation of your progress. Have you noticed how they try to chip away at your achievements, as if by questioning your success, they can make their own stagnation feel less significant? They spread doubts, questioning your motives, your authenticity, your success. Isn't it ironic how their insecurity leads them to try to invalidate your truth? They attempt to rewrite your narrative, casting themselves as victims of your ascent, or framing your rise as a fluke. Their words and actions are desperate attempts to tether you back to their level, to reassert the power they lost when you broke free. What do you think drives them to continue these efforts, even when they know deep down that your growth is real and unshakable? But their envy is also a teacher, a reminder to stay vigilant. How do you use their envy to fuel your own inner strength? It reminds you that not everyone who watches your rise is celebrating it. Some study your every move, not to understand you, but to find weakness. They wait for cracks, hoping for a moment to strike, to discredit, to drag you back into the pit they've made for themselves. Doesn't it make you stronger to know that your rise is causing such discomfort, and that it proves your path is a divine one? You must protect your energy, your boundaries, and your truth with the same intensity that carried you out of their reach in the first place. Remember the words of Proverbs 4:23. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Protect your energy and your peace from the poison of their envy. How much more powerful is your purpose when you walk in the knowledge that their attempts to tear you down are simply reflections of their own fears? Keep rising, unshaken, and let your success be the proof that your authenticity is unstoppable. Their attempts to undermine you will fail, not because they lack effort, but because they lack authenticity. Have you ever noticed how their words and actions, though persistent, fall flat when they try to attack something that's genuine? They cannot destroy what was built from the deepest parts of your soul. What is it about your core strength that makes them tremble so much? Your freedom is a force of nature, unyielding and unapologetic. Let their envy fuel your resolve, a reminder of the distance you've traveled and the strength you've cultivated. You owe them no explanations, no justifications. Why do they demand answers when your success is the answer itself? Their envy is theirs to bear, a reflection of their own choices and limitations, not a reflection of your journey. Stay vigilant, but stay unbothered. They cannot replicate what they don't understand, and they cannot touch what they fear. Have you realized that your rise exposes their lack of growth, and that's why it rattles them? Your rise is proof that their control was never real, and now neither is their relevance. Doesn't it feel freeing to know that you are the one who holds the power, not them? Let their envy be the shadow to your light, always chasing but never catching. Keep rising, keep shining. They can only watch, powerless in the face of your unstoppable progress. Walking away comes with a weight that few can understand until they've carried it. Can you feel the weight of what you left behind, not as a burden, but as a release? You didn't just leave behind people. You left behind the pieces of yourself you had given to them. Your loyalty, your love, your energy. It wasn't easy. The bonds you severed weren't superficial. They were forged through shared history, moments of trust and vulnerability. How painful was it to realize that in giving so much, you were losing yourself? But those bonds also became chains, and leaving meant breaking them, even as the shards cut into your heart. Isn't it true that the hardest things to let go of are the ones we thought defined us? Nostalgia has a way of whispering lies. It tries to pull you back with memories of better times, moments of laughter, and fleeting connections that felt genuine. Do you find it difficult to resist the pull of memories that make you question your decision? Guilt creeps in, questioning your choice, making you wonder if you were too harsh, too selfish, or too unyielding. But you know the truth. Staying would have meant sacrificing yourself to keep those moments alive, clinging to fragments while your spirit crumbled under the weight of their demands. Have you ever wondered what would have happened to you if you hadn't walked away? The pain is real, but so is the clarity that comes with it. Walking away wasn't about abandoning them. It was about choosing yourself. It meant accepting that some connections were draining your light, suffocating your growth, and keeping you small. Have you noticed how some people's energy weighs you down, no matter how much you give to them? The sacrifices you made were not losses, they were exchanges. You gave up the familiar to gain the infinite. You let go of their expectations to embrace your freedom. Isn't it incredible to realize that the things you thought were holding you together were actually holding you back? Liberation always demands a price. You paid it with your tears, your longing, your doubts, but the reward was yourself, unbound and unstoppable. As the Bible says in John 8:36, "So if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed." Your freedom is not just an outward change, it's an inner transformation that has made you unstoppable. What do you think will happen as you continue to walk in your newfound freedom? They may try to pull you back, but you are no longer who you were, and for that, they can never touch you again. You walk alone, not because you have to, but because you choose to. Have you ever realized that your solitude is not a punishment but a deliberate choice, one that strengthens your spirit? The path of the lone wolf is not one of isolation. It is one of mastery. Solitude sharpens you, teaching you the lessons that the noise of the crowd drowns out. In the stillness, you've learned to listen to your own instincts, to trust your inner voice, and to rely on your strength. Doesn't it feel powerful to finally hear yourself above all the external noise, and to know that your confidence is rooted in God's guidance? There's a unique power in moving through the world untethered, unbound by the expectations of others. Your independence isn't a retreat. It's a declaration that your freedom is non-negotiable. The lone wolf is feared, not because they are alone, but because they are whole. What does it say about you that your solitude makes others uneasy, when all you've done is embrace your truth, as God has intended? As it is written in Romans 8:31, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" You've become someone who doesn't need anyone else's validation to be complete. They may try to label you as isolated, but in truth, your wholeness scares them because it forces them to question their own incomplete selves. Others see your solitude and mistake it for loneliness, yet they cannot deny the power you exude. Do they realize that your strength is born from within, not from anything they can give you? They don't understand that your choice to walk alone is rooted in self-respect, in refusing to accept less than what aligns with your truth. How do you feel knowing that your strength is something others can only admire but never fully comprehend? Your freedom unsettles them because it challenges their reliance on external validation, exposing the hollow spaces where their own strength should reside. What does it mean for them that your independence reveals the emptiness they've been trying to ignore? In 2 Corinthians 12:9, Paul says, "But he said to me, 'My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness.' Therefore I will boast all the more gladly of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me." Your strength, found in God's grace, is a power they will never fully understand. And yet, your presence fascinates. Have you noticed how they watch you, curious about how someone can thrive without needing their approval? They are drawn to the mystique of someone who exists beyond their grasp, someone who doesn't bend to the weight of expectations. They wonder how you find peace in your silence, how you grow stronger without the need for anyone's affirmation. It's simple. Your solitude is not emptiness, it's sovereignty. Isn't it extraordinary how your peace in solitude makes others question their own inability to find such peace? Psalm 23:1 tells us, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." In your quiet, you have found everything you need: peace, purpose, and God's presence. Drop a howl, I thrive alone. If your power grows in the quiet places others fear to tread, let them wonder. Doesn't it make you smile knowing that they'll never truly understand the depth of your inner strength, which is anchored in God? You've already proven that the lone wolf fears nothing, not even themselves. What do you think it says about you that you've embraced the freedom to stand alone, fully aware of the power it brings? Your absence is more powerful than your presence ever was, forcing those you left behind to confront the void you once filled. As the Bible says in Psalm 46:10, "Be still and know that I am God." In your stillness, you've found the strength that others fear to acknowledge within themselves. How much more will your rise inspire those who are still trapped by the noise and the crowd? Keep walking your path. The lone wolf's journey is one of true freedom, found in the peace that God grants to those who trust in Him. They see the spaces you once occupied, your energy, your loyalty, your efforts, and are now left to face the truth of how they mishandled it. Have you ever thought about how their recognition of this truth comes too late to change the impact of your absence? For some, regret takes root. They replay their decisions, every word spoken, every action taken, and realize too late what they've lost. Their guilt becomes a heavy burden, one they cannot escape, constantly reminding them of their failure to value you when they had the chance. As Proverbs 28:13 says, "Whoever conceals their sins does not prosper, but the one who confesses and renounces them finds mercy." Their inability to confront their mistakes only deepens their sorrow. But not all reflections lead to growth. For others, bitterness rises to the surface, acting as a shield against the shame of their own shortcomings. Isn't it telling how so many choose to stay in denial rather than face the truth of their actions? They double down on their narratives, casting you as the villain to justify their behavior. They cling to the idea that your departure was the problem, refusing to acknowledge the cycles of manipulation, neglect, or envy they perpetuated. What does it reveal about their character that they would rather hold on to their false narrative than acknowledge the role they played in your decision? Their denial doesn't change the truth. It only traps them in the very stagnation you escaped. How often do we see people hold on to their own limitations out of fear of confronting their own flaws? Your growth is a ripple that touches everything. They see you thriving and are forced to reckon with the fact that their presence wasn't essential to your success. Isn't it powerful to know that your success doesn't need their validation? Some will quietly try to imitate your steps, hoping to taste the freedom you've claimed, while others will stew in resentment, unable to admit they were the architects of their own limitations. Isn't it fascinating how, despite their resentment, they can't help but be drawn to the freedom you embody? Either way, your transformation exposes them, holding up a mirror they cannot turn away from. What do you think it says about you that your growth has become a reflection of their own stagnation? Their reactions are irrelevant. Your growth speaks for itself. How much clearer does your journey become when you realize that their opinions no longer shape your path? You're not just the one who got away. You're the one who ascended, defying every limit they tried to impose. You didn't leave quietly. You left boldly, carving a path that shook the foundations of their control. They underestimated your strength, dismissed your resilience, and failed to see the fire that was building within you. Did they ever think your fire would be extinguished? Now, as you stand in your power, you are more than a memory. You are a force they cannot ignore. How much stronger does your voice echo now that you are no longer confined by their expectations? As Philippians 4:13 reminds us, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Your journey is a testament not to their limitations, but to the strength God has instilled in you. What could be more powerful than knowing that your growth, fueled by faith, is unstoppable by anyone or anything? Your success is not a reflection of what they expected, but of God's purpose for your life. Your freedom is more than your own. It is a message to anyone still bound by expectations, manipulation, or fear. Have you realized that by choosing yourself, you've become a beacon for others seeking liberation? By walking away from what no longer serves you, you've shown that liberation is not only possible, but absolutely necessary. How powerful is it to know that your journey of freedom could be the spark someone else needs to break free? You've become a living testament to the unyielding spirit, a living example of what it means to refuse anything that doesn't align with your truth. As it says in John 8:36, so if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed. Your freedom is a declaration that with God's strength, anything is possible. Your light disrupts, inspires, and demands acknowledgement, even from those who would rather deny your transformation. Isn't it incredible how your growth forces others to confront their own limitations, even when they would rather avoid it? You have become impossible to ignore. The more you shine, the more they are forced to face their own unresolved fears and unfulfilled potential. How does it feel knowing that your transformation is a catalyst for change, even for those who resist it? Keep moving forward, unapologetically free, unbound and unshaken. Isn't there a sense of strength that arises when you realize that nothing can stop your momentum, no matter how hard they try? Let the whispers of doubt, envy, or regret fade into irrelevance as you continue to rise. As Romans 8:31 says, if God is for us, who can be against us? They can watch, they can wonder, but they cannot stop the momentum you've built. Your foundation is unshakable because it's rooted in your truth and God's purpose for you. What do you think it means that no one can halt the progress you've made, especially when God is at the center of your journey? Your story matters. Have you ever stopped to reflect on how your experiences, your struggles and victories are meant to empower others? Share your truth, your struggles and your victories. Your words will inspire others who need the reminder that freedom is within reach. Who else might be waiting for a sign, and your story could be that very sign? Let them hear your voice, see your strength, and know that the path you've walked is not only yours, it's a call for others to awaken. How much more powerful is it when you realize that your voice carries the strength to ignite change in others? Keep shining, lone wolf. Isn't it empowering to know that the world is better because of your light? The world needs your light. As Matthew 5:14-16 says, you are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. Your light is meant to shine, not just for your own benefit, but to illuminate the path for others to follow. Keep walking in your truth, and let your journey inspire those who are ready to awaken. As we wrap up today's message, remember that your journey of freedom and divine protection is a testament to the power and grace that God has bestowed upon you. Those around you, lovers, family, and friends, might feel envy because they cannot comprehend the strength and peace that you carry. But hold on to this truth. Your freedom is not just a blessing to you, but a light to others, showing them what it means to live in God's purpose and power. If this message resonated with you, I invite you to support this channel by donating through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps spread the word of God's love and truth to more people. And whether you choose to donate or not, I am incredibly grateful for each and every one of you who watches, likes, comments, and shares these videos. Your engagement means the world to me, and I pray that God's blessings continue to pour over you in abundance. May you walk in the fullness of your divine calling with peace, joy, and prosperity. Please like, subscribe, and share this message with those who need it. Also, leave a comment below. Let me know how this word has impacted your life today. May God bless you richly. To all the chosen ones, welcome. If you're here, it may be for a reason far deeper than you realize. What if your birth date holds a powerful secret, one that marks you as part of a rare group known as the chosen ones? Today, we're delving into this fascinating idea where spiritual insight and cosmic alignment reveal hidden layers of purpose. Imagine for a moment, what if I told you that if you were born on these dates, you are a chosen one? This video will guide you through the meaning and mystery of this concept, offering detailed perspectives and insights that might just resonate deeply with your soul. Throughout history, the idea of chosen individuals has woven its way into many spiritual traditions, each offering a unique view on what it means to be marked by destiny. Your birth date, then, is no coincidence. In many beliefs, it's a marker of the potential and purpose you were meant to bring into the world. But what does it really mean to be chosen? Is it a privilege, a challenge, or both? How can you know if you're truly one of these rare, special individuals? These are the questions we'll dive into together. Whether you're a firm believer or simply curious, this journey into the power of birth dates promises revelations and new perspectives. Now, if you're ready to explore your cosmic connection, drop a 777 in the comments and let's begin our exploration into the realm of personal destiny and spiritual significance. God's chosen ones. If you are born on these dates, you are chosen. The concept of divine selection. The concept of divine selection has been an anchor in spiritual and religious thought for thousands of years. It's a thread woven through history, from the lives of prophets in ancient scripture to the teachings of modern spiritual leaders, each revealing different dimensions of what it means to be chosen for a higher purpose. But what exactly does this entail? Does being chosen place a person on a pedestal, or is it more like a calling, a purpose only they can fulfill? In many traditions, the chosen ones are believed to serve as messengers, bridging the divide between the divine and humanity. This role often comes with unique abilities or insights, perhaps manifesting as wisdom, healing powers, or the inner strength needed to guide others on their spiritual journeys. In Exodus 3:10, God speaks to Moses, saying, "I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people the Israelites out of Egypt." Imagine the weight of that moment. A seemingly ordinary person entrusted with a monumental task. In being chosen, Moses was given purpose, but also burdened with the immense responsibility of delivering his people from oppression, a task that would demand every ounce of his courage and faith. Yet divine selection isn't always a mark of privilege or ease. Many who were chosen, like Buddha or Jonah, endured trials that pushed them beyond their limits, forcing them to confront fear, doubt, and sacrifice. For Jonah, being chosen came with a hard lesson in obedience and humility. Resisting his calling led to a series of humbling events until he ultimately embraced his role. In these stories, the journey of the chosen one is far from simple. It's a path filled with both triumph and hardship. Could it be, then, that being chosen is less about reward and more about a commitment to serve, even when the road is hard? It's also crucial to understand that being chosen does not imply superiority. As 1 Corinthians 12:4-7 suggests, there are different kinds of gifts, but the same Spirit distributes them. There are different kinds of service, but the same Lord. Each person holds a unique role. Each gift is valuable, and no one is above another. To be chosen is to be given a specific role within the vast tapestry of existence, one that contributes to the greater whole. As we delve deeper into the significance of birth dates and how they might reveal spiritual purpose, keep this larger perspective of divine selection in mind. The concept transcends ego or status. It is about purpose, duty, and the potential to profoundly impact the lives of others. So, ask yourself, if you were called, would you be ready to accept the trials along with the gifts? What if your birth date truly marked you as someone meant to walk a unique path? Astrological significance. Astrology, the ancient study of celestial bodies and their impact on our lives, offers a remarkable framework for exploring the significance of birth dates. Imagine the moment you were born, the precise alignment of the stars, planets, and other cosmic forces in the sky at that time. Could this unique arrangement have left an imprint on your spirit, influencing not only your personality, but perhaps even your purpose? This is the question astrology seeks to answer, as it considers birth dates to be more than mere numbers on a calendar. In many beliefs, they're thought to be a celestial key to understanding who we are and why we're here. Your zodiac sign, determined by the sun's position at your birth, is often the first glimpse into this world. Yet, astrology goes much deeper. Each planet in our solar system is believed to govern a specific realm of life and personality. For example, Mercury, the planet closest to the sun, has long been associated with communication, intellect, and how we connect with others. Venus, on the other hand, is linked with love, beauty, and relationships, symbolizing our heart's desires and the values we hold dear. Might these planetary influences have a role in shaping those chosen for a higher calling? It's possible. In astrology, certain signs and planetary placements are often connected to spiritual awareness or unique leadership qualities. For instance, people with significant placements in water signs like Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces are thought to possess an innate emotional depth. These signs are often called intuitive or empathetic, qualities that can make them natural healers or compassionate guides. Could these traits be what set them apart as chosen for spiritual work? Those with prominent fire sign placements, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, are often seen as bold, charismatic, and born to lead. This fiery energy might inspire others, guiding them on their own paths with courage and vision, as Moses did when he led his people out of Egypt. Even beyond sun signs, astrology delves into intricate aspects such as the angles between planets in a birth chart, which are believed to shape how our energies manifest. Harmonious aspects like the trine 120 degrees angle, often indicate natural talents or gifts. A trine between spiritual planets like Neptune or Jupiter and personal ones like the Sun or Moon is thought to signify a deep, innate connection to spiritual truths. Another key factor is Chiron, a minor planet named after the wounded healer of Greek mythology. In astrology, a strong Chiron placement often symbolizes someone whose personal wounds can become sources of healing for others. Could those marked by Chiron's influence be chosen to transform suffering into empathy and strength, embodying the message of resilience found throughout Scripture? Astrology is layered, nuanced, and complex. A full chart reading goes far beyond a single birth date or sun sign. Each element within a birth chart interacts with the others, creating a unique cosmic blueprint. While your birth date may only be one piece of this intricate puzzle, it holds clues that, when understood in the broader astrological context, might reveal aspects of your spiritual potential and life path. So, as we explore the spiritual significance of birth dates, remember this: each celestial detail may carry meaning, reflecting God's intricate design. As Psalm 19:1 says, "The heavens declare the glory of God, the skies proclaim the work of His hands." Could it be that these celestial patterns were designed to guide and inspire, showing us who we're meant to become? Numerology and birth dates. Numerology, the mystical science of numbers, provides a captivating lens through which to understand the significance of birth dates. This ancient practice assigns each number its own meaning and energy, suggesting that the numbers in our birth date are more than random. They could hold clues about our life's path, purpose, and spiritual potential. Imagine for a moment that your birth date has been infused with divine meaning, guiding you on a unique journey marked by specific strengths and challenges. Could it be that your life's mission has been numerically mapped out since the day you entered this world? The journey into numerology often begins with the life path number, which can be calculated by reducing your full birth date to a single digit. For example, if you were born on September 10th, 1990, you would add 9 plus 1 plus 5 plus 1 plus 9 plus 9 plus 0, resulting in 34. Adding 3 plus 4 gives us 7, meaning your life path number is 7. Each life path number is thought to reveal a specific set of personality traits, tendencies, and potential destinies. Intriguingly, these numbers echo the Bible's reverence for numbers, such as the number 7, which symbolizes completion and spiritual insight as seen in Genesis 2:2-3, when God rested on the seventh day, sanctifying it as holy. In numerology, some numbers stand apart from the rest for their profound spiritual significance. These are known as master numbers, 11, 22, and 33. These numbers are thought to hold higher vibrations and a unique spiritual potential that goes beyond the usual life path numbers. If your birth date reduces to one of these master numbers, it's believed that you are not just on a regular path, but are called to a life of deeper spiritual awareness, responsibility, and perhaps even mastery. The number 11 is often referred to as the master teacher. It is a number that resonates with intuition, spiritual insight, and a direct connection to the divine. People with this life path number may find themselves gifted with profound spiritual abilities, a strong sense of purpose, and an innate understanding of the mysteries of life. The Bible speaks of such wisdom and guidance in 1 Corinthians 2:10. These are the things God has revealed to us by His Spirit. Those with master number 11 are often meant to share these insights with others, guiding them along their own spiritual journeys. However, it's not always an easy path. The number 11 can also bring with it challenges, intense inner struggles, self-doubt, or the weight of the responsibility to inspire and teach others. But through these struggles, individuals with the 11 life path often emerge as beacons of spiritual light, just as prophets and spiritual leaders did throughout history. The number 22 is considered the master builder, the number of great accomplishments and tangible success. Those with this life path number are believed to have the potential to turn their dreams into reality, using their vision and leadership to make a lasting impact on the world. In the Bible, we see examples of individuals who embodied the qualities of the master builder, those who were called to do extraordinary things, like Noah, who was tasked with building the ark to save humanity, Genesis 6:14. Individuals with the 22 life path are often visionaries, capable of achieving great things, but their path requires immense discipline, hard work, and resilience. They are not only called to build their own lives, but to construct something that will benefit others, creating foundations for future generations. Finally, 33 is known as the master healer, a number that embodies compassion, empathy, and a deep, nurturing energy. Those with this life path number are thought to be natural healers, whether physically, emotionally, or spiritually. They carry the potential to uplift others, to bring peace and harmony, and to serve as a source of unconditional love. The life of Christ is often seen as a perfect reflection of the qualities associated with the number 33. Jesus' life, teachings, and ultimate sacrifice embody the essence of love and healing in its purest form, as described in John 15:13. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Individuals with a 33 life path are called to serve others in a similar spirit, bringing healing and transformation to a world in need of compassion. While these master numbers carry extraordinary potential, it's important to remember that numerology is just one lens through which we can view our spiritual journeys. It offers valuable insights, but it's ultimately our choices and actions that shape our paths. Each day we are given the opportunity to align with the higher calling associated with these numbers, whether we are guided by the intuitive wisdom of 11, the vision and ambition of 22, or the healing love of 33. God has given each of us free will, and it is through our choices that we can step into the fullness of our potential. In the end, whether or not your birth date corresponds to a master number, the path towards spiritual fulfillment is open to all. It's not the number itself that determines your destiny, but how you choose to walk your path, guided by faith, wisdom, and love. So if you find yourself connected to one of these master numbers, ask yourself, how can you use this powerful spiritual potential to fulfill your purpose? How can you become a light for others, just as the prophets and spiritual leaders have done throughout history? Key dates and their meanings. In the realm of spiritual significance, certain dates are believed to carry unique meanings that go beyond mere coincidence. While every person has their own distinct path, these key dates are often associated with specific energies, qualities, and destinies. This exploration isn't about suggesting that some individuals are more chosen than others, but rather recognizing the diverse potentials and responsibilities that come with each birth date. Let's dive into some of these dates and uncover the deeper meanings behind them. January 1st, a day of new beginnings and leadership. January 1st marks the beginning of the Gregorian calendar year, symbolizing a fresh start, new beginnings, and a chance to reset. Those born on this day are often seen as individuals with a pioneering spirit, leaders who are destined to take the first step in creating something new. The energy of the number 1, which this date reduces to in numerology, speaks to individuality, initiative, and leadership. In the Bible, the first chapter of Genesis presents God as the Creator, who brought forth light from darkness, symbolizing the start of all things. Just as God initiated the creation of the world, Those born on January 1st may have the ability to start fresh, inspire others, and lead transformative changes in their communities and beyond. Being born on this date might indicate a life filled with opportunities to step into roles of leadership, whether in your personal life or in a broader societal context. But it also comes with a call to lead with humility and purpose. Are you ready to take the first step on your path, just as God began the work of creation? If January 1st is your birth date, perhaps you are being called to lead with wisdom and courage. February 29th, a rare gift of destiny and uniqueness. February 29th is a rare date, occurring only once every 4 years during leap years. Those born on this day are often seen as having a unique destiny, one that sets them apart in ways that may not be immediately obvious to others. The rarity of the day itself hints at something special, suggesting that these individuals carry a life path unlike any other. In numerology, February 29th reduces to 2 dons, which is associated with cooperation, balance, and sensitivity. People born on this day might find themselves naturally drawn to helping others, fostering harmony, and navigating the complexities of human relationships. In spiritual traditions, those born on this rare day are sometimes believed to possess heightened intuition or psychic abilities. Could this rarity reflect a divine selection, much like the unique role of those chosen for special missions throughout history? Take, for instance, figures like Noah, who was chosen for a specific, one-of-a-kind task in God's divine plan. Just as Noah's story is set apart in history, those born on February 29th may be called to fulfill a destiny that's rare, exceptional, and uniquely tailored to their gifts. March 21st, the spring equinox and rebirth. March 21st coincides with the spring equinox in the Northern Hemisphere, a day that marks the astrological new year and the beginning of the zodiac with Aries. The equinox represents balance, renewal, and the arrival of new life. Just as nature begins its cycle of growth and renewal, those born on March 21st may embody the energy of rebirth and transformation. Aries is ruled by Mars, the planet of action and courage, making these individuals natural-born leaders with an intense drive to initiate change and make their mark on the world. In the Bible, the concept of rebirth is captured in John 3:3, where Jesus tells Nicodemus, "Very truly I tell you, no one can see the kingdom of God unless they are born again." If you were born on March 21st, your life may mirror this idea of spiritual renewal, constantly evolving and rising to new challenges. As we witness nature's annual transformation during the equinox, could it be that you too are called to be a catalyst for change, helping others to evolve and grow along with you? Your birth date might symbolize the new beginnings you are destined to initiate. April 11th, a master number 11, illuminating the spiritual path. April 11th is particularly significant because it reduces to the master number 11, which holds a special place in numerology. Number 11 is often regarded as the number of spiritual insight, enlightenment, and vision. Individuals born on this date are believed to have a deep connection to the spiritual realm and may be natural visionaries, intuitives, or inspirational figures. In the Bible, the concept of divine vision is abundant, as in Acts 2:17, where it is written, "In the last days God says, I will pour out my spirit on all people. Your sons and daughters will prophesy. Your young men will see visions. Your old men will dream dreams." For those born on April 11th, this date might signify a life filled with a higher calling, where they are expected to guide others through spiritual insights or lead them toward enlightenment. However, being a master, number 11 also comes with immense responsibility. Those chosen in this way often face the challenge of remaining grounded while fulfilling their profound spiritual purpose. Are you being called to be a spiritual guide, someone who helps others see beyond the physical realm and into the divine mysteries of life. May 5th, the power of change and freedom. May 5th is a date with repeating numbers, 555, symbolizing change, freedom, and personal growth. In numerology, the number 5 represents adventure, adaptability, and expansion, making those born on this day highly flexible and open to transformation. Individuals born on May 5th are often driven by a desire for freedom, whether it's freedom of thought, lifestyle, or movement. They tend to embrace change and are often the ones who inspire others to do the same. The Bible speaks of freedom in Galatians 5:1, where it says, "It is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery." If you were born on May 5th, your life path may be all about embracing change and breaking free from limiting circumstances. You are likely someone who is meant to encourage others to step into their personal power, to transform, and to grow into their fullest selves. But remember, true freedom also comes with the responsibility to help others unlock their potential and freedom too. June 21st, the summer solstice and nurturing energy. June 21st marks the summer solstice in the Northern Hemisphere, the longest day of the year when the sun reaches its peak. As the sun enters Cancer, a water sign known for its emotional depth and sensitivity, this date is associated with the growth, light, and nurturing. Those born on this day are often deeply connected to the cycles of nature, finding themselves in tune with both the external world and the emotional needs of others. The solstice symbolizes the triumph of light over darkness, a theme that plays out in the lives of those born on this day. These individuals might have a strong natural ability to nurture and support others in their spiritual growth, much like the sun provides warmth and life to the earth. In spiritual traditions, light is often seen as a metaphor for divine guidance and truth. Individuals born on June 21st may find themselves as natural healers, counselors, or caretakers, gifted with the ability to bring light to others in their times of darkness. Just as the sun rises to illuminate the world, these individuals are likely called to illuminate the hearts of others. July the 7th, the power of 7 and spiritual awakening. The date, July 7th, is remarkable for its repeating sevens, 7 to 7, a number widely regarded as deeply spiritual in many traditions. The number 7 is often associated with mysticism, intuition, and spiritual awakening. In numerology, 7 represents a profound connection to the spiritual realm, often linked to individuals who are deeply introspective, analytical, and attuned to the unseen energies of the universe. Those born on this date may feel an inherent pull towards the spiritual studies, practices, and inner exploration. It is no wonder that 7 is frequently mentioned in the Bible, as seen in passages such as Revelation 7:12, where 7 is a symbol of completion and divine perfection. Born on this day, you may find yourself on a lifelong quest for spiritual truth, constantly seeking deeper understanding of your purpose and the mysteries of life. But the number 7 isn't just about contemplation. It is also about action, acting upon the knowledge you acquire and sharing it with others. Are you ready to step into your spiritual calling and embrace the full depth of your inner wisdom? August 8th, the master number 8 and divine responsibility. August 8th is another significant date due to its repeating number pattern, 8 to 8, a sequence that holds profound meaning in numerology. The number 8 is often associated with power, authority, and material success. Yet in a spiritual context, this number also emphasizes the responsibility to use power for the greater good. Those born on this date might have the potential to achieve material success, but their true spiritual path often lies in using that success to benefit others and create positive change. The number 8 is often referred to as the number of infinite possibilities, a symbol of the flow of energy in both the material and spiritual realms. As seen in Proverbs 8:12, wisdom itself is personified as a woman who has power over all things. Individuals born on August 8th may be called to balance their material success with a higher purpose, ensuring that their power is used responsibly to uplift and inspire others. September 9th, the number of completion and humanitarianism. When we look at the September 9th, we see the powerful energy of the number 9. This number in numerology is associated with completion, humanitarianism, and spiritual wisdom. The number 9 signals the culmination of cycles, representing both the end of one phase and the beginning of another. Those born on September 9th might feel a strong call to serve humanity, sharing their wisdom and offering their talents for the betterment of others. Their spiritual journey is often one of a service, dedicating themselves to causes larger than themselves and aiming to make the world a better place. In the Bible, the number 9 is often linked to divine completeness. One example can be found in Galatians 5:22-23, where the fruit of the Spirit is listed, and the final characteristic mentioned is self-control, signifying the maturity and wisdom that comes with spiritual completion. Those born on September 9th are often natural-born humanitarians, driven by a desire to help others and share their insights. October 10th, the power of new beginnings and spiritual cycles. When you look at October 10th, you'll notice that the number 1 stands out in numerology. This number is deeply connected with fresh starts, leadership, and discovering your unique purpose. Being the 10th day of the 10th month, it symbolizes the opportunity to initiate new cycles, whether in your physical world or your spiritual journey. Those born on this date often feel a powerful urge to begin anew, serving as catalysts for transformation in their own lives and in the lives of others. The Bible speaks often of new beginnings, with the creation of the world being the most profound example. Genesis 1:1 tells us, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." Just as God set the foundation for the universe, individuals born on October 10th may be called to initiate their own spiritual transformations, impacting not only their personal journeys, but also the world around them. Do you feel the pull to begin a new spiritual chapter? What changes are you being called to make that could shape the future? November 11th, spiritual awakening and master. Number 11. November 11th is considered a master number, 11. A number tied to the spiritual awakening, enlightenment, and the bridging of physical and spiritual realms. Those born on this day are often seen as light workers, individuals who have been chosen to spread light and healing throughout the world. Their spiritual path is often one of profound insight and deep connection to the divine. As the number of illumination and enlightenment, 11 represents the ability to guide others to spiritual truth. In the Bible, light is a common metaphor for the divine, as seen in Matthew 5:14. "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." For those born on November 11th, your spiritual purpose is to be a beacon of light to others, guiding them towards the truth and helping them navigate their spiritual journeys. Let's embrace your calling as a light in the darkness, leading others to enlightenment. December 21st, the winter solstice and spiritual transformation. Finally, December 21st marks the winter solstice, the shortest day and longest night of the year. It represents the symbolic end of darkness and the gradual return of light. Those born on this day are often seen as the guides through darkness. Individuals who have the ability to lead others from challenging dark times into moments of spiritual illumination and rebirth. The winter solstice has deep spiritual meaning across cultures, symbolizing transformation and renewal. In John 8:12, Jesus said, "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life." For those born on December 21st, your life may be marked by moments of transformation, where you help others navigate through spiritual darkness toward the light of divine truth. These are just a few examples of dates considered spiritually significant in various traditions. It's important to remember that every day holds the potential for spiritual significance, and individuals born on any date can embark on a meaningful spiritual journey. Your birth date might offer interesting insights into your potential spiritual gifts or challenges, but it doesn't predetermine your path. Ultimately, it's your choices, actions, and dedication to personal growth that shape your spiritual journey. Whether or not you were born on one of these special dates, you have the capacity for spiritual growth and the potential to positively impact the world around you. The true measure of spiritual significance isn't in the date you were born, but in how you choose to live each day of your life. How to recognize if you're a chosen one. Recognizing whether you're a chosen one is not about waiting for a dramatic or obvious sign from the universe. Instead, it's about noticing the subtle clues, feelings and experiences that suggest you may have a deeper, more spiritual purpose. If you've ever wondered if you are meant for something greater, here are some signs that may point to your unique role. 1. Strong intuition. If you're often guided by gut feelings that turn out to be correct, or if you experience a sense of déjà vu frequently, it could be a sign that you're more attuned to spiritual guidance than others. Chosen ones often have a heightened sense of intuition that helps them navigate their life's journey with wisdom and clarity. These gut feelings may come in the form of visions, hunches, or a strong pull towards something or someone that feels significant. The ability to discern truth from illusion can set you apart. In the Bible, we see examples of people with a strong spiritual connection and discernment. In the book of Proverbs it says, "The spirit of man is the lamp of the Lord, searching all the inward parts of the belly." Proverbs 20:27. This suggests that the inner wisdom, or intuition, is a divine light that helps guide us. Moreover, in John 16:13, Jesus promises that the Holy Spirit will guide believers into all truth. But when He, the Spirit of truth, comes, He will guide you into all the truth. This is a reminder that intuition, when aligned with God's will, can be a powerful tool to discern what is right and true in our lives. 2. Empathic abilities. Empathic abilities are a profound gift, yet they can also bring their own set of challenges. Those who possess this ability often feel the weight of others' emotions, sometimes deeply absorbing the pain, joy, or anxiety that others experience. It's a sensitivity that can be overwhelming, especially in crowded or emotionally charged environments. However, this sensitivity is not just a random trait. It can serve a greater purpose. In the Bible, we see Jesus, the ultimate chosen one, embodying the essence of empathy. He was not just a healer of bodies, but of hearts. In the Matthew 9:36, it is written, "When he saw the crowds, he had compassion on them, because they were harassed and helpless, like sheep without a shepherd." Empaths, much like Jesus, are often called to serve others through the emotional and spiritual support they provide. It can be exhausting, yet it is also a pathway to healing. The ability to feel others' pain and joy can be a sign of a chosen one's divine calling, a tool through which they can help others navigate their emotional turmoil. In the same way that Isaiah 53:3 speaks of the suffering servant who was despised and rejected by mankind. A man of suffering and familiar with pain, the empath's journey is often one of bearing others' burdens, but also one of immense power. Power to heal, to comfort, and to bring others closer to the light. 3. Vivid dreams. Have you ever woken up from a dream that felt more like a message or a prophecy than just a random collection of images? Many throughout history, including the great patriarchs of the Bible, experienced vivid dreams that held deeper meanings and divine messages. The Bible speaks of such dreams in several places, especially when God wanted to guide or warn his people. For example, in the book of Daniel, the prophet received dreams and visions that foretold future events. Daniel 7:1-14. Similarly, Joseph, the son of Jacob, was known for his dreams that not only foretold his future, but also helped guide his family during times of great hardship. Genesis 37:5-11. Vivid or prophetic dreams are often experienced by those on a special spiritual path. These dreams may carry guidance, insights, or warnings that can help direct your actions in waking life. If you find yourself having vivid dreams with recurring symbols or themes, it's worth paying attention to their potential significance. Just as Joseph's dreams were key to his destiny, your dreams could hold clues to your life's journey. In the New Testament, the Apostle Paul also received a vision that directed him to Macedonia, Acts 16:9-10, showing how God still uses dreams and visions as a way to speak to his followers. Just as the Lord spoke to his people through dreams in times past, he can still use vivid dreams today to lead, protect, or prepare us for what is to come. So, the next time you wake up from a dream that lingers in your mind, consider whether it might be more than just a product of your subconscious, but perhaps a message of divine direction. 4. Synchronicities. Synchronicities are those meaningful coincidences that feel as though the universe is aligning events in your favor, guiding you down the right path. It's like a divine hand orchestrating moments where everything falls into place just when you need it most. As it is written in Romans 8:28, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." When you experience such moments where people, events, or circumstances seem to align too perfectly to be mere chance, it may be a sign that you are being led by a higher power, affirming your spiritual journey. These moments are not just coincidences, they are divine reminders that you are walking the path God has set for you. 5. Natural healing abilities. People with a natural healing ability often bring a sense of calm and comfort to those around them, much like how Jesus healed the sick and comforted the brokenhearted. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus speaks of rest and peace, saying, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." Matthew 11:28. Similarly, those born with a healing touch can offer peace and restoration, whether through a kind word or simply their presence. Their ability to heal, both physically and emotionally, serves as a calling to bring others into a space of balance and well-being, reflecting the love and compassion of Christ. 6. Attraction to spiritual topics. A deep, unexplainable draw towards spiritual subjects, philosophy, or the mysteries of the universe often signals a higher calling. As the Bible says in Proverbs 2:3-5, "If you call out for insight and cry aloud for understanding, and if you look for it as for silver and search for it as for hidden treasure, then you will understand the fear of the Lord and find the knowledge of God." This thirst for knowledge reflects a soul longing for a deeper spiritual awakening and connection. Your constant pursuit of life's bigger questions is not just curiosity, but a sign that you are being led toward a higher purpose. 7. Feeling different. Do you often feel out of place, as though you don't quite fit into the molds or expectations of society? This sense of being different, even misunderstood, may be a sign that you're not meant to follow the conventional path. In the Bible, God often calls individuals who feel set apart to fulfill great purposes. For example, in 1 Peter 2:9, it says, "But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his wonderful light." Chosen ones frequently experience feelings of alienation, not because they are meant to be isolated, but because they are called to bring something new and transformative into the world. 8. Strong sense of purpose. A strong sense of purpose, deeply rooted in the belief that you are meant to do something significant, is often a defining trait of the chosen ones. This inner calling, unshakable and persistent, propels you to act in ways that serve the greater good. Whether through small, everyday actions or larger, life-changing missions, your purpose often involves helping others awaken to their own potential. As the Bible reminds us, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future." Jeremiah 29:11. This verse speaks to the divine purpose each of us carries, urging us to fulfill the greater calling placed upon our lives. 9. Unexplained experiences. Unexplained experiences, where logic and common understanding fall short, often point to something deeper and more profound. Perhaps you've seen signs, received messages, or encountered inexplicable events that felt too purposeful to be mere coincidence. In these moments, you might be experiencing divine interventions, a powerful reminder that you are guided by a higher force. As it is written in the Bible, "The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still." Exodus 14:14. These moments, though mysterious, can affirm that the path you walk is not by chance, but led by God's hand, unfolding as part of a greater purpose. 10. Heightened sensitivity. Heightened sensitivity is not just about emotions. It can extend to physical sensations and even the energy of the environments you encounter. For instance, you might become more attuned to light, sound, or certain foods. This heightened awareness may be a sign of spiritual awakening, much like how the Bible describes the need for discernment in 1 John 4:1. "Do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God." Just as this passage encourages us to be mindful of unseen forces, heightened sensitivity can serve as a tool to navigate your surroundings more consciously, allowing you to be aware of the energies around you and discern what is beneficial for your spirit. If you resonate with some or all of these experiences, it might be time to reflect on your spiritual journey and explore what being a chosen one truly means for you. Remember, being chosen doesn't mean you're above others. It simply means you may have a unique role to play in the spiritual awakening of the world. You have the ability to positively impact others, heal, and guide those who are lost or in need. Whether through quiet acts of kindness, teaching, or leading by example, the journey of a chosen one is one of service, compassion, and awakening. Embrace these experiences, trust your inner guidance, and recognize that your spiritual purpose is unfolding as you continue to grow and evolve. The world needs you, and your path has already begun. The role of free will. While the concept of being chosen may suggest a path that's predestined, it's essential to recognize the profound role free will plays in shaping your spiritual journey. In the Bible, we are reminded in Deuteronomy 30:19 that God gives us the power to choose. "I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life so that you and your children may live." This emphasizes that, despite any signs or potential inferred by our birth date, astrology, or numerology, our ultimate path is shaped by the choices we make, not by a fixed, unchangeable fate. Your spiritual path isn't determined by when you were born. Even if your birth falls on a date deemed spiritually significant, this does not automatically guarantee enlightenment or success in fulfilling your destiny. Rather, it's through your active engagement with your spiritual life that true transformation occurs. As the Apostle Paul writes in Philippians 2:12, "Continue to work out your salvation with fear and trembling," underscoring that spiritual growth is a conscious and ongoing choice. The idea of free will doesn't negate the potential that certain astrological or numerological signs may reveal about your spiritual strengths. It simply means that, regardless of when you were born, the power to cultivate your gifts lies in your hands. James 1:5 says, "If any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally and without reproach." You have the freedom to seek wisdom, develop your gifts, and step into the fullness of who God created you to be. Thus, while the circumstances of your birth might offer clues to your potential, your decisions are what truly define your spiritual growth. Your journey is dynamic, influenced by each choice you make along the way. Remember, the power to choose is always yours. Joshua 24:15 invites us to make that choice. "But as for me and my household, we will serve the Lord." It's this conscious decision that shapes your path, aligns you with your higher purpose, and leads to spiritual fulfillment. Developing your spiritual gifts. Recognizing the spiritual potential within you is a powerful realization, but it's just the first step on a lifelong journey of growth and transformation. The true work begins when you commit to nurturing and cultivating these spiritual gifts. Like training a muscle, your abilities can be honed over time, but this path requires dedication, continuous practice, and most importantly, patience. Spiritual growth is not a race to be won quickly. Rather, it's a deep, ongoing process of self-discovery that unfolds with each new experience. One of the most powerful tools to cultivate spiritual abilities is meditation. Regular practice allows you to quiet the mind, enhancing your intuition and establishing a stronger connection with your higher self. This moment of stillness creates space for insights and guidance to emerge from within. Alongside meditation, mindfulness can deepen this connection by teaching you to be fully present in every moment. When you are truly aware of your surroundings and inner state, your sensitivity to subtle energies is heightened, allowing you to perceive more than the surface reality. To support this growth, it's essential to explore and expand your understanding of spirituality through study. Delving into various spiritual traditions and philosophies broadens your perspective, offering new ideas and practices that can fuel your journey. As you deepen your spiritual knowledge, journaling becomes an invaluable tool. By recording your dreams, intuitions, and experiences, you create a record of your growth and insights, helping to track your evolution over time. Energy work is another significant practice for developing spiritual gifts. Whether through Reiki, Qigong, or yoga, engaging in these practices helps you attune to the subtle energies within and around you, fostering a deeper sense of spiritual awareness. Connecting with nature is equally important, as it provides a grounding force that enhances your spiritual connection. Time spent in nature nurtures your spirit and helps you attune to the natural flow of energy that surrounds us all. Equally crucial is the practice of service. Engaging in acts of selfless service cultivates compassion and helps you understand your role within the greater whole. Serving others is a reflection of your spiritual growth and an opportunity to practice humility, kindness, and understanding. Alongside service, divination tools such as tarot or I Ching can help you refine your intuitive abilities, providing guidance and insight as you navigate the twists and turns of your spiritual path. To reinforce your spiritual growth, affirmations are a powerful tool. Positive affirmations help to rewire your mindset, reinforcing the belief in your potential and your connection to the divine. And throughout this journey, it's important to seek community. Connecting with like-minded individuals creates a supportive environment for shared learning and growth, offering you the encouragement and perspective that can help you stay on course. Ultimately, developing your spiritual gifts is a gradual process that requires patience and commitment. By embracing meditation, mindfulness, study, journaling, energy work, nature connection, service, divination, affirmations, and community, you cultivate the space for your spiritual potential to flourish. Through this dedication, you will continue to evolve, deepen your understanding, and transform into the person you are meant to be. Remember, what works for one person may not work for another. Be patient with yourself and trust your own path of discovery. As the Bible reminds us, "For I know the plans I have for you," declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you a hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. If you believe you're chosen or spiritually gifted, it's crucial to approach this belief with humility and responsibility. Being chosen isn't about superiority or special privileges. It's about having a specific role to play in the greater tapestry of existence. Jesus said, "Whoever wants to be great among you must be your servant." Matthew 20:26. True spiritual leaders don't seek power or acclaim for themselves. They serve others, work for the greater good, and use their gifts to uplift humanity. Have you ever thought about how your spiritual gifts can serve others in your community? This responsibility extends to continuous self-improvement and ethical living. It means striving to embody the spiritual principles you believe in, even when it's challenging. The Apostle Paul reminds us, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Romans 12:2. It involves using your insights or abilities not for personal gain, but to help guide others on their own spiritual journeys. Do you feel called to help others find their own path to spiritual growth? Your birth date may offer clues about your spiritual path, but it doesn't define you. You are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of Him who called you out of darkness into His wonderful light. 1 Peter 2:9. Every soul has a unique purpose. Your task is to discover that purpose and live it fully. Whether chosen or not, you have the power to make your life spiritually meaningful through your choices and actions. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel for more insightful spiritual content. I leave you with this thought. What steps will you take today to walk in the purpose you've been given? I wish you peace and fulfillment on your journey of self-discovery, living a life full of purpose and meaning. May God's guidance be with you always. Holy crap! I just know something has shifted within you. I can feel it, my angel. I can feel it. And we're going to dive straight into it today because this message was meant for you. If this video found you, it's not a coincidence. Let me tell you, my algorithm right now, I don't even think YouTube has control over it anymore. These videos keep landing exactly where they're supposed to, exactly when they're supposed to. So if you're here, it's because you're meant to be here. I feel like something major has happened within you recently. Maybe it was during this last full moon, because wow, that energy was intense. A lot of old wounds, emotions, and memories have been surfacing, haven't they? It's like the universe handed you all this heaviness to process, and I feel like you finally reached a breakthrough. You could have had a massive realization even just last night. You broke through a cycle that has been repeating itself in your life for so long. Maybe it was an old belief, an unhealthy attachment, or something you've been struggling to release. But here's the thing, something about you is different now, and that's why this video is here. We're going to explore what you've let go of and why that release was so powerful. But before we do, I want to remind you to like this video if it resonates, subscribe so you don't miss what's next, and leave a comment with 77 to send your signal to the universe. Let this video play on repeat to amplify the energy and soak up every ounce of power it holds. If you're a true chosen one, I know you'll stay until the end. And if you're not, well, let's just say you probably won't. God's chosen ones, what did you let go of? This was meant to find you today. One, recognizing the weight you've carried for so long. You've been carrying something heavy, chosen one. It wasn't always obvious, but it was there, like a shadow following you, clinging to your steps, weighing you down even when you couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Maybe it was a limiting belief, a voice in your mind whispering lies like, "You're not good enough," or "You'll never break free." Maybe it was an attachment to something that no longer served you, a relationship that drained your energy, a habit that kept you stuck, or a fear that whispered, "What if you fail?" Whatever it was, it felt like an invisible chain holding you back from stepping into the life you knew deep down was waiting for you. This weight wasn't just emotional, it affected every part of your being. It showed up in your thoughts, keeping you in cycles of doubt and overthinking. It showed up in your body, making you feel tired, sluggish, or even physically unwell. It showed up in your choices, keeping you from taking the risks that could have led to breakthroughs. And yet, you kept going, my angel. You kept moving forward, even when it felt like you were dragging the world behind you. You've been doing the work, even when it felt impossible. You've been peeling back the layers, facing emotions you once buried, and confronting truths you tried to avoid. It hasn't been easy. There were moments when the pain felt like too much, when you wondered if it was worth it, but you didn't give up. You kept showing up for yourself, even when it felt like the progress was too small to see. You've been brave in ways you might not even realize, choosing healing when it would have been easier to stay stuck. And now, something has shifted. Can you feel it? The weight that once felt unbearable has started to lift. It's like a fog is clearing, revealing a path you didn't even know was there. You might not fully understand how or why yet, but trust me, it's happening. This isn't just in your imagination, it's real. The work you've done, the energy you've released, the truths you've embraced, they've created space for something new, something lighter, something aligned with the life you're stepping into. Think about the small signs you've noticed lately. Maybe it's a feeling of relief that you can't quite explain, or a sense of peace that wasn't there before. Maybe you found yourself reacting differently to situations that once triggered you, or you've started to feel more hopeful about the future. These aren't coincidences. They're evidence that the weight you've been carrying is beginning to dissolve. The chains that once held you back are breaking one by one. This isn't just about letting go of what no longer serves you. It's about recognizing the strength it took to carry that weight for so long. You've been holding on to it, not because you wanted to, but because in some way it felt familiar. Maybe it felt like a part of your identity, or maybe you believed you had to carry it to survive. But now, chosen one, you're realizing that you don't have to hold on to it anymore. You're realizing that you deserve to be free. As the weight lifts, you're stepping into a new version of yourself. This version of you isn't burdened by old beliefs, fears, or patterns. This version of you is lighter, more open, and more aligned with your true self. You're not just surviving anymore, you're preparing to thrive. And the best part? This is just the beginning of what's possible for you. Perhaps you've noticed how your dreams are starting to feel more vibrant, more achievable. That small voice inside of you, the one that used to be drowned out by fear, is growing louder, guiding you toward possibilities you hadn't considered before. You're finding yourself drawn to new opportunities, new relationships, and new experiences that resonate with the person you're becoming. These shifts aren't accidental. They're the universe's way of showing you what's next. The weight you carried wasn't in vain. Every struggle, every tear, every sleepless night, it was all shaping you, refining you, preparing you for this moment. The resilience you've built is now your superpower, and the lessons you've learned are your compass. You're no longer held back by the past. You're stepping boldly into the future. Chosen one, take a moment to honor yourself for how far you've come. Recognize the courage it took to carry that weight and the strength it takes to let it go. You are more powerful than you know, and this is your time to rise. Trust that the universe sees your efforts, and it's clearing the path for the blessings and abundance that have been waiting for you all along. This is your moment, my angel. The weight is lifting, and you're stepping into the freedom you've always deserved. So take a deep breath. Feel the lightness that's beginning to surround you. This is the start of something beautiful. You're not just releasing the weight, you're embracing the limitless possibilities that come with freedom. Trust the journey, trust yourself, and trust that this is exactly where you're meant to be. Your story's just beginning, and the best chapters are yet to be written. 2. The moment of realization. Chosen one, let's dive into that moment. You know the one. The moment that stopped you in your tracks when the truth hit you with undeniable clarity. It might have felt like the world paused, like everything around you suddenly made sense in a way it never had before. Maybe it came quietly, like a whisper in the stillness of the night, or maybe it arrived like a thunderclap during a heated conversation, a flashback, or an unexpected nudge from the universe. But when it came, it changed everything. This wasn't an ordinary moment. It was divine intervention, a lightning bolt of truth meant to wake you up. Suddenly, you saw what you hadn't been able to see before. The weight you've been carrying, the pattern you kept repeating, the belief that kept you stuck. It all became crystal clear. And while this realization was powerful, it wasn't easy. It brought with it a flood of emotions you couldn't ignore. You may have felt grief, mourning the time you spent stuck in that cycle. Perhaps you felt frustration, wondering why it took so long to see what was so obvious in hindsight. Or maybe fear crept in, whispering doubt about what it would mean to let go of something so deeply ingrained. But beneath all those emotions was a spark, a flicker of hope, of liberation, of something greater waiting on the other side. Think about what you saw in that moment. Was it a relationship that drained you of your light? A job that kept you stuck in mediocrity? Or a belief that whispered lies like, "You're not good enough," or "You don't deserve more"? Maybe it was a habit, a mindset, or a fear that had woven itself into your identity so seamlessly that you didn't even realize it was there. Whatever it wasn't serving you anymore. It had become a barrier, standing between you and the life you were meant to live. This moment of realization wasn't just a spark of clarity, it was a divine breakthrough. The universe wasn't just showing you what was wrong, it was showing you what was possible. It was saying, "Look, my angel, this is what's been holding you back, and now it's time to let it go." That's the beauty of these moments. They're not meant to shame you or make you feel like you've been wasting your time. They're meant to set you free. Realizations like this often come when you're ready to grow, even if you don't feel ready. Maybe you've been asking for a sign, praying for guidance, or simply feeling like something needed to change. And then, in this moment, the universe answered. It wasn't subtle. It was a call to action, a wake-up call you couldn't ignore. But let's be real. This realization wasn't just about identifying the weight you've been carrying. It was also about recognizing your power to let it go. You saw the patterns for what they were, not as insurmountable obstacles, but as lessons you'd outgrown. Maybe you realized that playing small was no longer an option, or that your worth isn't tied to what others think of you. Maybe you saw that the love, success, and abundance you've been seeking have always been within your reach. You just needed to believe it. This wasn't just a light bulb moment, it was a turning point, a shift in your energy, a declaration to the universe that you were ready for more. And the universe heard you. It felt your intention, your readiness, your willingness to step into the unknown. That's when things started to align. Doors that had been closed began to crack open. The right people, opportunities, and ideas started showing up. It was as if the entire universe leaned in to support you. This realization wasn't just about letting go of what no longer serves you. It was about stepping into who you're becoming. You saw a glimpse of your future self, the version of you that's free, abundant, and fully aligned with your purpose. And in that moment, you weren't just dreaming of that version. You were claiming it. This was more than a thought or a fleeting idea. It was a pivotal moment that will ripple through every area of your life. Chosen one, honor this moment. Reflect on it deeply. Journal about it. Meditate on it. And hold it close to your heart. This realization wasn't random. It was a divine gift. A message from the universe meant to propel you forward. It's a reminder of your strength, your wisdom, and your power to transform your life. As you move forward, let this moment guide you. Whenever doubt creeps in, whenever fear tries to pull you back, remember this realization. Remember the clarity you felt, the weight you saw for what it was, and the choice you made to release it. This moment is proof that you're ready. Proof that you're stepping into a new chapter of your journey. One where freedom, abundance, and joy are no longer dreams. They're your reality. This moment of realization wasn't just about clarity. It was about a commitment to yourself. It was about deciding that you were worthy of a life that felt aligned and fulfilling. With that decision, you sent a signal to the universe, declaring your readiness to rise above old limitations and embrace a new path. The universe responded by clearing the way, aligning the people, opportunities, and resources you would need to succeed. This realization also brought with it an invitation, a call to rise. It's not just about seeing the truth, but also about acting on it. It's about making the bold, sometimes uncomfortable choices that align with the life you're meant to live. It's about stepping forward with courage, even when the path ahead feels uncertain. That's the power of a moment like this. It doesn't just inspire you, it transforms you from the inside out. Chosen one, take a deep breath and feel the weight of this moment. It's not a burden, it's a gift, a doorway into your highest potential. As you stand on the threshold of this new chapter, know that you're not alone. The universe is walking with you, guiding your steps and cheering you on every step of the way. Trust in the process and trust in yourself. This realization is the start of something extraordinary. 3. The release, letting go with grace. Releasing isn't easy, chosen one. It's one thing to understand what's holding you back, but it's another to let it go completely. This chapter is about stepping into your power by releasing with grace, choosing freedom over the safety of what's familiar. And here you are, standing at the threshold of transformation, ready to embrace what's next by letting go of what no longer serves you. Letting go isn't about erasing the past or pretending it didn't happen. It's about honoring it for the role it played in your journey, while recognizing that its chapter in your life is complete. Maybe it was a relationship that taught you how to love, or a belief that gave you strength in a time of uncertainty. Perhaps it was a job, a dream, or even an identity that once felt like everything. Whatever it was, it served a purpose. But now, its purpose has been fulfilled. It's time to thank it, release it, and move forward with grace. You may feel a swirl of emotions as you release. There might be sadness for the memories tied to what you're leaving behind. There could be relief, as if a heavy burden is finally lifting. Or you might feel fear of the unknown, of stepping into uncharted territory. My angel, every one of these emotions is valid. Let yourself feel them fully, but don't let them tether you to the past. These emotions are part of the release, part of the cleansing, part of the transformation. Think of letting go as an act of love, love for yourself and love for your journey. Imagine it as a process of unburdening. Close your eyes and picture the cords that tie you to your past. See yourself gently, lovingly, cutting them one by one. Watch the weight fall away. Feel the space that opens up within you, the lightness that replaces the heaviness. It's not just a metaphor, it's a shift in your vibration, a tangible change in your energy field. Releasing with grace means letting go with gratitude. Acknowledge the lessons you've learned, the growth you've experienced, and the person you've become because of what you're now releasing. Say thank you, not out of obligation, but out of a deep understanding that even the hardest parts of your journey have shaped you into the resilient, powerful being you are today. Gratitude is the key that unlocks the door to your next chapter. This process might feel like loss, but it's not. It's an exchange. Every time you release something that no longer aligns with you, you're creating space for something greater. You're making room for blessings, opportunities, and experiences that match the energy of who you're becoming. Trust that what's ahead is far greater than anything you're leaving behind. As you release, notice the shifts around you. You might find yourself drawn to new people, new opportunities, or new ways of thinking. The universe responds to the energy you're putting out. When you let go of what no longer serves you, you're signaling to the universe that you're ready for more. And the universe listens, chosen one. It listens and it delivers. There's power in releasing with grace and choosing to let go without bitterness or resentment. It's not about denying the pain or the struggle. It's about transcending it. It's about recognizing that holding on too tightly doesn't serve you, and that freedom comes when you open your hands and let go. Imagine shedding layers that no longer fit. Each layer you release brings you closer to the core of who you truly are, a lighter, freer, more aligned version of yourself. With each layer that falls away, your light shines brighter. You're not losing anything, chosen one. You're gaining clarity, strength, and alignment. Letting go is an act of trust. Trust in the universe, trust in the process, and trust in yourself. It's about believing that you're being guided, even when the path ahead isn't clear. It's about knowing that the universe has your back, and that every release is a step closer to the life you're destined to live. As you move through this process, be gentle with yourself. Release doesn't have to happen all at once. It's a journey, and it's okay to take it one step at a time. Celebrate every little moment of release. Every time you feel the weight lift, every time you notice the space you've created for something new. Chosen one, the act of releasing is a sacred transformation. It's not just about letting go of what was. It's about stepping into what's next. You're not just leaving things behind. You're walking forward with open arms, ready to receive the abundance, joy, and freedom that are waiting for you. Let go with grace, my angel, and watch as your life begins to flow in ways you never thought possible. This is your time. Trust the process, trust yourself, and know that you're being guided every step of the way. You're not just letting go, you're rising, evolving, and aligning with the version of you that's been waiting to emerge all along. 4. The power of the present moment. Chosen one, as you step into this new phase of your journey, something profound is happening. You've let go of the burdens that tethered you to the past, and now you're stepping into the present moment with a clarity and strength you may not have realized you possessed. This moment, right here, right now, is where your true power lies. The past no longer defines you, and the future is yours to shape, but it's in the present that the seeds of transformation are planted. The present moment is more than just a fleeting point in time. It's a sacred space of potential, a blank canvas where you get to paint the life you've always envisioned. Without the weight of yesterday dragging you down, you're free to create, to dream, and to step boldly into your highest potential. This isn't just about thinking about the present. It's about living in it, embracing it, and fully experiencing the gifts it offers. Take a deep breath, my angel, and ground yourself in this moment. Feel your heartbeat, the rhythm of your breath, and the energy coursing through your body. Notice how light and expansive you feel now that you've let go of what no longer serves you. This isn't just freedom, it's empowerment. This is where your transformation begins. When you live in the present moment, you begin to see life differently. You notice the beauty in the small things, the sunlight streaming through the window, the laughter of a loved one, or the simple joy of a quiet moment to yourself. These aren't just random occurrences, they're reminders from the universe that you're exactly where you're meant to be. And the signs, chosen one, they're everywhere. Synchronicities, repeated numbers, unexpected blessings. All of these are confirmations that you're aligned with the divine flow. They're not coincidences. They're the universe's way of saying, keep going, you're on the right path. Pay attention to these signs. Trust them. They're guideposts lighting your way forward. But embracing the present moment isn't just about noticing the external. It's about aligning internally. This is the time to tune into your inner voice, your intuition, and your truth. What is your heart telling you? What dreams are stirring within you? Without the noise of the past or the uncertainty of the future clouding your vision, you can hear your soul's whispers more clearly than ever before. This moment is your playground for transformation. It's where you get to make choices that reflect who you truly are and what you truly want. You're no longer reacting to life, you're creating it. Every thought, every action, and every intention you set in this moment is shaping the future in ways you can't yet see. And here's the beauty of the present. It's a constant gift. No matter where you are or what's happening around you, the present moment is always available to you. It's your sanctuary, your reset button, and your source of power. When anxiety about the future creeps in, or memories of the past try to pull you back, ground yourself in the now. Breathe deeply, focus on what's in front of you, and remember that this moment is all you truly have. As you embrace the present, you'll notice that life begins to flow more effortlessly. Opportunities arise when you least expect them. Relationships deepen. Challenges feel less daunting. That's because living in the present aligns you with the universe's rhythm. It puts you in sync with the divine timing of your life, allowing blessings to flow to you with ease. And chosen one, don't underestimate the power of gratitude in the present moment. When you take a moment to appreciate what you have right now, no matter how big or small, you amplify your energy. Gratitude isn't just a feel-good practice, it's a magnet for abundance. It shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's thriving, creating a ripple effect that attracts even more blessings. This is your time to embody the person you're becoming. You're no longer defined by the shadows of your past or the uncertainties of your future. You're living in the here and now, fully present, fully alive, and fully aligned with your truth. And as you step into this new frequency, you'll find that the present moment isn't just a stepping stone, it's the foundation of everything you're building. Chosen one, the present moment is your gateway to abundance, joy, and fulfillment. It's where your dreams take root and your energy aligns with your highest self. Embrace it fully, cherish it deeply, and trust in the magic it holds. Every choice you make in this moment is a declaration of the life you're creating, a reflection of the person you're becoming, and a testament to the power within you. This is your time to shine. This is your time to create. And this is your time to live in the beauty of now. 5. The shift. Embracing a new identity. You've done it, chosen one. You've broken free, released the chains, and now you're stepping into a version of yourself that you always knew was there, waiting to emerge. This isn't just a small change. It's a profound transformation, a shedding of layers that no longer serve you. This is a rebirth, my angel, a reclamation of the authentic, radiant being you were always meant to be. This shift is not just about what you've left behind. It's about embracing the horizon ahead. It's about stepping fully into the strength, wisdom, and authenticity that have been waiting beneath the surface, buried under years of fear, self-doubt, and the expectations of others. You're no longer weighed down by limiting beliefs or the voices that try to tell you who you should be. You've chosen freedom, and in doing so, you've unlocked a version of yourself that is powerful, unapologetic, and true. At first, this transformation might feel surreal, even disorienting. It's like moving into a new home. You're excited, but there's also an adjustment period. You might hear echoes of your old doubts or feel the tug of familiar patterns trying to re-emerge. This is natural, my angel. Growth often invites resistance, not because you're doing something wrong, but because your old self is making its last stand. These echoes and tugs are just remnants of a life you've outgrown. They're not chains anymore, they're threads, and you have the strength to let them unravel. Each day, as you move forward, you're stepping deeper into this new identity. Every decision you make, every boundary you enforce, and every act of self-love is an affirmation of the person you're becoming. This isn't about perfection, it's about authenticity. It's about showing up in your truth, even when it's messy, bold, or unconventional. It's about owning your space, your voice, and your power without apology. Take a moment to look back, chosen one. Reflect on the path you've walked to get here. Consider the challenges you've overcome, the moments you thought you wouldn't survive, and the strength you discovered within yourself. You didn't just make it through, you thrived. You turned pain into power and fear into fuel. Honor that journey, my angel, because every step has brought you to this beautiful transformation. This shift is also an invitation into the unknown, and that can feel overwhelming. The life you're building now is one you've never experienced before, and that's a good thing. The familiar may call to you, but you're not going back. You're not the same person anymore. The universe wouldn't bring you to this moment if you weren't ready. Trust the process. Trust yourself. You've already proven your resilience, your adaptability, and your courage. You're more than equipped to navigate this new chapter. As you align with this new identity, you'll notice how the energy around you shifts as well. New opportunities will begin to appear. People who truly see and celebrate you will enter your life, and paths that once seemed impossible will open up. This is the magic of stepping into alignment. Everything begins to flow. The universe responds to your energy, and right now, your energy is magnetic. You're drawing in abundance, joy, and success effortlessly because you're vibrating at the frequency of your highest self. But remember, this transformation isn't just external, it's an inner revolution. You're no longer seeking validation from others because you found it within yourself. You're no longer waiting for permission to shine because you've granted it to yourself. You're no longer shrinking to fit into spaces that can't contain your light. Instead, you're creating your own space, setting your own rules, and living boldly in your truth. This new identity doesn't mean you've left behind everything that came before. The lessons, the growth, and the wisdom you've gained are woven into the fabric of who you are now. You've transformed those challenges into stepping stones, each one lifting you higher and higher. You're not starting over. You're building on a foundation of resilience, strength, and self-awareness. This, my angel, is your moment to thrive. You're stepping into a life that feels aligned, expansive, and true to who you are at your core. And while this new identity is powerful, it's also evolving. This is just the beginning of an incredible journey of self-discovery, growth, and transformation. The person you're becoming is limitless. Celebrate this moment, chosen one. Stand tall in your new identity. Let go of any lingering doubts and step forward with confidence. The universe is working in your favor, aligning every detail to support your journey. This is your time to shine. The old you was a survivor, but the new you, you're a visionary, a trailblazer, and a force to be reckoned with. Embrace this shift fully. Live it boldly. Never forget the immense power that resides within you. You're unstoppable. You're extraordinary. The world is just beginning to see the brilliance that is you. Your light is your gift to the world, and the world is ready to receive it now. Chosen one, allow yourself to dream bigger. You've already transformed, but this isn't the finish line, it's the launching pad. Imagine what's possible now that you've shed the weight of your old limitations. Picture a life filled with purpose, joy, and impact. Visualize yourself taking bold steps forward, not just for yourself, but for those you'll inspire along the way. Seal it. Own it. Let that vision guide you as you continue your journey. As you navigate this new chapter, remember that transformation is not a one-time event. It's an ongoing evolution. There will be moments of challenge, but now you have the tools to face them with strength and clarity. You're no longer defined by your past. You're creating your future, one step, one choice, one moment of courage at a time. This is your rebirth. This is your time. Shine on, chosen one. The universe is ready to meet your brilliance. 6. Aligning with your new frequency. Chosen one, stepping into your new identity means embracing a frequency you've never fully experienced before, a frequency of abundance, joy, and limitless possibilities. It's like tuning into a cosmic channel where everything flows in harmony and life feels purposeful, magical, and beautifully aligned. You've done the inner work, released the chains of old beliefs, and now you're vibrating on a level that attracts blessings effortlessly. Aligning with this new frequency begins with a profound shift in how you perceive yourself and the world around you. You are no longer a prisoner of your past or limited by outdated patterns. You've stepped into a space where your thoughts, emotions, and intentions carry immense power. It's no longer about surviving, it's about thriving, about co-creating your reality with the universe in a way that feels natural and expansive. This alignment isn't just about external actions, it's deeply rooted in how you feel. It's about holding the unshakable belief that you are worthy of every blessing heading your way. It's trusting the universe's timing, even when the path ahead isn't entirely clear. My angel, this is the energy of faith, not blind hope, but a knowing that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. As you tune into this higher frequency, you'll start noticing subtle but undeniable shifts in your life. Opportunities will seem to appear out of nowhere, as if the universe itself is rearranging circumstances to meet your needs. The right people, mentors, supporters, even soul connections will cross your path at precisely the right moment. Synchronicities will become your new normal, those little winks from the universe reminding you that you're on the right track. Even challenges will begin to take on a different energy. They won't feel like barriers anymore, but stepping stones guiding you closer to your purpose. You'll face them with a newfound calm, knowing they're here to refine and elevate you rather than hold you back. This is what alignment feels like: a flow, a rhythm, and an unshakable connection to something greater than yourself. To stay aligned with this frequency, make gratitude and intention your daily anchors. Each morning, take a moment to ground yourself in the energy you wish to embody. Close your eyes and visualize your dreams as if they're already yours. See yourself thriving, smiling, and at peace. Feel the emotions that come with living in alignment: joy, excitement, confidence, and serenity. These practices are like tuning forks, helping you maintain your vibration amidst the noise of the world. Throughout your day, be mindful of the energy you project. Every thought, word, and action is a signal to the universe, shaping the reality you're creating. Choose thoughts that uplift you, words that inspire you, and actions that align with your highest self. Remember, chosen one, you are not at the mercy of your circumstances. You are the architect of your experience. This alignment isn't just for your benefit. It ripples out into the world around you. Your energy is magnetic, and it has the power to uplift and inspire everyone you encounter. Whether you realize it or not, your frequency is creating waves of positivity that touch countless lives. You might notice people drawn to your light, seeking your guidance, or simply basking in your presence. This isn't a coincidence. It's a testament to the power of your alignment. To deepen this connection, surround yourself with environments and people that nurture your energy. Spend time in nature, where the earth's rhythm harmonizes with your own. Engage in practices that bring you joy and peace, whether it's journaling, meditation, or creative expression. Protect your energy fiercely, and don't hesitate to set boundaries with anything or anyone that disrupts your flow. As you continue aligning with this frequency, you'll realize that abundance isn't something external. It's a state of being. It's the realization that you are already whole, already enough, and already connected to infinite possibilities. The material blessings that come your way are simply reflections of this internal state, echoes of the alignment you've cultivated. And chosen one, don't underestimate the ripple effect of your transformation. Your elevated frequency is a beacon, lighting the way for others to rise into their own alignment. You're not just transforming your life, you're inspiring change in the lives of those around you. Your courage to step into this vibration shows others what's possible, creating a domino effect of positivity, growth, and expansion. As you align with this frequency, remember that the journey doesn't end here. Alignment is an ongoing process, a dance between intention and surrender, action, and trust. Some days will feel effortless, while others may require a conscious effort to recalibrate. But through it all, know this: you are exactly where you're meant to be, doing exactly what you're meant to do. And here's the secret to deepening this alignment. Celebrate. Celebrate the small wins, the moments of clarity, and the signs that affirm you're on the right path. Gratitude is the fuel that keeps your vibration high and your connection strong. The more you celebrate the journey, the more the universe will amplify the blessings. So, my angel, step boldly into this new frequency. Embrace the flow of abundance, joy, and possibility. Trust in the unfolding and celebrate the beauty of becoming. This is your time to shine, to inspire, and to live fully in the truth of who you are. The universe is cheering you on, and the best is yet to come. The miracles you've been dreaming of are no longer distant. They're within reach, waiting for you to claim them with open arms and an open heart. 7. Stepping boldly into your future. Chosen one. The future you've been envisioning isn't just a distant possibility anymore. It's here, unfolding in real time, and you are the one stepping into it. Everything you've been through, every tear you've shed, every challenge you've overcome has prepared you for this exact moment. This chapter is about claiming your future with boldness, courage, and an unshakable trust in the divine plan that's been working in your favor all along. You didn't come this far to stop now. This isn't the time to hesitate or second-guess your worth. You've done the inner work, released the weight of your past, and aligned yourself with the highest version of you. You've earned your place at this moment, and it's time to embrace it fully. Say it with conviction: I am ready. I am worthy. I am stepping into my destiny. Let those words resonate deeply, because my angel, they are your truth. This is your moment to dream bigger than you ever thought possible. The universe isn't just opening doors for you, it's throwing them wide open and inviting you to step through. Opportunities that once felt out of reach are now within your grasp. People, resources, and experiences are aligning to support your journey. But here's the thing: these blessings don't come to those who wait, they come to those who act. This is your time to take bold, inspired action. Trust your intuition. It's your inner compass, perfectly tuned to guide you toward the path you're meant to walk. Stepping boldly into your future requires a deep sense of worthiness. This is no time to play small or entertain doubts about your value. Remind yourself daily: I am worthy of success. I am deserving of abundance. I am ready to receive it all. Feel those affirmations in every fiber of your being, because the universe only mirrors back the energy you project. And you, chosen one, are projecting the energy of someone who knows their power. Take a moment to look back, not to dwell on the past, but to honor the incredible journey that brought you here. Reflect on the moments you thought you wouldn't make it, the times you wanted to give up, but didn't. Those were the moments that forged your resilience and shaped your strength. Celebrate every step, every victory, every lesson. Gratitude isn't just a feel-good practice. It's a magnetic force that draws even more blessings into your life. By celebrating your journey, you're telling the universe, I'm ready for more. This future you're stepping into is about more than just abundance. It's about alignment. It's about living a life that feels authentic, purposeful, and true to who you are. The doubts, fears, and limitations that once held you back have no place in this new chapter. You've outgrown them. You've stepped into a version of yourself that is confident, radiant, and unstoppable. The choices you make now aren't based on fear. They're rooted in trust, self-belief, and a deep knowing that you are on the right path. Yet stepping into your future also means embracing the unknown with open arms. The path ahead may not always be clear, but your courage, faith, and determination will light the way. Trust that every twist and turn, every challenge and triumph is divinely orchestrated for your growth. The universe is not just watching, it's actively supporting you, clearing obstacles and presenting opportunities that align with your highest good. But, chosen one, remember this: your journey isn't just about you. Your story, your light, your transformation, they're all meant to inspire and uplift others. There are people who will see your courage and find the strength to face their own challenges. There are souls who will be guided by the light you shine, the authenticity you embody, and the boldness with which you claim your future. By stepping into your destiny, you're creating ripples of change that extend far beyond yourself. This is your moment to rise, to shine, to live fully in the truth of who you are. You are no longer defined by the struggles of your past. You are defined by the power, grace, and vision with which you move forward. Every choice you make from this point on is a declaration to the universe that you are ready to receive all that's meant for you. Look forward, chosen one, and feel the potential that lies ahead. The future isn't a far-off dream anymore. It's a reality waiting for you to claim it. Visualize yourself walking boldly into this new chapter, confident and unstoppable. Picture the life you've always wanted, the joy, the abundance, the freedom, and know that it's yours to create. Your energy is no longer scattered. It's focused, magnetic, and powerful. You're attracting everything you need effortlessly and with grace. This chapter of your life is about more than just success. It's about fulfillment. It's about waking up every day knowing you're living in alignment with your purpose. It's about feeling at peace, knowing you're exactly where you're meant to be. And as you step into this future, know that you're not alone. The universe is walking beside you, cheering you on, and aligning every detail to ensure your success. Chosen one, this is your time to rise, to step forward with unwavering faith, to take inspired action, and to embody the truth of who you are. Let your courage be the fuel that propels you forward. Let your gratitude be the magnet that draws even more blessings into your life. And let your vision be the guide that leads you toward the extraordinary future that awaits. The world is waiting to see what you'll create, who you'll inspire, and how you'll shine. Step boldly into this new chapter with confidence, knowing that you are unstoppable. You've proven your strength, your resilience, and your determination. Now it's time to show the world your brilliance. This is just the beginning of the most extraordinary chapter of your life. Shine unapologetically, inspire courageously, and remember, the best is yet to come. Your future is calling, and it's time to answer. Chosen one, this is just the beginning. You've let go of what no longer serves you, aligned with your highest frequency, and stepped boldly into your future. The universe is cheering you on, my angel, and the best is yet to come. As we reach the end of this journey, let this be a gentle reminder. Letting go is not a loss, it is an act of faith. Sometimes we hold on to things, people, or situations out of fear, believing they define our worth or determine our future. But when we release them into God's hands, we make room for His perfect plan to unfold. What you've let go of is not the end of the story. It's the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with divine blessings, peace, and purpose. Trust that God never takes something away without giving you something better in its place. Letting go is not always easy. It requires courage, faith, and patience. But the Bible reminds us in Ecclesiastes 3:1, "To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven." When you trust God with your burdens, you align yourself with His perfect timing and His promises for your life. What if the very act of releasing is what opens the door to your next breakthrough? Could this be the moment when you finally step into the fullness of what God has prepared for you? If this message has resonated with you, inspired you, or brought you closer to God, we invite you to support our mission through a super thanks. Your generosity enables us to continue creating content that uplifts and encourages others in their walk with Christ. Whether you choose to donate or not, please know that we are deeply grateful for you. Your presence here matters, and your engagement helps spread these powerful messages to those who need them most. Before you leave, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel for more faith-filled content. Share this message with someone you know who might need a reminder of God's goodness and perfect timing. And in the comments below, we'd love to hear your story. What have you let go of? And how has God shown His faithfulness in return? Your testimony could inspire someone else to trust Him fully. Thank you for being part of this community, for opening your heart to God's Word, and for choosing to grow in faith. May His abundant blessings, unwavering peace, and unending love fill your life today and always. Remember, you are chosen, loved, and destined for greatness in Christ. Go forth with confidence, knowing that God is with you every step of the way. Be blessed. Have you ever felt like the weight of the world is pressing down on you, even when your heart is pure, your intentions are good, and you strive to walk in the light of God? If you're here right now, know this: it's not by accident. This message has found you at the perfect time. Every tear you've cried, every sleepless night, and every hardship you've endured has a divine purpose. The pain you feel isn't random. It's part of a larger plan, a mission that God has uniquely assigned to you. You've been chosen, handpicked by the Creator Himself, to fulfill a calling so significant that even the trials you face are a testament to your strength. This is no ordinary life you're living, and that's why the challenges you've faced have been extraordinary. If this speaks to your soul, I encourage you to comment 77 below as a sign of your faith and readiness to embrace God's plan. And to all of you who have shown support through Super Thanks, your generosity means more than words can express. Thank you for being a part of this journey and helping us share these truths with others. What if I told you that your pain is about to make sense? That everything you've gone through has been carefully orchestrated by God to prepare you for the incredible mission ahead? Stick with me, because the revelation you're about to hear could change how you see your life and your struggles forever. God's chosen ones, you've been chosen for a mission. And that's why your life is so painful. The chosen ones are individuals sent to earth with a divine mission to help heal humanity, but this sacred purpose comes at an immense cost. Their lives are often marked by pain, suffering, and hardship that seems to have no explanation. While others may find success and ease in their pursuits, the chosen ones struggle to achieve even the smallest of victories. It's as if a shadow, a malevolent force, follows them everywhere, stealing their blessings and leaving them in a perpetual state of struggle. They are warriors, striving to fix a broken world and restore lost hope to broken hearts. Despite giving their all, offering their love, time, and energy, they often receive nothing in return but sorrow and difficulty. Consider Christ, for instance. He, the Son of God, came to this earth with the greatest mission, to save humanity. Yet he too was persecuted, ridiculed, and eventually crucified. His mission was clear, but the price was unbearable. The same is true for the chosen ones. They are often misunderstood and rejected, seen as weak saviors by others who cannot comprehend the depth of their calling. The world may label them as foolish or delusional, unaware of the immense spiritual wisdom they carry within them. These individuals are not blind to their struggles. In fact, they are spiritually awakened and profoundly wise, understanding the purpose behind their pain. Why then do they endure such torment? It is because they have accepted their role as bearers of divine light. They are the ones who walk the difficult path, the ones who are ready to carry the weight of the world on their shoulders. While many may find it impossible to comprehend the depth of their journey, the chosen ones see it clearly. They know their mission is not just about their own comfort, but about bringing healing and restoration to others, even if that means enduring suffering in the process. It is through their struggles that they can empathize with the brokenness of humanity and offer true healing. As you reflect on the challenges faced by the chosen ones, ask yourself, why do some people seem destined for suffering? Could it be that their struggles are part of a greater purpose, something beyond what we can see in the present moment? How might the pain they endure ultimately lead to a breakthrough, not just for them, but for the world? The journey of the chosen ones is not one of ease, but it is one of profound significance. Through their trials, they are shaping a future of hope, even when it feels as if everything around them is falling apart. Let's look at real-life examples of individuals who, much like the chosen ones, endured tremendous hardship in their mission to help others and bring about change. These people experienced pain and suffering, yet their lives became a testament to the power of perseverance and purpose in the face of adversity. Take Martin Luther King Jr., for example. He fought tirelessly for civil rights and racial equality in the United States, challenging deeply ingrained systemic racism. Throughout his life, he faced constant threats to his life, imprisonment, and relentless opposition from those who sought to maintain the status quo. Despite the dangers, he remained committed to non-violence and justice, echoing the teachings of Christ. Tragically, his life was cut short when he was assassinated, but his legacy lives on. His courage and vision for equality continue to inspire movements for social justice around the world. He, like the chosen ones, understood that suffering was part of the price for bringing about true change. Similarly, Mahatma Gandhi led India's struggle for independence from British colonial rule through non-violent resistance. Gandhi, much like other chosen figures, was often imprisoned and faced tremendous hardship throughout his life. He believed in the power of truth and non-violence, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. Despite the many obstacles, his unwavering commitment to his beliefs led to India gaining independence. Gandhi's life shows us that those who fight for freedom and justice often bear the heaviest burdens, but their efforts can lead to lasting and meaningful change. Then there's Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison for his fight against apartheid in South Africa. Even behind bars, Mandela never wavered in his belief that his country would one day be free. His suffering was immense, yet his resolve never faltered. Upon his release, he became the first black president of South Africa, working to heal a divided nation. His story serves as a powerful example of how suffering, when embraced with a clear vision and sense of purpose, can ultimately lead to transformation and reconciliation. Another incredible example is Malala Yousafzai, a young Pakistani woman who became an advocate for girls' education in the face of the oppressive Taliban regime. She was shot for speaking out, but instead of silencing her, the attack only fueled her determination to continue her advocacy. Malala's pain and suffering did not deter her. Instead, she used her platform to amplify the voices of girls around the world who were denied an education. At a young age, she became the youngest recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize. embodying the strength and resilience of someone chosen for a divine mission. Her journey reminds us that the chosen ones are not immune to danger, but their purpose is too great to be extinguished by fear or violence. Lastly, Mother Teresa devoted her life to serving the poorest of the poor in the slums of Kolkata, India. Despite the immense challenges she faced, extreme poverty, lack of resources, and physical and emotional exhaustion, Mother Teresa's mission never wavered. She founded the Missionaries of Charity, a religious organization dedicated to caring for the destitute, the sick, and the dying. Her life is a powerful reminder that the chosen ones often endure incredible hardship, but their selfless service leaves an indelible mark on the world. Each of these individuals endured suffering, not for personal gain, but because they were on a divine mission to bring healing, justice, and love to a broken world. Like the chosen ones, they understood that the path to transforming the world is not without its trials. Their stories challenge us to reflect on our own lives. What is the purpose of our pain and suffering? Could it be that we too are chosen for a mission greater than ourselves? Just as these remarkable individuals gave everything for their cause, so too must the chosen ones be prepared to endure hardship as they fulfill their divine calling. What if your pain is a part of your greater mission to change the world? How might your struggles lead to something extraordinary, just as it did for those who came before you? If you are one of God's chosen ones, deeply aware that you have a significant mission to fulfill on this earth, then it's crucial to understand that pain and suffering are integral to your path. These experiences are not random. They are part of your divine destiny. Your spirit is strong, just as God is strong. Yet your flesh, the physical body, is inherently weak. This earthly vessel struggles to comprehend and accept the weight of the mission it has been chosen for, often fighting against it. It is important to remember, as difficult as it may be, that the trials you face are part of the journey you agreed to long before you entered this realm. Though it may seem impossible to bear at times, you cannot retreat from the path now. There is no turning back. The life you are living wasn't chosen by chance. It was the path you selected for yourself before you were born. It's a mission that transcends personal choice. It is your destiny unfolding. Many of us, the chosen ones, encounter frequent resistance, pessimists, skeptics, and even outright naysayers. These voices of doubt may shake your resolve, but you must remember, the universe has not abandoned you. You are not alone. In my early days, I too faced mockery and disbelief from others. But now, as time has passed, they are starting to understand the truths I spoke. The current global unrest, the protests, the COVID-19 lockdowns, the state of emergency on our planet. These events are not coincidences. They are a reflection of the return of the chosen ones, those whose purpose is to guide humanity through a final reckoning. We are here to remind the world that love, not fear, should be our guiding force. We are here to show that spirituality, not materialism, is the true path to fulfillment. Material wealth, possessions, and even the fleeting comforts of this world are temporary. As the Bible reminds us in Matthew 6:19-21, "Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and vermin destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But store up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where moths and vermin do not destroy, and where thieves do not break in and steal." The matrix, the illusionary system of control that seeks to keep humanity in a state of fear and separation, is crumbling. Its foundation is built on falsehoods, and as chosen ones we are aligned with the truth, the eternal truth that transcends the illusions of this world. In this time of transition, it is vital to keep celebrating, keep moving forward, because as the veil lifts, things are only going to get better for those who stand firm in their faith. You don't need to bear the weight of saving humanity alone. The first step is to save yourself. You came to this earth to live vibrantly, to embody the truth you believe in each day, and to live your best life in the light of that truth. It is time to distance yourself from the fear-driven narratives pushed by mainstream media. The stories they tell are designed to divide, to create an illusion of separation through race, politics, and social status. As you walk this path, embrace your power and resist the Matrix's distractions. To all the chosen ones who prioritize self-care, those who grow their own food, those who embrace the spiritual battle, know this: you are supported by the universe. The more you follow your heart and your divine calling, the more the universe aligns with you. It is only natural that not everyone will awaken at the same pace. Each person is on their own journey, learning their lessons in their own time. In the words of Isaiah 55, 8-9, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts." Allow others to experience their own growth at their own pace. Do not let the labels others place upon you, whether it's conspiracy theorist or crazy, deter you from your path. You are waking up, and in doing so, you are part of a greater awakening. Keep waking up every day, even if it feels lonely at times. Remember, history has often ridiculed the greatest minds. They called Tesla crazy too. But now his vision is shaping the world. In the same way, you are waking up to a higher truth, one that will, in time, be understood by many. As a chosen one, understand that you are preparing to walk a path that is unlike most. You will be loved and admired by many, but this admiration will not come without its challenges. Prepare yourself for the crowds that will follow you when they witness the impact you're making. But equally, brace yourself for the suffering that accompanies this divine mission. Ridicule, pain, and betrayal will become your companions. This is the cup the chosen must bear. Just as Christ himself carried the weight of humanity's sin, you too will carry burdens that others cannot understand. People will conspire against you, plot to bring you down, and even those closest to you may turn their backs. Friends may betray you, and others may deny ever knowing you. Most will not appreciate the work that you are doing or the purpose you are fulfilling. Among your own people, you may not receive honor. In fact, some of your closest friends and family might wish for you to fail. They may find your purpose and the light you bring to the world too difficult to comprehend, and instead of supporting you, they may stand in opposition. The world will not recognize your kindness as strength. It will label it as weakness. They will attempt to exploit your generosity, taking advantage of your good nature. Malicious individuals will deliberately place obstacles in your path to hinder your progress. The spiritual realm itself will not rest. Malevolent forces will try to prevent you from fulfilling your divine mission. These forces will work tirelessly to distract you, block your path, and slow you down. You must be vigilant and recognize the signs of this constant spiritual warfare. It's a battle you must prepare for, one that will test your endurance, your faith, and your resolve. But take heart, for you are a warrior, chosen by God for this mission. Your strength comes from His power, and it is through His grace that you will overcome every obstacle. Remember the story of Joseph from the Bible. His brothers, out of jealousy and hatred for his dreams, sold him into slavery. Even when falsely accused and imprisoned, Joseph never lost faith in God's plan. Despite the trials, Joseph's perseverance led him to rise to a powerful position in Egypt, where he saved not only the nation from famine, but also reconciled with his own family. His story is a testament to the fact that even in the face of immense adversity, God's plan will always prevail if we remain faithful. Think of David, who was anointed to be king but spent years running from King Saul. who feared David's future reign and sought to kill him. Despite the constant threats to his life, David remained steadfast in his trust in God. His perseverance through hardship eventually led to him becoming one of Israel's greatest kings, a leader who unified the nation and fulfilled God's purpose for him. David's life is a powerful reminder that even when the path seems unclear and full of peril, God's plan for you will come to fruition in His time. And of course, consider the life of Jesus Christ. Despite performing miracles and spreading a message of love and salvation, He was met with relentless opposition. He was betrayed by Judas, denied by Peter, and ultimately crucified by those He came to save. Yet, through His sacrifice, He fulfilled the ultimate mission, bringing salvation to all of humanity. His life demonstrates that the road of the chosen is fraught with suffering, but also with profound victory and fulfillment of God's divine purpose. These stories from the Bible remind us that being chosen often involves intense trials and suffering, but they also reveal the ultimate truth. Perseverance and unwavering faith in God's plan lead to the fulfillment of His will. As a chosen one, your mission may be difficult, but remember that your struggle is not in vain. In the end, you will emerge victorious, fulfilling the purpose that God has set before you. Every obstacle, every setback is just a part of the journey, and with each challenge, you grow stronger in your faith. Keep pressing forward, for your victory is certain, and your divine mission will be fulfilled. The life of a chosen one is not just a journey, it is an ongoing spiritual battle, where survival depends on wielding your spiritual weapons with precision and faith. These weapons are not physical, but divine. Prayer, fasting, meditation, and immersing yourself in holy scriptures. They are the shield of positive thoughts and the sword of rebuking the enemy's advances. Can you imagine the strength it takes to laugh in the face of the enemy when his plans fail against you? This is the confidence God instills in those He has chosen. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. Ephesians 6:11. This scripture reminds us of the importance of being spiritually equipped. Do you pray daily for God to send His angels ahead of you, clearing the path of obstacles and traps set by the enemy? Remaining immersed in Scripture provides the wisdom to discern truth from lies, light from darkness. Meditation allows you to tune into the voice of God, the whispers of your soul, and the guidance of the Holy Spirit. Are you making time for this daily communion with your Creator? No matter what challenges arise, stay strong and unwavering. Life's storms may rage, but your foundation must be unshakable. Do not wait passively for divine intervention. The power of God resides within you. Do you not know that you are God's temple and that God's Spirit dwells in you? 1 Corinthians 3:16. This truth empowers you to rise as a godly force, capable of saving yourself through wisdom and faith. When facing the enemy's mouth, remember, you are the angel sent to guide and protect others. If you wait for external salvation, you may miss the call to step boldly into your role as a deliverer. While striving to keep others happy and the world in order, do not neglect yourself. Treat yourself with the same love and care you extend to others. Being wise and discerning is your lifeline. Do you surround yourself with uplifting, supportive people, or do you allow negativity to infiltrate your circle? Keeping a low profile and working quietly are vital. Stay away from those who harbor envy, jealousy, or hatred, for their energy can contaminate your spirit and derail your mission. Do not be deceived. Bad company ruins good morals. 1 Corinthians 15:33. Protect yourself by guarding your heart and energy. Never show weakness to those who seek to harm you, for it emboldens them. Your strength is greater than that of any oppressor. If you embrace the power God has placed within you, it will radiate, illuminating your purpose and silencing your adversaries. Can you see the true extent of your power? If you truly grasp how mighty you are, nothing and no one can shake you. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. Hold on to this truth and let it guide your every step. This message is your divine confirmation for the week. Brace yourself for an unexpected miracle. Even if the odds seem impossible, dare to believe that it will come to pass. Faith, after all, is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Hebrews 11:1. Each of us is chosen in our own way, but being chosen requires a decision, choosing yourself. It means remembering that you are not just a body navigating this world, but a spiritual being experiencing a human journey. Have you noticed that more and more people are waking up to this truth, realizing their spiritual essence and reclaiming their divine power? Yet the path of awakening is far from easy. For those chosen to walk this road, challenges often abound, and the journey can feel isolating and unstable. When you awaken to your divine nature, life suddenly expands. You begin to see beyond the narratives you've been told, recognizing that you are more than a cog in the societal machine. How can you go back to your old life once this truth is revealed? Just like the Apostle Paul, who, after his spiritual awakening on the road to Damascus, could no longer return to his former life, Acts 9:1-22, you may find that the old ways no longer satisfy your soul. You stop blending in with the crowd and start questioning whether your career, your lifestyle, or even your surroundings truly align with your higher calling. Can you relate to that gnawing feeling that there's something deeply flawed about the way society operates? I've been where you are, standing at the crossroads of fear and faith, feeling the pull to break free from the expectations of the world. It's not easy. When I realized I couldn't continue on the path society had laid out for me, everything had to change. Like many chosen ones, I felt trapped in a life that didn't resonate with my spirit. Yet, through faith and trust in God's guidance, I found a way out. My life now serves as a living testimony that, with courage and surrender to divine will, everything works out in the end. As Krishnamurti wisely said, it is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. Does this resonate with you? Are you also sensing that there's a better way to live? The path of awakening often feels lonely. You may find yourself questioning your old beliefs, distancing yourself from familiar places, or even contemplating leaving behind your country or community. It can be terrifying to step away from everything you've known, but remember, fear is not your ally. Love is. There is no fear in love, but perfect love casts out fear. 1 John 4:18. Let love guide you, even when fear tries to paralyze you. For those stepping boldly into their dreams and passions, the journey ahead may seem daunting, but feel the fear and move forward anyway. What if your future self is waiting to thank you for having the courage to live the life you were destined for? Fear is natural, but it doesn't have to define you. You'll discover that your uniqueness, once seen as a burden, is actually your greatest gift. God created you to stand out, not to conform. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind. Romans 12:2. When you feel like you don't belong, it's because you were never meant to. Your higher vibration and divine perspective set you apart, equipping you to see the world differently. So embrace your role as a beacon of light. Do you see how your unique journey is not just for you, but also for those who will be inspired by your courage and transformation? What if your decision to rise up could spark the awakening in someone else? Let this be the week you step boldly into your mission, trusting that God's plans for you are bigger and better than anything you could imagine. Jeremiah 29:11. You are chosen, and your time is now. The pain and suffering endured by the chosen ones bear a profound connection to the experiences of Jesus Christ. How often do we remind ourselves that He alone fully understands every ounce of our anguish? Jesus' empathy was born not just of His divine nature, but also of His lived experiences. He walked among the brokenhearted, healed the sick, comforted the mourning, and bore rejection with grace. Before fully stepping into His role as the Redeemer, He experienced the very sorrows that burden humanity. When He healed the lepers, He understood their isolation. When He wept with Mary and Martha over the death of Lazarus, He felt their grief firsthand. The pain of betrayal, the agony of loneliness, and the cruelty of rejection, these were not foreign concepts to Him. Through His infinite atonement, Christ even bore the weight of trials He did not personally endure on earth, understanding each individual's unique suffering. Can you imagine a comforter more empathetic, a judge more understanding? As we navigate our trials, we too develop an ability to connect deeply with others who suffer. This connection, born of shared pain, mirrors Christ's compassion and empathy. Bear one another's burdens, and so fulfill the law of Christ. Galatians 6:2. Are your struggles shaping you into a source of comfort and strength for others? For the chosen ones, this journey is deeply similar. Their scars are more than just evidence of battles fought. They are markers of their preparation to help and heal others. Have you ever considered that your pain might not be just for you? The trials chosen ones face are often not solely for personal growth, but also to equip them to guide others through their darkest hours. Blessed be the God of all comfort, who comforts us in all our affliction, so that we may be able to comfort those who are in any affliction. 2 Corinthians 1:3-4. Through every struggle, chosen ones are being refined, their capacity for love and empathy expanded, even for those whose specific hardships they have not shared. This is the essence of being chosen, transforming personal suffering into a pathway for the healing and redemption of others. Like Christ, the chosen ones are called to face their challenges with unwavering faith and courage. Their scars testify to their resilience and readiness to fulfill a divine mission. Are you aware of the strength hidden in your pain, the light waiting to shine through your darkest moments? Every hardship they endure strengthens their resolve and builds their ability to uplift others. These trials are not meaningless. They are a divine preparation. Jesus said, "In the world you will have tribulation, but take heart, I have overcome the world." John 16:33. Like their Savior, the chosen ones are living proof that triumph is possible despite adversity. Each scar, each moment of pain is a symbol of their strength and a reminder of their calling. Do you see your struggles as a part of a greater purpose? Perhaps they are shaping you to be the light someone else needs. The chosen ones emerge from their trials stronger, wiser, and ready to help humanity find its way back to God. Let your scars be a testament to your faith and your readiness to fulfill your mission. You too are being called to heal, to lead, and to love as Christ did. Reflecting on recent challenges in my life, I've come to realize how profoundly these experiences have shaped the way I interact with and care for others. Though difficult and often overwhelming, they have taught me invaluable lessons in empathy and compassion, enabling me to minister to others in ways I never imagined possible. Each trial, unique in its pain, has equipped me with a new perspective. For example, navigating the loneliness of being one of the older members in a group of young single adults taught me to connect deeply with those who feel out of place. Later, when assigned to minister to a single brother, I found that this experience allowed me to offer understanding and companionship in a way that resonated profoundly. Facing the challenges of adapting to a new food intolerance reshaped how I think about the dietary needs of others. It opened my eyes to the silent struggles that many face, teaching me to be more thoughtful when planning meals or providing care through food. Similarly, having a premature baby in the neonatal ICU was a harrowing experience that forever changed me. Before, I had underestimated the depth of that particular trial. Now, I offer more meaningful support to parents walking that path, forming connections with those who understand the same struggle. The diagnosis of a serious illness in one of my children further deepened my compassion, compelling me to reach out to parents who, like me, have been thrust into the role of caregiver, nurse, and medical advocate. These experiences, though painful, have become blessings, each one shaping me to minister to others with love and genuine understanding. Can you see how trials, though bitter, refine us into vessels of God's grace for others? This growth is what I believe marks the journey of the chosen ones. Trials, both big and small, are tools in God's hands, used to deepen our capacity to love and care for others. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. James chapters 1:12. Have you noticed how your trials have prepared you to minister to others in unique ways? As chosen ones, we reflect Christ's empathy when we take our pain and turn it into understanding for others. The older I get, the more I am convinced that chosen ones are never truly alone in their trials. Satan's tactics are often rooted in making us feel isolated and hopeless, whispering that no one understands. But the truth is, we are surrounded by a cloud of witnesses, those who have walked similar paths and can offer comfort and encouragement. Therefore, encourage one another and build one another up, just as you are doing. 1 Thessalonians chapter 11. This is why support communities and friendships forged through shared trials are so powerful. Do you see how these connections can be a divine gift, a reminder that you are not alone? Trials are not just tests. They are teachers. They teach us how to see others through the eyes of Christ, to notice unspoken needs, and to offer love where it is most needed. Through our struggles, we become more than survivors. We become instruments of God's love and healing. This is the essence of the chosen ones, to transform personal pain into empathy and action. Perhaps the greatest lesson is this: the pain we endure is not just about us. It is about the ways God is equipping us to uplift others, showing them that they too can persevere. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Romans 8:28. In what ways is God using your trials to prepare you for greater service? The answer, I believe, lies in the deepening love and empathy you discover within yourself. The chosen ones are refined through trials, learning virtues such as patience, faith, perseverance, and diligence. These traits, often highlighted in Scripture, shine through the lives of figures like Nephi, who endured mistreatment by his brothers, Abinadi, who stood firm in his testimony despite persecution, and Alma and Amulek, who faced hostility from the people of Ammonihah. Yet beyond these outcomes, trials often produce something even deeper: Christian empathy. Consider Alma the elder, whose son, Alma the younger, began to walk the same wicked path Alma himself had taken as one of King Noah's priests. Alma's personal experiences of sin and redemption likely amplified his love and concern for his son, fueling his prayers and ultimate joy at Alma the younger's transformation. This capacity for empathy, born of personal struggle, is a hallmark of the chosen. Similarly, think of Ammon, who showed remarkable service and love for King Lamoni and his servants. Having spent years in rebellion, Ammon and his brothers had experienced the transformative power of God's love firsthand. This transformation gave Ammon the ability to connect deeply with those who might have otherwise seemed unreachable. We love because He first loved us. 1 John 4:19. Isn't it remarkable how our own trials and redemption equip us to mirror Christ's love to others? Often the lessons and blessings of trials are not immediately visible. As chosen ones, we aim to learn from and appreciate trials as they unfold, but clarity frequently comes only in hindsight. Reflecting on past challenges can reveal profound growth and newfound wisdom. It's like the saying parents often share with their children. One day, you'll understand when you're in my shoes. How many times have you looked back at a trial and realized it had made you kinder, more empathetic, or more patient? These moments are the light bulbs of recognition, where you suddenly understand what others tried to teach you. When your next trial comes, instead of focusing solely on the difficulty, try to imagine the love, kindness, empathy, and wisdom you will gain. And not only this, but we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope. Romans 5:3-4. Trials for the chosen are not merely challenges but divine opportunities to grow in grace and reflect God's compassion to the world. Do you see how your hardships are equipping you to become a beacon of love and light for others? Despair, however, can undermine this growth. When we allow despair to take root, it clouds reason and magnifies our struggles, creating inner turmoil that compounds the difficulty of our trials. Despair is not only unproductive but harmful, turning the trial into a larger problem. Have you ever noticed how much heavier a burden feels when despair is added to it? In contrast, viewing trials through the lens of God's Word provides clarity, strength, and perseverance. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. James 1:2-3. If we focus solely on the world's perspective, trials can seem insurmountable, leaving us discouraged. But when we view them through the lens of God's promises, we find hope and endurance. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. Jeremiah 29:11. Let go of despair and instead embrace the perspective of faith. Trials, when viewed through God's eyes, become pathways to growth, resilience, and divine purpose. So the next time you face a trial, ask yourself, what wisdom, empathy, or love is God cultivating in me through this experience? Trust that even the hardest struggles are shaping you for a greater mission. Despair in the face of trials achieves nothing. In fact, it often magnifies the suffering. It clouds judgment, disrupts reasoning, and creates inner turmoil, those monsters that make challenges seem insurmountable. If the trial itself is a burden, despair becomes an even greater one. Trials can be approached from two perspectives: the world's limited view or the clarity of a Christian lens. When viewed through the world's perspective, trials bring discouragement and hopelessness. However, when seen through the lens of God's Word, they reveal an opportunity to build perseverance, strengthen character, and deepen faith. How are you choosing to view the difficulties in your life? The letter of St. James provides profound guidance on this topic. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. James 1:2-3. This instruction transforms how we approach trials, shifting from regret or despair to joy. Why joy? Because trials, though painful, are a sign of God's refining work in us. Similarly, Paul's words in Romans echo this sentiment. We also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope. Romans 5:3-5. These verses remind the chosen ones that trials are not obstacles meant to defeat us, but stepping stones towards spiritual growth and maturity. Despair is a distraction from the greater purpose of trials. For the chosen ones, trials carry divine significance. They are not random hardships, but intentional opportunities to grow closer to God. With faith, even the heaviest burdens can lead to joy. Are you willing to see your trials not as punishment, but as preparation for the blessings ahead? Many are called, but few are chosen. Matthew 22:14. This calling is both a privilege and a challenge, requiring courage, perseverance, and gratitude. Being chosen is not just about enduring struggles. It is about the transformation that comes with them. The ability to see beyond the illusions of the world, the Maya, is a gift that allows the chosen ones to step into a greater reality. Do you recognize the privilege of seeing through the deception of this world and embracing God's eternal truths? Gratitude for this gift transforms fear into faith, isolation into connection. Though the path may feel lonely at times, remember that you are not walking it alone. There is a global community of chosen souls, a tribe of people who see the world through the same divine lens. These connections remind us that we are part of something greater, a family of faith that spans time and space. When you find these individuals, those who resonate with your spirit, you will realize that you were never truly alone. Have you found your tribe, or are you open to discovering them along your journey? Embrace this calling with gratitude and faith. The journey of the chosen is not just about enduring pain, but about the expansion and freedom that come with stepping out of the world's constraints. Each trial refines you, each connection strengthens you, and each step brings you closer to fulfilling your divine purpose. Be thankful for this path, for it is proof that you are alive, growing, and walking in alignment with God's will. As one of the chosen, you carry the light of truth, hope, and love into a world that desperately needs it. That is why, even amid trials, it is good to be alive. The world has left you with many scars, but let those scars remind you that you are truly chosen. Each scar is a testament to your resilience, a marker of your strength, and proof of your divine purpose. You've endured pain and suffering, but through it all, you've gained the power to heal yourself and others. Your ability to guide and support others during their darkest moments stems from the challenges you've overcome. Every storm you've weathered has prepared you to be the helping hand or the friend you once wished for. You were made for this mission. Look back at your life. Do you see how every time you were knocked down, you got up stronger? You are more than capable of facing the storms ahead. Your suffering isn't random. It is part of the deliberate plan of the universe, a divine preparation for overcoming evil and rising above adversity. No matter what trials the world throws at you, you will always rise. Even if you find yourself at rock bottom, remember this: the chosen ones are never defeated. Every obstacle that seemed insurmountable, every hardship that tried to hold you back, will become a stepping stone to your ultimate success. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Your journey is not over, and your strength is proof that you are more than equipped to complete your mission. Your soul chose this path, knowing you were capable of walking it. Don't give up on your soul now. Your spirit is willing to keep fighting, and your temporary suffering is nothing compared to the eternal glory that awaits you. I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Romans 8:18. Trust in the path you are walking and the divine plan that guides you. My chosen friends, the end is near, not in fear or destruction, but in the breaking of a broken system. You are the pioneers of a new world, a light in the darkness. Recognize your power and take joy in being alive. Embrace your challenges, knowing that your suffering is not in vain. but a testament to your spiritual strength and purpose. Stay strong and trust that your sacrifices are part of God's plan to bring healing and light to the world. As we close today, let me share a passage from the Word of God to encourage you. Though outwardly we are wasting away, inwardly we are being renewed day by day. For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. So we fix our eyes not on what is seen, but on what is unseen, since what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal. 2 Corinthians 4:16-18. Let these words remind you that every trial has meaning, every sacrifice has purpose, and every step brings you closer to eternal victory. So don't lose heart. If this message has touched your heart, I invite you to support our mission by donating through Super Thanks. Your generosity, whether big or small, means the world to us and helps us continue sharing these messages of faith and hope. Even if you can't donate, your presence here is already a blessing, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Please don't forget to like, share, comment, and subscribe to this channel. Your support helps spread God's light to even more people who need encouragement. Share this message with someone who might need it today. And as always, may God bless you abundantly. Remember, you are chosen, and your purpose is divine. Stay strong, stay faithful, and keep shining your light. Hello, dear friends, and welcome back to another journey into God's divine wisdom. Have you ever found yourself in a season of life where everything seems to have come to a standstill? Perhaps you've felt a distance forming between you and the people or environments you once held close. Invitations stop coming, familiar doors begin to close, and suddenly it feels like the world has grown quiet around you. If you've experienced this, let me assure you, this silence is not abandonment. Instead, it is a sign of something sacred. You are not being forgotten, you are being chosen. When God isolates someone, it is never an act of neglect, but rather an intentional move of love and purpose. Isolation can feel heavy, even confusing, but it is often the precursor to revelation. It is a time when God sets you apart, not to destroy you, but to transform you. Have you ever wondered why God might remove distractions from your life, or why He shields you from certain relationships and situations? What if this isolation is His way of protecting you from harm while preparing you for something greater? Today, we're going to explore the 7 extraordinary reasons why God isolates His chosen ones. These reasons are not always easy to understand, but they carry profound meaning. Through this process, He is shaping your character, refining your faith, and equipping you for the calling only you can fulfill. This is not just a moment of stillness, it is a season of growth, protection, and empowerment. It's in the isolation that God reveals His plans and strengthens you to step into the destiny He has prepared for you. Before we move forward, I want to invite you to join the conversation by commenting 777 below. If you've ever felt the weight of isolation, but also sensed its deeper purpose. And to all of you who have so generously supported us through Super Thanks, I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your kindness and encouragement allow us to continue spreading God's message, and I am truly grateful for you. So, stay with me as we uncover the mysteries of isolation and reveal the divine reasons why God sets apart His chosen ones. This journey will not only open your eyes, but will also empower you to see your circumstances through a lens of faith and purpose. Are you ready to discover what God is doing in your life? Let's dive into this life-changing revelation together. God's chosen ones. God isolates you for 7 reasons that few understand. The first reason God isolates you is to protect you in ways you may not yet comprehend. As one of God's chosen, you might feel a natural desire to belong, to immerse yourself in environments that seem promising, to build connections with people you admire, or to participate in groups that appear uplifting. Yet, what you perceive as good on the surface may hide unseen dangers. God, with his infinite wisdom and vision, sees far beyond what your eyes can discern. He knows the hearts of those around you and the hidden spiritual realities of the places you might enter. Some environments, despite their initial appeal, may carry negative intentions or spiritual corruption that threaten your faith, purpose, and overall well-being. God's act of isolating you is not punishment. It is his protective hand shielding you from harm that you cannot yet perceive. Consider this. Have you ever wondered why certain relationships or opportunities slip away despite your best efforts to hold on to them? In Proverbs 3:5-6, we are reminded to trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight. What feels like rejection or loss may in fact be God's intervention to safeguard your destiny. Not everyone who enters your life comes with pure intentions. Some wear the mask of friendship while harboring envy, deceit, or ulterior motives. They may subtly introduce doubts, insecurities, or distractions that steer you away from your divine calling. Judas Iscariot, for instance, appeared to be one of Jesus' closest disciples, yet he betrayed him for 30 pieces of silver, Matthew 26:14-16. Similarly, you may encounter people who, though outwardly kind, are not aligned with God's plan for your life. In such cases, God's isolation is an act of grace, removing you from negative influences before they can take root in your spirit. Have you experienced moments when certain doors closed unexpectedly or relationships dissolved without explanation? Could it be that God was protecting you from unseen harm? Psalm 91:4 reassures us, he will cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart. When you feel the sting of isolation, it is essential to trust that God is working for your ultimate good, even when you cannot see the full picture. Though the solitude may be painful at times, it is a season of preparation and safety. It is in these moments of separation that God fortifies your faith, sharpens your discernment, and draws you closer to him. Can you imagine what dangers might have reached you had God not intervened? Trust in his plan, and take comfort in the knowledge that he is your protector, guiding you away from harm and toward the fulfillment of your divine purpose. This season of isolation, while difficult, is a divine invitation to focus on what truly matters in your life. As one of God's chosen, you are being given the precious gift of solitude, not as a punishment, but as an opportunity to grow, heal, and prepare. This is your moment to step back from distractions and reconnect with the core of who you are, and more importantly, with God. In the stillness, your faith can deepen, your discernment can sharpen, and your spiritual strength can flourish. God often uses periods of separation to refine his chosen ones, much like gold is purified in fire. Have you taken this time to ask yourself what areas of your life God might be refining? Consider the example of Moses. Before he led the Israelites out of Egypt, he spent 40 years in the desert, isolated and far from the life he had known, Exodus 3:1-12. It was during this time that God prepared Moses for his divine mission. Similarly, your isolation is not without purpose. By stepping away from toxic environments or relationships, you create space for God to work within you and around you. Could it be that God is using this time to prepare you for something extraordinary? When you distance yourself from unhealthy influences, you allow God to fill your life with new blessings. As Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, there is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. By letting go of what does not serve you, you make room for what is aligned with God's purpose for your life. This might include relationships that uplift you, opportunities that inspire you, or a deeper sense of peace and purpose. What blessings might God be preparing to bring into your life during this time? Trust in the process, even when it feels uncertain. Remember, God is not only working within you, but also orchestrating events around you to prepare the way for something far greater. Jeremiah 29:11 assures us of this. "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." Your current challenges are not obstacles, but stepping stones toward a divine destiny. So, if you find yourself in this season of isolation, embrace it with faith. Reflect on what God is teaching you and how He is shaping you. Have you considered that this might be the foundation for something far greater than you can imagine? Trust in His timing, for He is never late and His plans are always perfect. The second reason God isolates you is that He is preparing you for something greater than you can currently imagine. As one of His chosen, you are being shaped behind the scenes, far from the distractions of the world, so that you can fulfill the unique purpose He has set for you. Just as a skilled potter carefully molds clay before it becomes a masterpiece, God is working on your character, refining your heart, and fortifying your faith. Preparation is a process, and God never skips steps when He is crafting greatness in His chosen ones. Have you ever wondered why this preparation requires isolation? Could it be that He wants your focus fully on Him? Consider the life of David. Though he gained fame after defeating Goliath with nothing but a sling and a stone, his journey to the throne was not immediate. Instead, he was thrust into a season of challenges and solitude. David had to navigate the wilderness, evade Saul's relentless pursuit, and learn to lead a band of distressed and broken men. 1 Samuel 22:2. Through these trials, God prepared David not only to reign as king, but to lead with humility, resilience, and unwavering faith. Without these experiences, would David have become the leader we remember today? Much like David, your isolation is not a punishment, it is preparation. God is stripping away what hinders you and instilling the qualities that will sustain you in your calling. This season may feel lonely or frustrating, but it is where God is developing patience, resilience, and wisdom within you. James 1:4 reminds us, "Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." Could it be that the very challenges you face are refining you for a higher purpose? Many times, we long for immediate promotion or recognition, but God's timeline operates differently. He does not elevate those who are unprepared. Imagine an untrained soldier sent to the battlefield. It would only lead to disaster. Similarly, God ensures that you are fully equipped before He calls you into the next phase of your journey. In this time of isolation, He is nurturing your spiritual strength and clarity of purpose, so that when the moment arrives, you will be ready to step into your destiny with confidence and grace. This preparation is not just about skill, it is about transformation. Every moment of solitude, every challenge you endure, and every lesson you learn is shaping you into the person God needs you to be. Reflect on this. Are you allowing this season to deepen your faith and refine your character? Are you drawing closer to God to understand the fullness of your purpose? If you feel isolated, let it remind you that God is working in and through you. He is preparing something extraordinary for your future, something that requires the foundation He is laying in you right now. Trust in His process and embrace this time of growth, for when the appointed moment comes, you will emerge ready to shine and fulfill the purpose He has designed for you. as Romans 8:28 assures us. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Trust that your waiting is not wasted. It is building the framework for your destiny. The third reason God isolates you is to empower you, equipping you with strength, skills, and wisdom you may not have realized you possessed. This empowerment often comes through the challenges and trials you face during seasons of solitude. God uses these moments to teach you, refine you, and reveal hidden abilities that will be critical for your divine mission. Have you ever considered that the difficulties you encounter in isolation are not meant to break you, but to build you into the leader God has destined you to become? Take David as an example once more. Before he ascended to the throne, David was not only isolated, but placed in situations that required him to step up as a leader. In the wilderness, he gathered a group of men described as distressed, discontented, and in debt, outcasts who were shunned by society. Verses Samuel 22:2. These men had their own struggles, yet under David's guidance they were transformed into a loyal and mighty army. This transformation did not happen overnight. David had to develop patience, empathy, and strategic thinking. Through this process, God empowered David to lead not just any group of people, but individuals with unique challenges and potential. Could it be that God is using your current isolation to shape you into a leader who can bring out the best in others? Empowerment often comes through adversity. The trials you face in isolation may feel overwhelming, but they are opportunities for growth and discovery. You may find yourself learning skills you never imagined or developing strengths you didn't know you had. Just as David learned to lead, you are being prepared to take on responsibilities that align with God's greater purpose for your life. Isaiah 40:29-31 reminds us, "He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Even youths grow tired and weary, and young men stumble and fall. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." Are you allowing these trials to strengthen you, or are you resisting the growth God is offering? The empowerment that comes through isolation is not just for your benefit, but also for the benefit of those you are called to lead or serve. God equips you so that you can fulfill your purpose with excellence and humility. Think of Jesus, who spent 40 days in the wilderness, facing temptation and challenges. Matthew 4:1-11. This period of isolation was not a time of weakness, but one of preparation, strengthening him for his ministry. Similarly, your time in isolation is a training ground, a divine workshop where God is molding you for the tasks ahead. If you feel overwhelmed by the challenges in your solitude, remember that God's empowerment is always accompanied by his presence. He does not leave you to face these trials alone. Instead, he walks with you, guiding you through every step. Have you noticed how the difficulties you've endured have already shaped your character and revealed your resilience? Could these trials be preparing you for a role far greater than you can currently envision? This season is a reminder that God sees your potential and is equipping you for his purposes. Trust in his process, knowing that every challenge is part of the empowerment he is bestowing upon you. When the time comes, you will stand strong, prepared to fulfill your mission and lead others toward God's greater plan. As Philippians 4:13 declares, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." With God's empowerment, there is nothing you cannot achieve. Isolation is a season of profound learning and growth, uniquely designed by God to prepare you for the extraordinary purpose he has for your life. In this sacred time, you are being molded to develop virtues such as patience, unwavering faith, resilience, and wisdom, qualities that will become indispensable in fulfilling your destiny. Have you considered that the challenges you face now are not obstacles, but divine lessons meant to equip you for the future? God is not only preparing you for what lies ahead, but is also teaching you to navigate rejection, criticism, and adversity with grace and confidence. Look at the life of Joseph. He endured betrayal, false accusations, and imprisonment, an extended period of isolation that might have seemed senseless at the time. Yet, through every trial, God was preparing Joseph to lead Egypt during a time of famine. Genesis 41:41-46. Had Joseph not learned resilience and faith during his years of solitude, would he have been ready to exercise the leadership and wisdom needed for such a monumental task? Could it be that your current challenges are similarly shaping you for a role you cannot yet see? Every challenge in your isolation is an opportunity to grow stronger and more prepared for the calling ahead. In James 1:2-4, we are reminded to consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. Each difficulty is a divine tool, sharpening your character and building the foundation for the leader God has destined you to be. How are you embracing these lessons? Are you allowing God to refine you in this season? God's timing is perfect, and He hides those He is preparing until the appointed moment. Think of Esther, who was hidden away in the palace, undergoing a year of preparation before stepping into her role as queen and saving her people. Esther 2:12-17. Her period of isolation was not a delay, but a deliberate time of preparation for her divine purpose. Similarly, your season of being hidden is not a sign of insignificance, but a testament to the greatness God is preparing to reveal through you. When the right moment comes, no force, whether spiritual or physical, will be able to hinder your emergence. Isaiah 60:22 assures us, "When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen." Trust that God's plan for your life is unfolding exactly as it should. Your time of isolation is not a punishment, but a divine investment, ensuring that you are fully equipped for what lies ahead. So, if you feel hidden or overlooked, remember that God is intentionally preparing you for a greater purpose. This is your season to strengthen yourself, to deepen your faith, and to embrace the lessons He is teaching you. Can you trust that this time of waiting is part of God's perfect plan for your life? When the moment of revelation arrives, you will shine as the leader God has always intended you to be, and no opposition will stand in your way. This season of hiding is a vital preparation for the remarkable purpose God has in store for you. In this time of invisibility, God is working deeply within you, molding your character, strengthening your faith, and equipping you with everything you need for the calling ahead. This concealment is not a delay, but a divine strategy, ensuring that when the moment of your unveiling comes, you are fully prepared to step into the role God has designed for you. Have you considered that the very challenges of this hidden season are tools in God's hands, crafting you into the person you are meant to be? Think of Moses, who spent 40 years in Midian as a shepherd, hidden from the eyes of the world, long before leading the Israelites out of Egypt. During this time, God refined him, taught him humility, and prepared him for the monumental task of confronting Pharaoh and guiding a nation. Exodus 3:1-12. Could it be that your season of hiding is a similar preparation, where God is equipping you with the patience, wisdom, and strength needed for your future mission? Trust in God's hiding place, for it is a place of safety and purpose. Psalm 32:7 reminds us, "You are my hiding place. You will protect me from trouble and surround me with songs of deliverance." This concealment, though challenging, shields you from premature exposure and prepares you for the exact moment when God will reveal you to the world. Do you trust that God knows the perfect timing for your unveiling? When that moment comes, His power will be undeniable, and everyone will recognize that it is God who has lifted you up. When God chooses to reveal one of His chosen, it is always in a way that leaves no room for doubt about His hand in the process. Think of Jesus, who spent 30 years in relative obscurity before beginning His ministry. When the time came, His baptism marked the start of His divine mission, and a voice from heaven declared, "This is my Son, whom I love. With Him I am well pleased." Matthew 3:17. Similarly, your time of revelation will come, and it will be unmistakably clear that God has prepared and positioned you for this moment. If you feel hidden or overlooked, take heart. This is not a season of rejection, but one of divine care and preparation. God is carefully setting the stage for your emergence, ensuring that everything is in place for you to shine and fulfill the purpose He has for you. Are you ready to trust this process, even when it feels uncertain or prolonged? Remember, God's plans are never late, and His timing is always perfect. This period of concealment is a sacred opportunity to deepen your faith and grow in trust. Use this time to draw closer to God, to seek His guidance, and to embrace the lessons He is teaching you. When the time of revelation arrives, you will not only be ready, but empowered to walk boldly into the destiny God has prepared for you. As Ecclesiastes 3:11 assures us, He has made everything beautiful in its time. Your unveiling will be no exception, and it will be a testament to God's glory and His perfect plan for your life. The fourth reason why God isolates you is to deepen your relationship with Him. In isolation, distractions fade away, and you are given the chance to focus on the most important relationship in your life, your relationship with God. This is not a time to feel abandoned, but a divine opportunity to draw closer to Him, to seek His presence, and to hear His voice more clearly. Have you ever considered that the quietness of isolation might be the setting God uses to reveal Himself to you in a deeper, more personal way? Look at the story of Elijah. After the dramatic showdown with the prophets of Baal, Elijah fled to the wilderness, feeling defeated and alone. In that place of solitude, God revealed Himself not through the wind, earthquake, or fire, but through a gentle whisper. 1 Kings 19:11-13. It was in the stillness of isolation that Elijah truly encountered God. Could it be that God is using this season in your life to teach you to recognize His voice amidst the noise of the world? Isolation allows you to strip away the distractions that often compete for your attention, whether they are people, activities, or even your own ambitions. In these quiet moments, God invites you to develop a deeper intimacy with Him, to trust Him more fully, and to rely on Him in ways you never have before. Psalm 46:10 says, "Be still and know that I am God." How often do we miss His still, small voice because we are too busy to be still? Is this the moment when God is calling you to pause and listen? This season is also a time for spiritual renewal. In the wilderness, Jesus Himself spent 40 days alone, fasting and praying, before beginning His ministry. Matthew 4:1-11. It was a period of profound communion with the Father and preparation for the mission ahead. Similarly, your isolation may be the place where God strengthens your spirit, fills you with His presence, and prepares you for the next steps in your journey. God desires not just to work through you, but to be close to you. This time of solitude is His way of reminding you that your relationship with Him is the foundation of everything else in your life. Are you using this season to seek Him with all your heart? Jeremiah 29:13 promises, "You will seek me and find me when you seek me with all your heart." This is your moment to build a relationship so strong that it will sustain you through any challenge. If you feel alone, remember that God's presence is with you, even when you cannot see or feel it. This time is not about isolation from others, but about connection with the one who knows you better than anyone else. Trust that God is drawing you closer to Him, teaching you to depend on Him fully, and preparing you for the extraordinary plans He has for your life. Could this be the season when you come to know God in a way you never have before? When the time comes for you to step into your purpose, you will do so with the confidence of one who knows and trusts their Creator intimately. The fifth reason why God isolates you is to transform your mindset. During isolation, God takes you away from the influences and distractions of the world to renew your thinking and align it with His divine truth. It is in these moments of solitude that He begins to reshape the way you view yourself, your circumstances, and your purpose. Have you ever wondered if the isolation you're experiencing is God's way of helping you see things through His eyes rather than your own? The Apostle Paul speaks to this transformation in Romans 12:2, where he says, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, His good, pleasing, and perfect will." Isolation provides the perfect environment for this renewal. Free from the noise of outside opinions and societal pressures, you have the opportunity to hear God's voice more clearly and understand His plans for your life. Consider Joseph once again. His years in isolation, sold into slavery, falsely accused and imprisoned, were not wasted. Through these trials, God shifted Joseph's mindset from a young dreamer to a wise leader. By the time Joseph stood before Pharaoh to interpret his dreams, he no longer saw himself as a victim of his circumstances, but as a vessel for God's purposes. Genesis 50:20. Could it be that God is using your isolation to prepare your mind for the role He has designed for you? In this period of solitude, God also works to strip away negative thinking and replace it with His truth. Perhaps He is challenging the doubts, insecurities, and fears that have taken root in your heart. Are you willing to let go of old ways of thinking and allow God to shape your perspective? Philippians 4:8 encourages us to focus on what is true, noble, and praiseworthy. Isolation can be a time when God helps you cultivate a mindset rooted in faith and positivity, enabling you to overcome the challenges ahead. This transformation is essential because your mindset determines how you respond to your calling. If you continue to think as the world thinks, you may not be prepared to walk in the fullness of God's plans for your life. But when your mind is aligned with His truth, you can face any obstacle with confidence, knowing that you are equipped for the task at hand. How might God be using this time to prepare you for the challenges and opportunities of the future? If you feel isolated and unsure, trust that God is working in your mind and spirit, shaping you into the person He has called you to be. This process may not always be easy, but it is necessary for the fulfillment of your purpose. As 2 Corinthians 10:5 reminds us, we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ. Through isolation, God is teaching you to take control of your thoughts and align them with His Word. When this season of transformation is complete, you will emerge with a renewed mind, a strengthened spirit, and a clear vision of God's purpose for your life. Trust in His work, knowing that He is preparing you for something greater. Could this be the moment when God is transforming not just your circumstances, but the very way you see the world and your role within it? Embrace the process, for it is leading you to the destiny He has lovingly crafted for you. The sixth reason why God isolates you is to test your faith and obedience. In isolation, you are placed in a position where you must rely solely on God, without the distractions or support systems you've grown accustomed to. This is not meant to break you, but to strengthen your trust in Him and your willingness to follow His guidance, even when the path seems unclear. Have you ever considered that the challenges of isolation are God's way of asking, "Will you trust me even now?" One of the most profound examples of this is Abraham's story. God called him to leave his home, his family, and everything familiar to journey to an unknown land with only a promise to guide him. Genesis 12, 1-4. This was a test of both faith and obedience. Abraham's willingness to step into the unknown demonstrated his trust in God's plan. Could it be that your current isolation is God's way of testing your readiness to step into His promises, even when you cannot see the full picture? In isolation, God reveals whether your faith is rooted in Him or in external circumstances. Job's story exemplifies this truth. When he lost everything, his wealth, his family, and his health, he remained faithful to God, even in his isolation and despair. Job 1:21-22. This unwavering faith proved that Job's trust was not in the blessings he had received, but in the one who had given them. Are you willing to trust God, even when everything around you feels uncertain? This season is also a test of obedience. Sometimes God isolates you to see if you will follow His instructions, even when they don't align with your expectations. Consider Jesus' command to His disciples to wait in Jerusalem for the coming of the Holy Spirit, Acts 1:4-8. They might have felt eager to act or return to their daily lives, but their obedience in waiting resulted in the outpouring of the Spirit at Pentecost, empowering them for their mission. Is God asking you to wait, trust, or take a step of faith during this season of isolation? Testing your faith and obedience is not about proving your worth to God. He already knows your heart. It is about revealing to you the strength and depth of your trust in Him. James 1:3-4 reminds us, "Because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." Every trial you face in isolation is a step toward greater spiritual maturity and readiness for the purpose God has for you. If you are in a season where you feel alone or unsure, trust that God is using this time to refine your faith and solidify your obedience. These tests are not designed to overwhelm you, but to prepare you for the incredible plans He has in store. Have you considered how your faith might grow deeper if you embrace this season with trust and surrender? When the testing is complete, you will emerge stronger, more obedient, and more aligned with God's will. This time of isolation is not the end, but the foundation for something greater. Trust in the process, for God is leading you through it for your good and His glory. As 1 Peter 1:6-7 says, "These have come so that the proven genuineness of your faith, of greater worth than gold, which perishes even though refined by fire, may result in praise, glory, and honor when Jesus Christ is revealed." Your faith, tested and proven, will shine as a testimony to the world of God's work in your life. The seventh and final reason why God isolates you is to prepare you for elevation. Before God brings someone into a position of prominence, He first takes them through a process of concealment. This hiding is not a punishment, but a divine strategy to ready you for the responsibilities and blessings of elevation. Have you considered that your current isolation might be the very foundation for the remarkable future God has planned for you? The story of Joseph is a profound example of this truth. Isolated by his brothers, cast into a pit, sold into slavery, and later imprisoned, Joseph endured years of loneliness and hardship. Yet, every trial he faced was part of God's preparation. At the appointed time, God elevated Joseph, making him governor of Egypt and positioning him to save countless lives during a famine. Genesis 41:41-44. Imagine if Joseph had not trusted God during his isolation. Would he have been ready to fulfill such a critical role? Similarly, your isolation is not a sign of rejection, but a sign of God's intentional preparation. When God decides to reveal one of his chosen, nothing can prevent it. It is a moment so powerful that it becomes evident to everyone that only God could have orchestrated it. Isaiah 60:22 assures us, "When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen." Are you willing to trust that your current season of invisibility is leading to a moment of undeniable elevation? This period of concealment is not just about external preparation, but also about inner transformation. God is shaping your character, strengthening your faith, and aligning your heart with his will. Without this preparation, the weight of elevation might be too much to bear. Consider David, who spent years as a shepherd and fugitive before becoming king. Through isolation, God taught him humility, resilience, and reliance on divine strength, qualities essential for his future role. 1 Samuel 16:30. Could God be using this time to instill in you the virtues necessary for the greatness ahead? If you feel unseen or undervalued, remember that this hiding is part of God's plan. It is a sign that he is protecting and preparing you for a new season. Your current trials are not in vain. They are shaping you into the person God needs you to be when he elevates you. As Psalm 75:6-7 reminds us, promotion comes neither from the east nor from the west nor from the south. But God is the judge. He puts down one and sets up another. Your promotion will come directly from God, and it will be in his perfect timing. Do not grow weary or discouraged during this season. Instead, see it as an opportunity for growth, a time to deepen your relationship with God, and a moment to trust his process. Have you allowed this period of isolation to draw you closer to him and refine your character? Trust that when God reveals you, it will be in a way that brings glory to him and fulfills the purpose he has for your life. Your time of revelation is drawing near. When it comes, you will be fully equipped to step into the role God has prepared for you. Embrace this process, for isolation is just the beginning, and elevation is the promise God has spoken over your life. Remember, the trials of today are the stepping stones to the triumphs of tomorrow. Trust in him, and when the moment of revelation arrives, you will stand ready to shine for his glory. The Bible is filled with examples of people chosen by God who underwent periods of isolation, each with a profound purpose. These moments of solitude were not wasted. Instead, they were integral to the spiritual development and preparation needed to fulfill God's divine plan. Moses, after his dramatic departure from Pharaoh's court, spent 40 years in the wilderness, tending sheep and living in solitude. Stripped of his royal identity, he was prepared to embrace the mission God had for him. In this time, he encountered God in the burning bush and received his divine call to lead the Israelites out of Egypt. Through this solitude, Moses learned dependence on God and the leadership skills essential for guiding the Hebrew people on their journey. Sometimes isolation is necessary for preparation, teaching us to grow and trust in what God has in store. Elijah, after his confrontation with the prophets of Baal, fled to the wilderness feeling overwhelmed and discouraged. In this place of solitude, God provided for him, sustaining him with bread and water, and strengthened him for the journey ahead. It was here that Elijah experienced God's presence, not through grand and dramatic events, but in a gentle whisper. This time away allowed him to find spiritual renewal and the clarity needed to continue his ministry. When distractions fade, it is often in the stillness of isolation that we hear God's voice most clearly. Jesus himself experienced isolation during pivotal moments of his life. Most notably, he spent 40 days in the desert, fasting and praying while resisting the temptations of the devil. This solitude prepared him for his public ministry and deepened his connection with the Father. This period of isolation not only strengthened him, but empowered him to fulfill his mission of bringing salvation to humanity. Isolation can often be a sacred time to focus on God, resist distractions, and prepare for the challenges ahead. Paul, after his transformative encounter with Christ on the road to Damascus, retreated into the Arabian desert for 3 years. During this period, he immersed himself in prayer, study, and reflection, allowing God to shape his understanding of the gospel. This solitude was crucial for his transformation and preparation for his mission to the Gentiles. Through this time away, Paul gained clarity on his purpose and returned with the conviction and wisdom needed for his calling. Isolation can often serve as a time of learning and growth, helping us understand the path God has set before us. Joseph faced years of suffering and isolation, sold into slavery by his brothers, and later imprisoned for a crime he did not commit. Despite these adversities, God was at work in every trial. These experiences refined Joseph's character and prepared him for the moment when he would be elevated to a position of great responsibility, becoming governor of Egypt and saving many lives during a famine. Isolation and hardship often serve as God's way of shaping us for greater purposes, teaching us to trust in His plan even when we cannot see it. These biblical examples remind us that isolation, though often challenging and painful, is a time of profound growth and preparation. God uses these periods to mold us, teach us to trust Him, and prepare us for the plans He has for our lives. When we feel hidden or overlooked, it is crucial to remember that God is at work, shaping us for the next chapter. If you are in a moment of isolation, take heart. This is not a sign of rejection, but a sign of divine preparation. Trust that God is by your side, working in you and around you, crafting you for the purpose He has prepared. Isolation may be a sign that something extraordinary is coming, and when the time is right, you will be ready to step into the fullness of God's calling for your life. If you understand the purpose behind your isolation, I encourage you to declare it boldly, whether out loud or in the comments below. I am chosen. These 3 words carry immense power and significance. By making this declaration, you're affirming that even in the midst of solitude and separation, God's hand is upon your life, guiding you toward a greater purpose. This simple statement is not just an acknowledgement of your identity, but a proclamation of faith in the divine plan unfolding in your life. Isolation is never the conclusion of your story. It is the foundation for something extraordinary. It is a sacred process, preparing you for the moment when God reveals you to the world. When that time comes, the revelation will be so profound that it will be clear to all that only God could have orchestrated it. Are you ready to embrace the purpose behind your solitude and trust in the promise of what is to come? By declaring, I am chosen, you align yourself with God's purpose and prepare your heart for the incredible journey ahead. Reflect on the examples of Moses, Elijah, Jesus, Paul, and Joseph. Each of them endured seasons of isolation, and yet those moments were far from meaningless. In fact, they were critical to God's plan, allowing Him to mold them into the leaders, messengers, and servants they were destined to be. These periods of solitude were not obstacles, but stepping stones, preparing them for the extraordinary roles they would later fulfill. Can you see the parallels in your own life? Just as God worked in them, He is also at work in you. Even if you cannot see the full picture yet, it's essential to remember that God's actions are never random. If you feel hidden right now, separated from certain people, opportunities, or familiar environments, this is not a coincidence or a mistake. It is a deliberate and divine act. God, in His infinite wisdom, is shielding you, nurturing you, and preparing you for something far greater than you can imagine. Much like a seed buried in the soil, this hidden season is where your roots grow deeper, where you gain the strength and resilience needed for what lies ahead. This time of isolation is an act of protection and preparation. God is creating space for you to grow, learn, and develop the character necessary for your calling. Are you willing to trust in His process, even when it feels uncertain? Like those biblical figures, your current challenges are part of a divine plan. When the time is right, you will emerge stronger, wiser, and ready to fulfill the extraordinary purpose He has for you. This season of isolation is a sacred opportunity for you to deepen your faith, draw closer to God, and prepare your heart for the remarkable purpose He has set before you. In this time, God is working within you in ways that may not yet be visible, shaping and refining you for the moment of revelation. When God chooses to unveil a chosen one, His work is undeniable. The transformation in your life will be so profound that it will serve as a living testimony to His power, leaving no doubt that His hand is upon you. Instead of feeling discouraged or questioning this season, embrace it as a time of growth and transformation. Each day of solitude is a chance to strengthen your connection with God, to seek His guidance more fervently, and to build the spiritual resilience needed for the journey ahead. Remember, this is not a delay, but a deliberate process of preparation. Are you allowing yourself to grow and be shaped during this time? The work God is doing in you is significant and purposeful. When the appointed time arrives, the evidence of His presence in your life will be clear to everyone around you. Trust in this process, for it is paving the way for the fulfillment of God's plan. Every moment you spend seeking Him now is preparing you to step boldly into the calling He has reserved for you. Stay faithful, knowing that the transformation happening within you is setting the stage for the greatness that is to come. God is carefully shaping you for something extraordinary, a purpose greater than you can currently imagine. In this process, He is clearing away the distractions, burdens, and influences that no longer align with the path He has chosen for you. By removing these unnecessary weights, God is helping you focus on what truly matters: your relationship with Him and the divine calling He has placed on your life. Though this refining process can be challenging and even painful, it is essential to prepare you for the new phase He is about to usher in. During moments of solitude, it is vital to hold on to your faith and trust that God is right beside you. He is not only guiding your steps, but also preparing your heart for the greatness ahead. Isaiah 43:19 reminds us of His promise. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Even if you cannot yet see the full picture, know that God is orchestrating something new and beautiful in your life. When the appointed time arrives, the manifestation of God's work in you will be undeniable. He will reveal you to the world in a way that brings glory to His name, making it clear to everyone that He is faithful to His promises. Have you considered that the solitude you're experiencing now is not a sign of being overlooked, but of being intentionally prepared for a greater purpose? When the moment of revelation comes, it will be a testament to God's power and faithfulness, a reminder that He always fulfills His word. Stay steadfast in your trust and faith, for the work God is doing in you now is laying the foundation for a future that will honor Him and inspire others. This season is not the end. It is the beginning of a transformation that will glorify God and fulfill His promises for your life. Keep your heart open and your spirit willing, for the best is yet to come. As you continue through this season, remember that God's timing is perfect. Though you may feel hidden or overlooked, this is not a sign of rejection. It is evidence of his protection and preparation. He is positioning you so that when the moment of revelation comes, you will be ready to step fully into the role he has designed for you. This process is not about rushing to the finish line, but about embracing the journey and trusting in his divine wisdom. Reflect on the countless examples from the Bible where individuals had to wait and trust in God's timing. David waited years between being anointed as king and actually taking the throne. Joseph endured betrayal, slavery, and imprisonment before becoming governor of Egypt. Each of these stories reminds us that God's delays are not denials. They are purposeful seasons of growth, refinement, and preparation. Could it be that your current waiting is setting the stage for something far greater than you can imagine? This time is also an opportunity to strengthen your faith and develop a deeper intimacy with God. Use these moments of solitude to seek him wholeheartedly, to pray fervently, and to listen for his voice. James chapter 4:8 encourages us, "Come near to God, and he will come near to you." The closer you draw to him now, the more equipped you will be to handle the responsibilities and blessings that lie ahead. When the time is right, God's unveiling of his chosen ones is always purposeful and undeniable. He will position you in a way that glorifies his name and reflects his glory. Others will see the transformation in your life and recognize that it is the hand of God at work. Your life will become a testimony of his faithfulness, a light for others who may be walking through their own seasons of waiting and uncertainty. So, as you navigate this period, do not lose heart. Each step, no matter how small or challenging, is bringing you closer to the fulfillment of God's promises. Trust that he is working all things together for your good, Romans 8:28, and that this season of preparation will lead to a future that exceeds your greatest expectations. Keep your eyes fixed on him, and when the time comes, you will be ready to step into the extraordinary purpose for which you were created. As you move forward, remember that this process is not just about waiting, it is about becoming. God is not simply preparing circumstances around you, he is transforming you from within. He is shaping your character, refining your faith, and instilling in you the strength and wisdom necessary to steward the blessings and responsibilities that are ahead. Have you noticed the ways he is molding you in this season? Are there areas in your life where he is calling you to grow or trust him more deeply? This time of isolation is also a reminder of God's deep care and intentionality. He is not rushing the process because he knows the weight of the purpose he has prepared for you. Just as a potter carefully shapes clay, God is taking his time to ensure that you are ready for the unveiling. Isaiah 64:8 reminds us, "Yet you, Lord, are our Father. We are the clay. You are the potter. We are all the work of your hand." Each challenge, lesson, and quiet moment is part of his divine craftsmanship. It is important to shift your perspective during this time. Instead of viewing solitude as a setback, see it as a sanctuary, a sacred space where you can grow closer to God and become the person he is calling you to be. The trials you face now are not meant to break you, but to strengthen you. As 2 Corinthians 4:17 reminds us, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." Are you allowing these challenges to deepen your faith and prepare you for what is to come? When the time of revelation arrives, it will be undeniable that God's hand has been guiding your journey. People will see the transformation in your life and marvel at what he has done. More importantly, you will stand confident, knowing that you are stepping into your purpose fully equipped by God. This confidence will not come from your own efforts, but from the assurance that God has been with you every step of the way, shaping and preparing you. Until that day comes, continue to trust the process. Seek God daily. Lean on his promises and hold fast to the truth that he is faithful. Every moment of waiting, every season of solitude, and every step of growth is part of the grand design he has for your life. Remember, God's plans are always worth the wait, and his timing is never wrong. When the unveiling happens, you will see that it was all worth it. You are chosen, and what God has started in you, he will bring to completion. Philippians 1:6. Stay faithful, for the best is yet to come. As you remain steadfast in this journey, allow God's presence to fill you with peace and assurance. Even when the road feels uncertain, remember that God is always with you, guiding and sustaining you. He has promised to never leave nor forsake you. Deuteronomy 31:6. This promise is a constant reminder that even in the quiet, hidden moments of life, you are never truly alone. Each day of the season is an opportunity to grow closer to God and deepen your trust in his plan. Have you taken the time to reflect on how much stronger you have become through this process? Every challenge you face, every lesson you learn, is preparing you to carry out the incredible purpose for which you were created. You may not see the full picture now, but know that God sees the end from the beginning. Isaiah 46:10 declares, "I make known the end from the beginning, from ancient times what is still to come. I say, my purpose will stand, and I will do all that I please." His plan for your life is already established, and nothing can derail it. Use this time to cultivate gratitude and patience. Thank God for the work he is doing, even when it feels slow or unclear. Gratitude has the power to shift your perspective and remind you of God's faithfulness. Patience, on the other hand, allows you to rest in his timing, trusting that he knows what is best. Romans 8:25 reminds us, "But if we hope for what we do not yet have, we wait for it patiently." Are you able to wait with an expectant heart, knowing that God's promises are sure? As you prepare for the day when God will reveal you to the world, keep your focus on him. The unveiling will not just be about what you achieve, but about how his glory is reflected in your life. When God's chosen ones are revealed, it is never for their sake alone. It is to point others to his goodness and power. Think about the impact your story could have on those around you. How might your journey of faith and perseverance inspire others to trust in God's plan for their lives? When the moment of revelation comes, it will be worth every trial and every moment of waiting. You will step into your purpose with strength, confidence, and humility, knowing that it was God who brought you to this place. And as you walk into this new season, you will be a living testament to his faithfulness, a beacon of hope for those still in their own season of preparation. Trust in the work God is doing within you, and remember that he's preparing you for something extraordinary. You are chosen, and the best is yet to come. As we conclude today's message, remember this: isolation is not the end, but rather the beginning of something greater. God is preparing you for a purpose that is beyond what you can imagine. Through this time of solitude, he is strengthening your faith, refining your character, and equipping you for the next season of your life. Trust that every moment of isolation serves a divine purpose in your journey. If this message has touched your heart, I encourage you to share it with 7 people. God may be calling you to be the vessel of encouragement they need. A simple word of hope can make all the difference in someone's life. By sharing this message, you are helping others understand that they too are chosen, and that God is actively working in their lives. If you feel led, consider supporting this channel through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps us continue sharing these powerful messages with others. Whether you donate or not, I want to thank each of you for being part of this community. Your presence, likes, comments, and shares mean so much to us. Please remember to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with those who need to hear this message. I encourage you to leave a comment below and share how God is working in your life. May you be blessed, and may God continue to guide you through every season. Stay confident, stay strong, and know that the best is yet to come.